the one who knows the recipe for that sausage pasta you're obsessed with, and don't you forget it.
Oh, I won't. Love you. I laughed and hugged her again before hurrying out the door. Aaron and I were going to play video games before bed, I think. Or I was wanting to text with a cute fairy girl I'd met at a club the previous weekend. There was some reason I was in such a hurry that I noticed Mom's hug felt a little weaker than usual, but ignored it. But even if I hadn't, even if I'd said something to Dad about it, there was nothing I could have done to save her. Afterwards, after the funeral and the mourning rituals and holding my dad while he cried in front of me for the first time, I worked up the nerve to ask the doctor about it. He said even if she'd been put on bed rest and agreed to terminate her pregnancy, she still might not have lived through it. And Mom wouldn't have agreed to that. She wanted to give Diana a little sister too much. The baby who died along with Mom was another girl. Another girl. Conceived naturally, even though Mom was 48 years old and should have been done having kids for fuck's sake. She and Dad should have taken precautions. They should have realized that she was too old for it to be safe for her to get pregnant again. They should have realized how much the kids they had already needed their mother. Later, I would work through a fucking truckload of anger with both my parents and fate, and even that poor little stillborn baby. Later, I would grieve and change and harden, and become someone so different from the boy I was before. But on the afternoon I pushed through my parents' front door after school, bursting to tell Mom the good news about my trip, only to find Diana cowering under the coffee table in her wolf form, keening like the world is about to end. All I feel is terror. Dropping my backpack to the floor, I race across the room, falling to my knees by the table and reaching for my sister. Dee Dee, baby, what's wrong? I hook my thumbs under her front legs and gently pull her into my arms. Sitting back on my heels, I cuddle her close and stroke her fuzzy white fur, still not as coarse as a grown wolf's. Hush, Squirt, it's okay, I'm here. What's wrong? Where's Mom? She whimpers harder and squirms in my arms. I reach out telepathically. Hey there, sis, don't cry. I'm here. Just calm down and talk to me, okay? Can you hear me in your head? If so, nod once for me, all right? But she doesn't nod. She continues to keen and moan, which isn't really a surprise. She's a precocious kid and has already found her pack gift years before most kids even understand what that is. But developing telepathic powers before puberty is almost unheard of. So she's still a wolf pup when I pick her up, carrying her with me as I move through the apartment, calling out for Mom. Dee can't speak in her furry form. She has no way to tell me that I'm about to turn the corner in the master bedroom and find our mother lying by the bathtub in a sea of red. There's so much blood it almost completely covers the tile. Only Mom's face, so pale it's whiter than the marble countertops, is blood-free. It makes it easy to see how still and stiff her features have become. Easy to see that her eyes aren't blinking, and conclude they'll never blink again. The realization that my mother is dead hits like a sledgehammer to the stomach, and my first instinct is to run. I want to hold tight to Diana and race out of this room, this apartment, this tower, to run and keep running until we reach another reality where this hasn't happened. Or maybe we can time travel, sprint fast enough to slip into the past and save our mom. This woman who is the heart of our family, our touchstone, the voice I hear in my head when I'm trying to be the kindest, highest version of myself. But at 18, I know better. I can't run. There is no escape from the brutal pain and grief that's already on top of me and my poor baby sister. Throat tight with misery, I hug Diana close as I whisper, "Oh, Dee, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. But I'm here. I'm never going to leave you, okay? I promise." And then, even though I'm dying to go to my mother and touch her face and kiss her forehead and close her poor eyes and howl over her body, I turn and walk back into the living room, holding my shit together for my sister. I call the emergency medical team, and then my father, continuing to stay strong as he lets out a tortured, choking sound before promising he'll be up as fast as he can. Then I call Bane, who doesn't answer. Then I call him again, and again, because I know he only left the tower a few minutes ago. I saw him headed out with Kelly on my way through the atrium after school. The fourth time I leave a simple, brutal message. "Mom's dead. Come home, now." Letting all the anger building inside of me come spilling out in my voice before I hang up and turn back to Diana, continuing to stroke her fur as she whimpers in my lap. It's not Bane's fault either, of course. But in that moment, it feels like his fault. His fault that I'm the one who found her, that I'm the one here aging 10 years and 10 minutes as I realize I have to be Diana's primary parent now. I have to take care of her the way Mom would want. Dad's going to be too grief-stricken and too busy being alpha, and Bane has a hard time caring about anyone's pain but his own. I know that even before Bane comes rolling into the apartment 2 hours later, long after Mom's body has been wheeled away and my weeping father has left to take care of the paperwork at the morgue. I emerge from Diana's bathroom. She's a little girl again, and I've managed to distract her from the nightmare in progress with a bubble bath and a tub full of toys. To find Bane leaning heavily on Kelly as he staggers through the front door. His face is red and puffy, but I'm not sure if it's tears or whiskey that's to blame. "You fucking reek," I snap, stopping at the end of the hallway and propping my hands on my hips, not about to let him any closer to Dee in his current state. "Where have you been?" "Take it easy on him, Max," Kelly says, her eyes bloodshot too. "When he heard the news, he just..." She gulps a breath. "He snapped, okay? He bought a fifth and just started guzzling it. I got him here as fast as I could." "Don't wanna," Bane mumbles, his eyelids drooping. "Hate this. I can smell the fucking blood." He shudders. "Don't want to be here." "Then leave," I snap. "You're not going to be any help like that anyway. Might as well have gone to the club. No reason to let Mom's death interfere with having a good time, right?" "Stop, Maxim," Kelly says. "He lost his mother." "So did I say, lowering my voice. "And so did our baby sister, who's only 4 years old and fucking traumatized because she found her mom lying in a puddle of blood. We have to be strong for her right now. We don't have the luxury of falling apart or getting wasted or running away. After 2 years of alpha training, seems like you would have gotten that memo by now, brother." Bane drags his eyes wider, meeting my gaze in the increasingly electrified air as I add, "Alphas don't get drunk and expect other people to take care of them during a crisis. They pull themselves together and take care of their pack and their people, especially their family." Bane's jaw clenches, and suddenly the air beneath my shirt feels hot, and the hair at the nape of my neck stirs in a thermo-activated breeze. I've never been on the receiving end of my brother's pack gift. Even when we were children, he knew better than to risk setting a person on fire. But it only takes a second for me to realize what's happening. But it doesn't scare me the way it probably should. No, I'm not scared. I'm fucking livid. I see red, the dark crimson of my mother's lifeblood spilled across the floor. A second later, I'm across the room, fisting Bane's shirt in both hands. Chapter 2. Maxim. I tug him close until his face is inches from mine. Go ahead, I seethe. Burn me alive, brother, but I won't burn alone. If I burn, you burn with me. You're just jealous you weren't born first, he slurs as the heat simmering against my skin flares hotter. You're so desperate to be alpha, it's fucking pathetic. But you'll never be in charge, baby brother. I'm in charge. Me, not you. Dad's in charge, you arrogant piece of shit, and he will be for a very long time. My eyes narrow on his. So if I were you, I'd start making an effort to prove you've got what it takes to fill his shoes. I don't want to be alpha. I truly fucking don't, but I'm ready to step up if I have to. Is that a threat? He whispers, his face still so close to mine that the whiskey on his breath burns my nose. No, it's a promise, I say, so warm now that the heat waves emerging from my shirt make Bane's face appear to ripple before my eyes. I won't let you drag our people down to your level. You will rise, or I'll make damn sure you fall. You couldn't beat me in the ring. Not even on my worst day, he growls as sweat begins to drip down my face. I got 3 inches and 40 pounds on you, baby brother. I will fucking destroy you. I'll rip you apart piece by... Stop it, both of you! Kelly cuts in, placing a hand on each of our chests.
Stop, please. Bane, you're drunk. You don't want to hurt Maxim. And Maxim, you're grieving. You don't know what you're saying. Both of you just need to calm down, okay? Come on, Bane.
She tugs at Bane's shoulder, then tugs a little harder.
Now! You need to sober up before you do something you'll regret for the rest of your life.
She takes his chin in her hand, turning his face to hers as she whispers.
Please, baby. Everyone falters sometimes, even alphas and future alphas. It's okay that you're in pain. You don't have to be strong right now. Let me be strong for you.
I expect Bane to shrug her off, or to push her away and take a swing at my head. Instead, his face crumples and a choked sound rises in his throat as the heat he's generated abruptly vanishes from the atmosphere. He reaches for Kelly, wrapping his arms around her much smaller frame. Mom's dead, he whimpers. Fuck Kelly, my mom. I'm never going to see her again. Her eyes filling with tears, Kelly squeezes him tight.
I know, babe. I'm so sorry. Come on. Let's go back to your apartment. Somewhere it's safe to grieve.
She shoots a firm look my way.
Call for childcare help, Maxim. Get someone up here to watch Diana and then call a friend. You need support right now, too, just like everyone else.
I need to be here for my sister. I force out through a tight throat. That's what family does, Kelly. We're supposed to take care of each other.
Yeah, well, it's okay to need help with that,
she says, guiding a still sobbing Bane back toward the entryway.
We'll call later, once Bane's slept it off.
She reaches for the handle, glancing back at me as she urges Bane through the door first.
I'm so sorry for your loss. Mara was a wonderful woman.
My throat goes even tighter, so tight I can only nod in response. After the door closes behind them, I take a second to breathe, willing the tears pooling in my eyes away. I can't cry, not yet. I can't risk upsetting Diana again. I pull myself together, shove all my anger and pain into a box in my head to be opened at a later date, and hurry back to the bathroom to check on my sister. I think I've done a good job of concealing my emotions, but the moment I step through the door, Diana's eyes widen. She cowers back against the edge of the tub, sinking lower in her bubbles. Hey, Squirt, it's okay, I say, forcing a small smile. It's just me, nothing to be afraid of.
Your colors are bad,
she whispers, and I silently curse fate for giving my sister a pack gift so young. She can read auras and instinctively knows what they mean, but she's still a baby. She doesn't understand that no one can be happy or even well-intentioned all the time. Sometimes rage is a perfectly reasonable and even necessary response. I know. I sink down onto the closed toilet seat beside the bath. I'm just sad.
And mad. Really mad,
she says, calling me on my bullshit the way she always does. I have no idea if all little kids are like this, or if it's just Dee. I haven't spent much time around other 4-year-olds, but I love and hate this about her. Sometimes a person needs to lie to protect themselves and the people they love. Sometimes a lie needs to be allowed to stand so the truth doesn't bring everything crashing down. But I can still lie to Diana. I just need to get a little more creative about it. I am mad, I confess. The things that happened today don't seem fair, and that makes me really mad. Diana's eyes fill as she nods.
Me too.
I reach out, resting a hand on her damp hair. Then we can be mad together. And then someday we'll be happy together too, I promise. I say, though I don't really believe it. Happiness feels impossible. I can still smell the metallic scent of blood drifting from the other bathroom, for fuck's sake. And when I close my eyes, even for a second, all I see is Mom's lifeless face. Everything feels so dark, so empty and hopeless. You want to come have a sleepover at my place? I ask, suddenly needing out of this apartment, now. You can sleep in my big bed with me and I'll make you pancakes in the morning. Dee's features lift.
Can I skip brushing my teeth like last time?
I nod. Yeah, and we can watch a movie in bed until you fall asleep.
101 Dalmatians, 'cause I'm gonna be a Dalmatian when I grow up.
I shake my head and huff. You are not. You're a wolf, kid, and you will always be a wolf.
No, I won't,
she says with a secret little grin.
I'm going to be a Dalmatian because they have the best white and black spots. You'll see, you don't know everything.
I sigh. That's the truth, for sure. Her grin widens, but almost immediately falls away.
Can I bring Blanky and 3 stuffies? And Mama's robe? I want to smell Mama when I wake up, Zim Zim, so I don't miss her too much.
And even though it just about kills me, even though I know Diana's always going to miss her mama, and I'm always going to miss my mama, and that the grief that's settling over this family like toxic dust is going to change all of us forever, I nod. Sure, Squirt. I'll go get that while you put on your pajamas and pick out the toys you want to bring. I'll leave a note for Dad, too. It isn't until an hour later, after I've watched half the movie with Diana and my sister is sleeping hard, that I sneak out to the living room where my friends are playing video games, clicking the buttons softly, out of respect for the dead. Aaron and the others look up at me with sad eyes as I announce, I'm going for a run. If Diana wakes up, tell her I'll be back soon, okay? Sure, man, Aaron says, his brow furrowing as he adds, I'm so sorry, brother. Anything you need, we're here for you. I nod and force out a soft, thank you. Then I head out the door, down the elevator, and out onto the cool city streets. And then I run. I run and run and run until I'm too exhausted and dehydrated to cry, even if I wanted to. Which I don't. I have to be strong and level-headed, centered enough to hold my family together while everyone else crumbles with grief. I have to hold my brother accountable and take care of my little sister, and be a strong shoulder my father can lean on. The next day, I cancel my trip to Europe. The next, I start hitting the gym even harder than I did before, determined to be strong enough to take care of my family and my pack. I don't consciously admit that I'm bulking up in preparation to challenge Bane for Alpha if I have no other choice, but the knowledge is always there, lingering at the back of my mind. And then one day, Bane is suddenly gone, and I'm heir to the throne. And slowly, as the years pass, I forget that there was a time when I was afraid of what my brother might do to our people if he were allowed to take charge. I forget, until Bane forces me to remember.
Chapter 3. Willow. Present day. I hunch lower behind the row of massive garbage cans, breathing through my nose to blunt the stank, then holding my breath as two men pass by, speaking rapidly in a language I can't understand. They're shifters too, but not members of the North Star Pack. They're employees of the garbage company that services the tower, and probably won't report me if they find me hiding out in the sub-basement. But they'll certainly be curious. I can't afford to inspire curiosity right now, or attract attention. Maxim could find my go fuck yourself note any minute, and Diana and I have to get out of the building before that happens. Where are you, Diana? I mutter, my heart pounding as I peek over the edge of the giant blue bins toward the industrial elevator on the other side of the wide, open garage space. But there's still no sign of her, and the 3 trucks have finished loading and, one by one, are rumbling to life. If we don't get in one soon, our plan will fail. We'll be trapped here and forced to face Maxim's wrath. He's going to be livid when he reads my note. No doubt in my mind. But that's fine. Let him get angry and stay angry. Let him hate me as much as I hate him. I do hate him. But I also hate myself for being so damned trusting and optimistic and just plain stupid. I should have known better than to let my guard down around Maxim Thorne for a second, even if it did seem like he was starting to have feelings for me too. But Maxim doesn't have feelings. He has plans and schemes and tactical maneuvers planned far in advance. Maxim is all about the end game, and he doesn't give a damn who he hurts in the process. My hand drops to hover over my belly. I send out another silent prayer to any gods that might be listening, begging them to let Maxim fail this time. Please, don't let me be pregnant. Please. I close my eyes, willing any sperm still swimming around inside of me to shrivel and die. Human sperm can remain active for as long as 48 hours, and shifter sperm even longer, so there's a chance I'm not pregnant yet, but will be soon if I don't get to a pharmacy for a morning after pill. Another reason I have to get on one of those trucks. I have to go, with or without Diana. I'm bracing myself to dart from behind the bins, climb up the ladder at the back of the closest truck, and jump into the trash alone, when a slim hand comes to rest on my shoulder beside my backpack strap. Another clamps down over my mouth, stifling the scream that bursts from my throat. Sorry, it's just me, Diana hisses from behind me. I shift on my toes, staying in a squat as I turn to her with wide eyes and a rush of breath. I thought you weren't going to make it. I had to come down through the dumbwaiter in the cafeteria kitchen, she says, taking my hand. Maxim already has people watching the stairs and the elevators. We have to get out of here now, Willow, or we aren't getting out at all. I swallow past the knot forming in my throat. Let's go. I'm ready. Me too, she says, squeezing my fingers. Follow me. I have an idea how to make it out without getting covered in garbage. Nodding, I hitch my backpack firmly onto both shoulders and tail her out from behind the bins. We both stay hunched over, hopefully avoiding being spotted in the truck driver's rearview mirrors as we scurry to the back of the closest vehicle. Diana stops, pointing to the concrete floor before she drops down onto all fours and crawls between the giant wheels, under the rumbling machine. Pulse dancing with nerves, I follow. After only a beat, my eyes adjust to the dim light to see Diana pulling a large spare tire from a wide metal shelf on the left side of the vehicle. "Get up, in there," she says, motioning me into the space left behind as she pushes the tire into the space between the two back wheels. She dashes out from under the truck again, disappearing just long enough to make my heart start to slam against my ribs in panic, before she reappears and crawls across the concrete to hop up onto the shelf beside me. "Won't they notice the wheel lying on the ground?" I ask, just loud enough to be heard over the rumble of the engine. "It's too dark down here," Diana says, "and they have no reason to be looking behind them as they pull out." I bite my lip and nod, but it feels like an unnecessary risk. I'm about to suggest we go ahead and jump in with the garbage while we still have the chance. I'd rather be injured by crushed glass and random sharp trash than imprisoned by her brother, when the truck lurches forward. Diana and I both fall onto our sides, but by the time the truck starts to gain speed up the ramp leading to the outside world, we've tucked ourselves into the corner of the shelf and found some dingy yellow straps to hold on to. Up, up, up we circle, the air thick with exhaust fumes and the pungent funk of the trash in the giant bin above us. And then, suddenly the air cools dramatically, and the din of car horns and screeching tires fills the air as the trucks barrel out into the early morning traffic. It's rush hour, and what I can see of the street outside from our perch is bumper to bumper. But the garbage truck drivers are aggressive. They muscle their way into the flow before cutting across 4 lanes and taking their share out of the biker's path before turning left on a main thoroughfare leading to the west side. We're on our way. We made it out from under Maxim's thumb. I exhale a shaky breath, and Diana reaches over to squeeze my hand. "I told you. We can do this, Willow. No doubt in my mind." I nod, forcing a smile, though I'm not so sure. I've never met Diana's boyfriend, Jacob. I don't know if we can trust him to help us get out of New York. I don't know if the fake passports Diana paid an insane amount of money for last night will grant us passage across the border to Canada, or if we'll be able to survive on our own in the human world. And no matter how relieved I am to be leaving the man who betrayed me last night behind, I can't help feeling that we may have jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Chapter 4. Maxim. I crouched down next to one of the enforcers sprawled on my sister's kitchen floor, noting the light floral scent rising from his heavily snoring body. Drugged, I'm guessing. I'm not sure with what, but there isn't a mark on him or any of the other men, so that must be what happened. My sister and my fiancé drugged their bodyguards, left their alpha a threatening, treasonous note, and thought they could waltz out of this tower without me lifting a finger to stop them. They couldn't be more wrong, and when I get my hands on them, I stand, my fingers curling into fists at my sides. Diana is going back to the nursery where little girls who don't know how to control themselves belong, and Willow isn't leaving my sight again. I'll lock her in the consort's quarters under a triple guard, after making sure her rooms are cleared of any object she could use to cause trouble. She will have no phone, no pens, no eating utensils, not so much as a sheet of paper she could use to give herself a paper cut. I will keep her safely imprisoned until our son or daughter is born, and then I drag a hand through my hair with a soft curse. I don't fucking know what I'll do with my lying, conniving, beautiful, brilliant, headstrong, infuriating mate then, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I already have enough on my fucking plate right now trying to stop the annihilation of my pack. Before I can tumble any deeper down that stress wormhole, the medics arrive to take the guards away on stretchers. I'm locking up and preparing to sprint down to the enforcer offices to put eyes on the security camera feeds. Willow and Diana are still in the tower, there's no doubt in my mind, when Hermione calls my name from down the hall.
"Maxim, hurry!"
she says, stopping in the middle of the carpet and motioning for me to follow her with an urgent circle of her arm.
"They just left the building, but if we hurry, we can catch them."
"What?" I ask, already running toward her. "How the hell did they get out? We have guards."
"I think they stowed away on one of the garbage trucks."
Hermione cuts in as she falls in beside me, both of us racing for the elevators.
Or at least Diana did. I picked up a read on the tracking device you put on her phone about a block from the tower, moving fast toward Uptown. She must have been too far underground to get service before.
I curse, but we don't know if Willow's with her.
"No,"
Hermione says, punching the down button and tapping her foot impatiently as we wait for an elevator car to arrive.
"But I'd say it's a safe bet. Willow spent her entire life in the parallel. She doesn't know her way around human side or have any allies here. I doubt she'd make a break for it without help."
I wouldn't be so sure. I mutter, my pulse leaping as the elevator dings and the doors slide open. The car is empty, thank the stars, so I'm not forced to hurl any pack members into the hallway as I dart inside and use my ring to override the controls, sending us on a non-stop trip to the ground floor. She's probably very upset with me this morning.
"That's one way of putting it,"
Hermione mutters as she steps inside. I cut a sharp look her way. "Need to get something off your chest, Second?"
"No, sir,"
Hermione says as the doors slide closed. Her jaw muscle throbs under her skin for a beat before she adds,
"But I heard what happened. Sophia can't keep her mouth shut to save her life. You should have told me to send a female guard who also isn't a gossip. Though at least Sophia has medic training, so she was able to assure Willow the drugs you gave her won't have any long-lasting negative side effects. But now everyone knows how little respect you have for your future mate. You could have at least tried to spare her dignity."
"I did what I had to do to protect our people and the future of the shifter world," I snap. "Sadly, Willow's dignity, and my dignity for that matter, has to come second to that."
"I get it, but you shouldn't have drugged her,"
she says, her gaze fixed on the elevator's control panel.
"You shouldn't have taken her free will away, Maxim. That's a violation, any way you cut it, and
She trails off, and I struggle to breathe, her words hitting me like a fist to the gut.
"I never thought—"
"I didn't violate her," I say roughly, forcing the words out. "I didn't, Hermione. I swear to you, I wouldn't do that. She's attracted to me. She told me as much herself. And we'd been together, intimately, before. Not like that, but close, and it was completely consensual." Hermione turns her head, her disappointed eyes meeting mine.
"But it wasn't consensual last night, Maxim. It couldn't be, because you drugged her. And I'm guessing you used a fairy powder, right? Which means you put your own safety at risk again, too. What happens if they come after you for buying that shit?"
"I used a trusted source," I mutter, feeling worse with every passing second, and knowing the sinking feeling in my stomach has little to do with the elevator lurching to a stop. I was so angry last night. Angry at Willow for lying to me about being a virgin, and angry with myself for being a fool. That it was easy to push all the moral confusion I'd felt before away. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't have serious doubts about whether to pull the trigger on my plan. I didn't want to hurt Willow, but there was so much at stake, and she was refusing to see that trying to conceive a child was the only way to keep our people safe. To keep her safe. Willow might never be able to understand that, or to forgive me for what I did. She made that pretty clear in her letter, but surely Hermione can see where I'm coming from. As we step out of the elevator, striding toward the main entrance where a team of enforcers is already waiting, I add softly, I did it because I cared about her age. Because I need to keep her safe, even if she ends up hating me for it. Hermione sighs.
And she might, Maxim. But I'll do what I can to bring her back to you anyway. She sure as hell isn't safe out there.
We're still several yards from the team she's so swiftly and capably assembled when she stops and turns to face me.
But you crossed a line last night,
she whispers.
Not just with Willow, but with me. I can't support anything like that, ever, no matter what's at stake. I need you to promise me nothing like that happens again, or I'm out. For good.
I clench my jaw and drop my gaze to the marble tile beneath our feet, feeling like I've swallowed a hurricane. There are so many emotions rampaging in my chest that I'm not sure what to feel or say, but I am keenly aware of the two distinct sides of the storm inside. One half is enraged that my second is daring to challenge my authority at a time like this, livid that she's set herself up as my moral superior, and determined to show her how wrong she is about everything, from Willow to me to how far we have to be prepared to go to save our people. The other half is miserable, panicked, and desperate to prove to the women I love, from Hermione to Willow to Diana, that they are so fucking important to me. They are in my heart and mind all the time, even when I'm forced into making decisions that aren't the kindest or the fairest, or even decent. It doesn't matter that she lied about what Pax did or didn't do to her. What you did to Willow last night is indefensible. The voice in my head squirms through my brain, leaving more pain and regret behind. But I don't have time for any of this shit, so I simply say, I hear you. We'll talk more later. Getting Willow and Diana back where they're safe comes first. She hesitates only a second before she nods and says,
Agreed.
But it's long enough to see the disappointment in her eyes. I still have her loyalty for now, but I've lost her respect. And fuck, that hurts too. As we organize the enforcers into groups of 5 and quickly map out the route each team should take to catch up to the garbage truck and cut it off before it gets too far uptown, my throat is full of knives. Every word forced from my lips slices me on the way out. Once we're through the doors, I'm grateful for the cold air outside the tower and a reason to run up the street while Hermione leads a team to the east and the next avenue over. Cars would be a waste of time at this point. The rush hour traffic is crawling along so slowly we'll be able to move faster on foot, and the garbage truck will likely stop several times before its final destination, giving us ample opportunity to close the distance between us. I'm feeling optimistic about that, at least. We will catch up to Willow and Diana and bring them home. What happens after that, however, remains to be seen. If they start spreading dangerous stories about me being some sort of shadow king, I'm not sure what I'll do. Most of my people won't believe it, of course. They know how hard I work to ensure their safety and happiness, but dissent from my nearest and dearest could be dangerous. Willow is so new to our pack that her words alone shouldn't make much of a difference, but with Diana backing her up. Diana isn't your typical angsty teen. After our mother died, the entire pack rallied around her. She may have spent most of her nights in the nursery with her nanny, but she was raised by every wolf in our tower. They love her not just as their pack princess, but as one of their own children. They love me as an alpha doing my best to follow in my father's footsteps. No matter which of us comes out on top in their hearts, being forced to choose sides will fracture our pack at a time when we need unity the most. This battle with my sister will make it that much easier for Bane to swoop in, get rid of me, and take control. And no matter what Willow and Diana think, I know Bane isn't what's best for our people or the shifter world. When life gets hard, Bane gets disinterested, or worse, belligerent. After our mother died, I doubt he visited Diana more than a handful of times before he and Kelly took off. I was in the nursery at least 3 or 4 times a week. Diana had sleepovers at my place until she was 11 and decided hanging out with her big brother wasn't cool anymore, and she'd rather spend Friday nights with her friends. And it's not just family that Bane has a habit of letting down. Dad doesn't talk much about the time he spent training my brother to take over as Alpha, but he's let enough slip that I know he wasn't pleased with Bane's focus, work ethic, or dedication to the pack. Maybe that would have improved as he aged, but I doubt it. Bane is who he is, and that isn't a person who has any business leading our people. I'll find a way to make Diana understand that, to convince her that I'm the lesser of two evils at the very least, and that I'm trying so hard to do what's best for the pack with as little damage to each individual member as possible. But until I find the words to persuade her, it might be better if Diana and Willow are secured at an alternate location where they can't stir up trouble. As my group of 5 turns a corner 6 blocks up to spot the garbage truck descending into the bowels of another high-rise, a plan begins to form. I take a quick inventory of the enforcers on either side of me as we hurry down the narrow drive. All of them are loyal, and none are particular favorites of Hermione's. If I tell them to keep quiet about what happens here, they will, especially if they're part of the guard watching over Willow and Diana in a safe house upstate. As we duck into the cool shadows of the large parking garage, I'm plotting how to transport the women without attracting unnecessary attention. My focus is split, half here with my men, half in an unmarked car zooming out of the city to an isolated cabin away from the noise and confusion. There, Willow and Diana will both have the chance to cool off, see there's another side to this story, and hopefully come around to forgiving me for my unavoidable sins. It's as much a pretty daydream as a plan, and I'm so caught up in it, I don't realize we're being followed until the first blast of bright blue light spears through the gloom, and Briggs drops to the concrete with a tortured groan. A second later, I've spun to face our attackers, my weapon drawn, but even as I level the gun at the 3 tall, masked figures stalking toward us, I know it's pointless. Fairies can't be killed by bullets. Their clothing is enchanted to protect them from human weapons. Our best bet is to shift and inflict enough damage with teeth and claws to get out of here and back to the tower. Though, if these 3 are here to enforce fairy law, the safety of the tower would only be temporary. When the Fae seek vengeance against those who illegally use their magic, they don't stop until they've made an example of the offender. After all the forbidden fairy charms and powders I've procured in the past few days, these 3 may very well have been sent to kill me. It's my last thought before a blast of light from the tallest Fae's hands explodes in front of my face, and the world goes black.
Chapter 5. Willow. At the garbage truck's 3rd stop, Diana slides out of our hiding place and motions for me to follow. I scoot to the edge of the shelf and hop down, my legs shaky now that the initial adrenaline rush has begun to fade. As we sneak out from under the truck and past the turned backs of the garbage workers, busy hooking the vehicle's claw to a large bin in front of a scaffolded building, I'm suddenly feeling every one of the hours of sleep I missed last night. But this isn't the time to rest or let down our guard. Half a block from the truck, I nod toward an alley beside a convenience store with bushels of brightly colored fall vegetables arranged out front. We should change our appearance. Make sure we look different than when we left the tower. I have extra clothes and hats in my backpack. Diana glances around the street, then nods. Okay, sounds good. But I think we're okay, at least for now. Even if they've tracked my phone already, they'll be barking up the wrong tree. What do you mean? I ask, as we move into the shadows of the alley and step behind a stack of wooden pallets for cover from the street. I tossed my cell into the truck headed uptown, Diana says, as she tugs off her red track jacket and reverses it, revealing plain black on the other side. Maxim's always giving me shit about being addicted to my phone. He won't suspect I've chucked it until he's holding it in his hand. Clever, I say, as I exchange my pink cardigan for a dark jean jacket and wrap a gray scarf around my neck. I'm pretty good at sneaking around, she says with a grin. She toes off her sneakers, quickly dragging down her pants and reversing them to the black side as well, before slipping her shoes back on. It's one of my top 3 most marketable skills. I arch a brow. Marketable, huh? Are you planning to be a spy when you grow up? Maybe, she says. Or an art thief. I was addicted to heist movies when I was a kid. Maxim and I used to... She trails off, the light fading from her eyes. Whatever. Doesn't matter. The Maxim I knew when I was a kid doesn't live here anymore. I give her shoulder a gentle squeeze. He's still in there somewhere. And hopefully, he'll come back to you someday. Her forehead furrows as she shoots me an incredulous look. How can you say that? How can you defend him after what he did to you? He did a bad thing, I say, my chest going tight as all my conflicting emotions begin to swirl inside me again. But he's not all bad. Not many people are. But, she swallows, her throat working before she adds in a softer voice. He basically raped you, Willow. I exhale with a shake of my head. I told you, Diana, I don't feel that way about it. I wanted to be with him. A lot. But without the drugs, you would have said no, she maintains. Yes, probably, but maybe not, I say, hurrying on when her frown deepens. I'm not excusing what he did. I'm mad as hell and feel deeply, deeply betrayed. But I can't say for sure what would have happened without the powder in my wine. I sigh. He's my fated mate. I'm insanely drawn to him. Was insanely drawn to him. And it's just... I flap my hands at my side. It's complicated. She crosses her arms over her chest. But is it? Really? I sigh again and reach into my pack for a slouchy knit cap, holding it out to her. Have a hat. And tuck your hair into the back of your jacket. It's your most distinctive feature. She accepts the hat and plunks it down on her head, looking effortlessly beautiful as always. Fine, but I want to talk more about this later. She stuffs her hair down her jacket and turns the collar up. I wasn't being flip. That was a serious question. A lot of the time, things seem pretty black and white to me, but I know they're not. I know life and right and wrong and all that stuff gets more confusing as you get older. My lips curve up on one side. You're wise beyond your years, kid. She shrugs self-consciously. I try to be. As the third child and a girl, I know most people think I shouldn't worry about being called to lead, but I've always wanted to be ready, just in case. I would never want anything to happen to Maxim, of course, even now, but... She casts a wary glance toward the entrance to the alley. Well, even human side, things can get violent on the streets for shifters. It's not crazy to think Maxim might get caught in the crossfire someday, and then I'll have to step up. The thought is sobering and frightening. I don't want anything to happen to Maxim either. That's why I threatened him and accused him of being the Shadow King, even though I have no proof that anything close to that is true. My pack gift had nothing to say about Maxim's part in the prophecy. It hasn't been very forthcoming about how this war for the crown shakes out at all, but I know the next big decision, whatever that is mine to make. I have to decide what comes next for me and any child I might be carrying. My glowing eyes in the mirror early this morning left no doubt about that. And as long as I'm under Maxim's control, there's no way he'll let me call the shots, even for a minute. Which means the best thing for my domineering, control-freak mate is for him to stay as far away from me as possible. At least that way I won't have to fight him to do what I need to do, and hopefully neither of us will get hurt. Because even after everything that's happened, I don't want him hurt. I really, truly don't. I want him to be around for a long, long time. I shake my head and zip up my pack. What? Diana asks. Do you think that's crazy? That I might have to step up someday? No, not at all. I wince. Sorry. I was just thinking things I shouldn't. Like that Maxim and I might have a future. Maxim and I might be fated, but he isn't my mate. And he never will be. It doesn't matter that a part of me loved being with him last night and is dying to be with him again, without drugs or lies or betrayal or anything else in bed with us. Just him and me, skin to skin, breath to breath, with his touch making me feel pleasure unlike anything I imagined possible. That part of me is weak. It's a primitive, biological compulsion I'll eventually learn to overpower with my logical mind. But in the meantime, I need to find a pharmacy, I tell Diana, as we start back toward the sidewalk. I've never taken the morning after pill before, but it made my friend Bella so nauseous she threw up in the trash can during chem lab and couldn't eat anything but plain bread for a week. Hopefully it will be easier to avoid compassionate thoughts about Maxim when I'm sick to my stomach because he tried to knock me up against my will. Because Diana's right. What he did was a violation, no matter how compelling the motivations for his behavior. But wouldn't you have done the same? If it came to a choice between honoring Maxim's wishes and saving thousands of pack members? If you truly believed betraying him was the only way to keep those innocent lives safe? I squeeze my eyes shut and then open them again, focusing on the people in front of us on the sidewalk, on the sky turning apricot as the morning sun rises higher, on the puff of my breath in front of my face. Anything to keep my mind in the here and now, where it belongs. I don't have the luxury of second-guessing things right now. I chose to run with Diana and face my enemies without Maxim, and I believe it was the right choice. He would never have been by my side anyway. Maxim doesn't see me as his equal. He sees me as a commodity to control or a problem to manage, or occasionally as something precious he needs to protect. A wave of pain-tinged longing washes through my chest, summoning a growl from low in my throat. I would ask if you're all right, Diana whispers beneath her breath, but obviously you're not, because we're on the run from my psycho brother and possibly in danger from my other psycho brother, and the world could be ending and the guy you're in love with turned out to be a huge dickhead. She puts an arm around my shoulders. Though to be fair, most guys I know are dickheads, except Jacob. She lets out a soft squeak of excitement. I hope you like him too, Willow. He's so precious and gorgeous and sweet and wonderful. And in a cult, I remind her. And he thinks I'm evil. No, he doesn't. Not anymore, she says. I convinced him that you're one of the good ones. And he swears he didn't know about the explosion in the theater. He doesn't think Bane and Kelly were responsible for it, actually. He thinks it was just some kind of weird coincidence. But either way, he's not on board with hurting people. And he's open to the fact that Bane and Kelly might not be as perfect as he's been led to believe. She pulls her arm from my shoulders, tugging at her lip as she adds, but he would also really like it if we could be open, just a little bit. She cuts to the right, and I follow, frowning up at her as we swoosh through the automatic doors leading into a brightly lit pharmacy. Open in what way? Well, Diana trails off, her gaze skimming across the rows of shelves. There. It's in the women's aisle next to the condoms. My human friends from school always ask me to buy their condoms for them. And tampons and pads. They're so embarrassed about shit like that. I mean, having your period and sex are natural. Why are they so grossed out? It's weird. Because they've been taught to be grossed out and ashamed by their culture, I say. And don't you think you can throw me off the scent that easily, Miss Chatterbox? What do you mean by open? What does Jacob want us to be open to? Diana leads the way down an aisle lined with pink packages full of feminine hygiene products, to a section in the center. Okay, don't freak out, but I sort of promised him we'd go to one of their meetings before he drives us to the border. Chapter 6. Willow. You did what? I grind to a stop, my heart lurching in my chest. Tell me you're kidding. Diana spins back to me, her hands lifted, and her fingers spread wide. I'm not, but they won't even know we're there. That's the brilliant part. They're holding a recruiting meeting in this abandoned theater in the meatpacking district this afternoon. Jacob scouted it out last night. He says it will be super easy to sneak us in the back way. Then we can hide out in the grid above the stage, listen to what they have to say, and if we don't like it, he'll take us to the border. No questions asked. And if I can convince him Bane and Kelly are bullshit by the time we get to Canada, he'll even come with us. She beams at me as she extends a hand toward the condom display. So, if it's okay with you, I'm going to buy some condoms, just in case. And maybe a morning after pill of my own in case the condom breaks, because if Jacob leaves his entire life behind for me, I'm going to feel ready to take that next step with him. But I'm absolutely not ready to get pregnant. I exhale, driving a hand through my hair. I'd love to tell her this isn't the time to be thinking about sex, but I'm not a hypocrite. I don't like this. It could be a trap, Diana. I saw one of their recruiting promos online. They think Maxim poisoned your dad and did something to make Kelly barren. And they're wrong about that, obviously, Diana says, plucking a condom box from the display and turning it over to skim the product description. But that doesn't mean they're all bad. And if we decide they seem mostly okay, but just misguided or whatever, hopefully we can convince them otherwise. I think you're being overly optimistic, I say. And if we end up their prisoners, it's going to make escaping from the tower look like a cakewalk. These people are heavily armed and prepared for all-out war. And they think my womb holds the key to securing control over the shifter world. An ugly thought rises in my head, making my guts twist. And if Kelly really is barren for some reason, but Bane is still determined to rule, I don't finish the thought. But I don't have to. Diana looks up at me, her face paling. Fuck. You don't think... I nod. Yeah, I do. And from what I've heard about your brother, the fact that he's allegedly in love with my sister wouldn't stop him. She tosses the condom package onto the cluttered shelf beneath the display and presses a hand to her stomach. Ugh, that makes me feel sick. I hate my family. I rest a hand on her shoulder. I don't. You're wonderful, and your dad's pretty awesome, too. Diana pulls in a breath and bites her bottom lip, tears rising in her eyes. He is. I'm going to miss him so much. I wish he was still Alpha. I wish he'd never been poisoned, and things were the way they used to be. Maxim was so great back then, Willow, really great. He always made me feel so special and safe and loved. I wrap her up in my arms, the back of my nose stinging. I'm sorry, honey. But maybe you can find your way back to that kind of relationship again, I say. But even I'm surprised when the telltale glow of my eyes lights up the aisle, proving there are brighter days ahead for Diana and her brother. She flinches, sniffing and laughing as she says, "Quick, turn it off. We don't want anyone to see." I close my eyes and work through the breath and thought pattern sequence that Diana's father taught me to control the glow. When my lashes sweep up again, Diana's still beaming. "Thank you," she says. "That gives me so much hope." She grabs a pill box off the shelf and presses it into my hand. "Here, go pay for this. I'm going to troll the aisles until I find someone to loan me their cell phone for a quick call. I'll tell Jacob we can't come to the theater after all. Then we'll go rent a car and head north on our own. Maxim will be able to track my credit card and know we rented a car, but he won't know where we're headed. And in any event, it's probably a lot safer to risk Maxim catching us than Bane. The devil you know, right?" I nod, my chest swelling with emotion. "I'm really proud of you. I know this can't be easy, to leave someone you care about so much behind." Her lips press together, and her gaze drops to the tiled floor. "Yeah, but if Jacob really loves me, he'll still be here when it's safe to come home, right?" She looks up, smiling again. "And thanks to you, I know it's going to be safe again someday. Maxim and I are going to find our way back to each other, and that..." She swallows as she nods, clearly fighting to maintain control. "That means so much to me, Willow. Truly. I've been pissed at him a lot lately, but after Mom died, Maxim was my world. I don't know if I would have made it through as well as I did without him. He was always there for me, even more than Dad sometimes, since Dad was so busy with pack business and stuff. Maxim was like the age I am now, but he made time to play dumb baby games with me and took me to the playground all the time and just made me feel loved, the way Mom did. She grimaces. As much as I hate to say this, especially in view of what happened last night, he's probably going to be an amazing dad someday. My lips curve in a sad smile. That's good to hear. I lift the box in my hands, but I'm still buying this. And taking it. She rolls her eyes. Hell yes, you should. Because consent. Get some, asshole. She motions toward the outside world, meaning my brother, of course. I know, I say, nodding over my shoulder. Meet you up front by the door? Yeah, I'll be there in a few. It shouldn't take me long to find a willing phone donor. She winks as she backs away. I can be charming when I want to be. She's also a gorgeous young girl, which I'm sure doesn't hurt any. But Diana isn't stupid, and she has a pack gift that gives her a leg up when it comes to spotting creepers. She'll approach someone with a nice, cheery aura, make her call, and we'll be on our way soon. All we have to do is stay focused and move quickly. At the checkout, I take advantage of the kind, compassionate look in the clerk's eyes as she rings me up and say, I'm just passing through the city and need to rent a car. I don't suppose you have any idea if there's a rental agency around here somewhere? Yeah, actually there is, she says, slipping my purchase into a small paper bag and accepting my $20 bill. If you keep going all the way down this street, almost until you reach the river, there's a whole bunch of them right there by the ferry stop. They're in a garage under this huge gym with a trapeze on the roof. You can't miss it. Walk in, you'll be there in 10, 15 minutes tops. I smile and feel some of the tension in my shoulders ease away as she gives me my change, which I dump into the front pocket of my pack. Amazing. Thank you so much. Sure thing, she says, pushing the bag across the counter. I collect the package and move toward the exit, tucking myself behind a change machine near the door. While I wait for Diana, I open the package, punch out the pill, and swallow it dry. It takes a few uncomfortable gulps, but I get it down, and my tension levels fall a bit more. I definitely want a baby someday. But not like this. I want to choose to have a child when the time is right. I want to be overjoyed about bringing my baby into the world, not terrified that I won't be able to protect an innocent infant in a world gone mad. And I want to share my excitement with my husband. Like a kid picking at a scab, my thoughts return to Maxim. To the sweet things he said last night, before everything went to shit. To the way he touched me, and all the things it made me feel. Not all of them were bad. Not even half of them were bad. But I'm a strong woman whose parents taught her to love and value herself, and that's not something I ever want to change. And longing for a man who hurt and betrayed me isn't strong or loving. It's crazy. If a friend of mine were acting this way, I would firmly encourage her to find a therapist and seek some professional help. Hell, I'd offer to drive her to her sessions and stand guard outside her bedroom door to make sure her man couldn't get within 10 feet of her. But Diana's right. When you're in the thick of a swirl of complicated emotions, things aren't always as black and white as they seem from a distance. And I can't help wishing Maxim and I could talk. Just talk. Well, if you're lucky, maybe he'll come visit you in the deep, dark cell he'll toss you in once he catches up to you in D. Because if you don't get going soon, he will find you. The cell phone diversion will only buy so much time. Jolted back to the more urgent issues at hand, I toss my now empty pillbox in the blue recycling bin by the door and head back into the store to look for Diana. I weave in and out of the aisles, dread growing with every corner I turn to find no sign of her. I reach the end of the pet care aisle, and the brightly colored toys hanging on the shelves begin to blur and swim in my peripheral vision. The cloying scent of processed meat and the dry food assaults my nose, turning my stomach. And then, suddenly, like a camera's flash has just gone off in front of my face, the world goes white. I squeeze my eyes shut and stagger backwards, reaching out to brace myself on the shelves. When I open my eyes again, I'm not in the pharmacy anymore. I'm in an alley, watching Diana and a younger man with close-cropped black hair struggle as several tall, masked figures dressed in black shove them into a windowless white van. The vision vanishes as swiftly as it appeared, knocking the breath out of me on its way out. I press a fist to my chest as I bend double, gasping for air. But even before I manage to suck in a full breath, I'm staggering toward the door in front of me, marked staff only. Instinctively, I know Diana went through there, and that the alley I saw in my vision is somewhere beyond it. I also know that what I saw hasn't happened yet, and that if I move fast enough, I might be able to stop it. I push through the swinging doors, still bent over, thumping at my ribs to loosen the tension holding my lungs prisoner. Thankfully, the stock area is empty, and, to my right, the exit door leading to the outside world is already wide open. I catch a whiff of exhaust-scented air and the soft sound of voices and hurry toward them. By the time I reach the door, I'm breathing somewhat normally again. Enough so that when I see Diana and the raven-haired boy from my vision standing in the alley, I can call out, "We have to go, now! Bad people are coming!" Diana turns to me with wide, guilty eyes. "What?" She motions to the boy. "This is Jacob, Willow. He was literally right around the corner when I called, or I never would have..." I make a circling motion with my arm. "It doesn't matter. We have to go. People are coming to take you both prisoner. I had a vision. We have to..." My words are cut off by the squeal of tires as the white van turns into the alley and barrels toward us, moving so fast that despite what I saw in my vision, I'm afraid it's going to run right over both of the teens. "Run! Run!" I scream. But Jacob and Diana are already on the move. They fly past me, Diana grabbing my hand on her way by and dragging me through the dimly lit stockroom. We burst through the staff-only door and sprint past the pet food to the front of the pharmacy. The clerk who checked me out shouts something as we pass, but there's no time to respond. We hit the automatic doors hard and tumble out onto the street. "To the river," I point west. "If we have to, we can go in and swim to the other side," I pant, as we start running again. They can't follow us into the water in a van. It's a decent split-second plan. If we make it to Riverside Drive, there are parks and docks on the other side. I could see them from the roof at dinner last night. At the end of one of those docks, we can plunge into the Hudson, potentially making it over to the Jersey side before the people pursuing us figure out a way to catch up. But we don't make it to the end of the block before more masked people in black jump out of a limo idling in front of a coffee shop. One moment, we're weaving through pedestrians. The next, the bad guys are right in front of us. There isn't enough time to slow down and avoid a collision, let alone change directions. I slam into what feels like a woman, an extremely buff one, and am instantly lifted into the air. I kick and struggle, but she's way too strong. She handles me like a child, easily pinning my arms to my sides as she slides back into the limo with me on her lap. Sadly, Diana and Jacob, despite being far stronger and fit to fight than yours truly, are captured not long after. The last thing I see before a black hood drops over my head is Diana's furious, fear-filled gaze, meeting mine across the limo as the doors slam shut.
Chapter 7. Maxim. Drugged. I've been drugged by fairies. I'm conscious just long enough to appreciate the irony, and to realize my body is still currently in one piece, despite feeling battered from head to toe. And I'm out again. The second time I wake up, I manage to drag my lids open and roll my head to one side on the rock-hard slab I'm laid out on. I see a dimly lit room with a concrete wall only a few feet from my face. I catch a whiff of a strong chemical scent. Rubbing alcohol, I think, and something fecund I can't quite place. And then the drugs wrap their tentacles back around my brain. I'm unconscious before I can rock my head over to see what's on the other side of the room. The third time I come to, or maybe the fourth or fifth, I lose track of what's real and what's a dream. I awaken with a gasp, sputtering as I spit out the water flooding into my mouth and nose. I try to reach up to block the flow and swipe at my eyes, only to find my wrists bound to my sides by something heavy and metallic that's trapped me in my human form. I attempt to shift, but my fur only prickles beneath my skin like 1,000 tiny needles before my wolf goes still once more. I thrash against my restraints, raging against the assault of the water that's making it nearly impossible to breathe. But struggling only makes it harder to suck in air in the brief pauses in the seemingly unrelenting flood. I hold on for as long as I can, fighting for survival, but eventually the pressure in my chest and the blackness spreading through my head grows too intense. With a final silent scream that echoes in the increasingly close cavern of my mind, I'm snuffed out. I die. I'm sure of it. So sure that when I wake up again to find a striking fey man with cheekbones that could cut glass and dark gray eyes watching me from a chair beside my slab, I can't make sense of him right away. I just stare, the disconnected gears spinning uselessly in my head. When he asks, "Ready for more?" I can't make sense of that either. I can only blink and wonder where I am, who I am. Then he holds up a small pair of pliers with a hard smile and says, "I think fingernails first, don't you?" And it all comes rushing back. The capture, the torture, the punishment I'm beginning to suspect might never end, and the people who need me back in the real world. Now, more than ever. "No," I manage to croak out. "Please, my pack." "Your pack will still be there when we're finished," he says calmly. "If we finish." "They need me now," I beg, not too proud to grovel if that's what it takes. "Please, I'll come back, and you can do whatever you want. Just let me go now before it's too late." "Oh, Alpha, it's already too late," he says, a hard light flickering in his eyes as his hand covers my tightly balled fist. "So much later than you know." I say something else, but I'm not sure what. My pulse is rushing too loud in my ears. And then the Fey man's pliers are put to their wicked use, and there are no words. Only screams. Screams and blood and pain, until the blackness finally comes for me again. Somewhere in the feverish, blood-soaked nightmares that follow, I see Willow standing by my stone bed, begging me to hold on, promising to come for me. But even in REM phase, I know it's only a dream. Willow hates me, and my little wolf is no match for a stone bunker or a psychotic fairy. And neither am I. No fucking match at all.
Chapter 8. Willow. My kidnapper binds my hands behind me with what feels like metallic zip ties to prevent shifting, and plops me into the seat beside her. And then we drive for what feels like forever. At first, Diana is full of questions and commentary and insults so profanity-laced and creative they would have made me laugh in any other situation. But nothing's funny right now, and our captors have clearly been given orders not to speak. They don't say a word in response to Diana's tirade, not so much as a sigh or a mutter of irritation. And eventually she falls quiet. The silence after is thick with fear and tension, broken only by traffic noise from outside, and eventually the sound of the wind rushing around the car as we hit the highway and head west, I think. My sense of direction is all screwed up, but I'm pretty sure I feel warmth from the sun coming into the car on the back of my head through the rear window. It's still morning and the sun is rising in the eastern sky, so west. But west to where? And how far? As we drive and drive and drive, my panic gives way to a steadily simmering anxiety and an eagerness for the other shoe to drop already. Where the hell are we going? Just as I'm about to ask how much longer we'll be in the car, and if I should go ahead and wet myself or if a bathroom will be made available to those of us who can't go hours without peeing, Jacob asks in a husky voice, "Can we stop for beef jerky and grape sodas already? Only a bunch of real dicks would take people on a road trip without snacks." "No way," Diana says. "Not grape soda. I told you, the smell makes me want to puke. It's like melted cough drops mixed with old Halloween candy." "No, it's like childhood in a can," Jacob shoots back, the playful note in his voice belied by the sweet and sour odor drifting from the other side of the limo. It's similar to a wolf's fear scent, but with a top note of spun sugar. It reminds me of my degen friend Vivi's cat whiskey when I was little. Her fur always smelled so sweet, especially after she gave herself a bath. Whiskey would only let me get close if she was sleeping, and I crept up very quietly. My dad was right about house cats not enjoying the company of shifters, even in our human forms. But I loved to hover my nose over her warm body and inhale her yummy scent. I wanted to cuddle her so much I must have tried a dozen times, and ended up with scratches all over my arms to show for it. Vivi felt so bad for me that she promised to grant my wish to be beloved by all cats as soon as she was old enough to come into her genie powers. But her family moved away before we started 4th grade. Victor sent his men to scare off all the non-shifter families living in our building, banishing all the other supernaturals to even worse housing situations in parallel Red Hook. I haven't thought of Vivi for years, but as Diana and Jacob continue to banter about road trip snacks, and our captors continue to sit in stony silence, I vow that when this is all over, I'll track her down. First, I'll crush my enemies here in human side, then in the parallel, and then I'll set up an integrated council to establish peaceful rule in supernatural Brooklyn. I realize I'm thinking like a queen, and a mad one at that, considering my current situation. But I don't care. I refuse to be afraid anymore. Wherever we're going and whoever sent these men, they don't want us dead, or we'd be dead already. Which means there's no reason to be a model prisoner. "Pull over, take this bag off my head, and let me use the restroom," I announce firmly. "Now." Diana and Jacob are quiet for a second, clearly shocked by my outburst. But a beat later, Diana says, "Yeah, I have to go too, and I'm on my period, so we need to stop somewhere where I can buy tampons or I'm going to bleed all over your fancy car." My pulse spikes with hope. Smart, Diana. Make them stop at a shop where we'll have a chance of getting help. If we can get someone to call the police, we'll have a shot. Human police won't have a chance against our captors. They're wearing fairy armor that bullets can't pierce. But they might at least slow them down long enough for us to get away. But as anticipated, our guards continue to play the quiet game. But the quiet game is a stupid game, and I'm sick of it. "I'm not kidding," I say, straining at my zip ties, a little shocked when they stretch a bit. I'm either stronger than I thought, or they're using inferior materials. Either way, there's a chance I can get my hands free, especially if I keep them distracted. If you don't pull over and take me to a restroom, I'm going to go all over your seat. "Me too," Diana says, "and I drank a lot of coffee this morning, so—" "I actually don't have to go," Jacob says, loud enough that I feel safe tugging on my binding again. The tie gives a little more on the left side. I squish my hand into a narrow shape and start wiggling. "But I get really carsick without road trip snacks," Jacob continues. "If I don't at least get a soda in me, I'm going to be sick. And I will absolutely lose my breakfast over as many of you cowardly fuckers as possible." "Oh, damn. Me too," Diana groans. "Just thinking about grape soda is enough to turn my stomach. If I keep thinking about it, we could have a serious situation on our hands. It could be coming out of both ends of me at once." Jacob grunts and says, "You have never been sexier to me than you are right now, princess. I love you. I hope you know that." I do, Diana says, emotion creeping into her voice as I force the fattest part of my hand through my cuff. It tears my skin on the way out, but a second later my hands are free. Now I just have to decide the best thing to do with them. Pulse racing, I shout as loudly as I can, "I really have to go! Pull over now! Pull over!" My captor finally flinches beside me and shifts in her seat. I sense her leaning toward me and trust the animal instincts rising inside. Moving fast, I rip off my hood and give my wolf free rein. For a moment, I'm not certain I'll be able to shift. My fur ripples beneath my skin without bursting through. But then, my right hand shrinks enough that the metal binding slips off. A second later, I'm swimming in my human clothes in my much smaller wolf form, but my head is still free and clear. I lunge at my captor, teeth bared. For the first time in my life, I go right for another being's throat. In scrapes in the woods with other young wolves growing up, we always aimed for the haunches or leg or paw. Even when we hated each other, we all knew better than to risk causing too much damage. Even in the parallel, you can't murder people and get away with it. At least not as a child or a female wolf who hasn't been sworn into Victor's private army. But now, I don't second-guess or hesitate. I unhinge my jaw and then snap it closed around the woman's throat. Her flexible fairy armor is well made and covers her from head to toe, but I can feel my teeth working between the enchanted strands. I've broken through enough for the first rush of blood to flood my mouth when I'm dragged away by the other guards. I thrash in their arms, snarling and snapping until they drop me on the floor of the limo. My initial captor, blood soaking the front of her armor, reaches for me, but Diana kicks her in the head, sending her skull snapping back as she falls against the seat. Somehow, Jacob and Diana have their hoods off too, though they're still bound. But they're clearly on board with the "let's put these people out of commission" plan. Jacob lashes out at the masked figure beside Diana, punching him in the head with both feet over her bent back, while I pounce on the man behind Jacob, digging my teeth into his thigh near the femoral artery. It's actually starting to seem like we might come out on top when the car comes to a sudden stop and the limo doors are wrenched open on both sides. I smell woods, crisp air and fall leaves and fresh spring water, and then a voice straight out of my childhood shouts, "Willow, stop! They're our friends!" My jaw loosens in spite of myself. I can't help it. Even now, as a grown woman, my big sister's voice apparently has an immediate effect on me. I turn to see Kelly, standing outside the open door on the right side of the car, dressed in a flowing purple linen gown with her dark hair loose and long around her shoulders. She looks more like an elf from a fantasy movie than the punk-loving, black-eyelinered girl I remember. But there's no doubt it's her. My sister is alive and apparently sent a bunch of masked creeps to kidnap me. Just in case there's any confusion as to how I feel about that, I bare my teeth and growl low in my throat. I see my blood-soaked muzzle reflected in Kelly's shocked eyes and think, good, now we're both shocked and appalled. "Yang, get these three to the medical team." A deep voice rumbles from the other side of the limo. "We'll take it from here." I glance over to see the man from the video, Bane, Maxim and Diana's brother, and instantly know we've made a terrible mistake. In the videos, Bane came off as earnest, intense, and dangerously charismatic. In person, his energy is oily and cold, and the look in his eyes as his attention shifts my way so calculated that it makes me feel like a hunk of meat he's just chosen at a butcher's shop. Like he's mulling over the best way to cook me, and already anticipating a satisfying meal. "Oh, fuck," Diana mutters, as she begins to shiver in her seat, leaving no doubt my aura-seeing friend is also realizing what deep shit we're in. Oh, fuck, indeed. It's my last thought before a giant hand grabs me from behind, snatching me up by my scruff and locking thick fingers over my muzzle to keep my teeth in check. I'm carried away from the limo as easily as a puppy in a sack, bound for a quick toss off the nearest bridge. while hundreds of Kelly and Bain's supporters wander away from their camp duties to watch. But these people aren't going to kill me. Whatever they have planned is going to be worse than that. Much, much worse. Chapter 9. Willow. I'm stripped of what clothes still cling to my fur and tossed into a one-room cottage with bare log walls and no furniture aside from a small, crooked wooden bench in front of a stone fireplace filled with old-timey cooking implements. I land lightly on my paws and spin immediately back toward the entrance. But the door has already slammed shut, and no doubt been locked from the outside. A quick prowl around the rest of the room reveals one other door, locked, and only 2 windows, both near where the ceiling peaks in an upside-down V overhead. I cock my head, studying the frames, which are set into the logs at odd, 45-degree angles. For a moment, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. But then the door opens and closes behind me again, and my sister says, "They're called witch windows. The early settlers put them in crooked on purpose. They thought it kept witches from flying into the house on their brooms at night." I glance over my shoulder, my eyes narrowing on hers. She lifts her hands in the air, playing innocent, though we both know she's anything but. She holds a wad of wrinkled fabric in one hand, but appears unarmed. "Don't shoot the messenger. I understand witches don't ride brooms, but you know how humans are. They love their folklore." I sit back on my haunches and lift my blood-smeared snout into the air. If I were concerned about being polite, I'd shift and pick up my end of the conversation. But I couldn't give less of a shit about manners right now, and I have nothing to say to this stranger who set off a bomb in a theater full of innocent people and arranged to have me kidnapped by creeps. Her expression softens, and sadness flickers in her eyes. "I'm sorry, okay? I wanted to come for you myself, or at least give orders for the guys to tell you what they were up to. But we couldn't risk it. If the plan had failed and you were returned to Maxim, we didn't want him to know we sent the team to fetch you. It would have compromised future rescue attempts, and getting you and Diana out of there was our top priority." I make a gurgling sound low in my throat. Kelly arches a brow. Was that a derisive laugh or an outraged snort? "I get that you're pissed, Willow, but I still don't have any telepathic ability. If you want to give me a piece of your mind, you're going to have to shift." Her shoulders inch closer to her ears as she holds the wrinkled dark brown fabric out between us. "I brought you a dress. It isn't much, but it's clean and will look pretty with your hair." I come out of my fur so fast, it stings my skin and leaves a painful crick in my neck. I clutch at the tight muscle as I snap. "You think I give a shit about looking pretty right now? You brought me here against my will and are holding me prisoner, all after nearly a decade of not a fucking word from you. I thought you were dead," I say, tears rising in my eyes, despite the anger rampaging through my veins. "I mourned you," I add in a thicker voice. "And I missed you every damned day." Her eyes begin to shine too. "I missed you too. So much, but we're together now and I can explain everything if you'll just give me the chance, Lolo." I flinch at the old nickname. "Don't call me that. That's not who we are anymore." "I'm still your sister," she insists, moving slowly closer. "And you are still so important to me. That's why I had to get you out of there, honey, before he hurt you. Maxim wouldn't hurt me," I say, but even I can hear the lie in my tone. So I hurry to add, "At least not like this. He pisses me off, but he doesn't scare me." "Well, he should," she says, holding out the dress. It's so close now that it nearly touches my arm. Figuring I should save my energy to fight about serious shit, I snatch it from her with a frustrated huff and pull it on. It falls around me, soft and pleasantly heavy, and I grudgingly say, "Thanks, but I want my other clothes back. I won't be staying long, and this isn't practical for travel." She sighs and crosses her arms at her chest. "Let's have a talk first, okay? Let me explain everything, make sure you have all the facts, and then we can chat about when, or if, you want to leave." I'm about to tell her that there is no question about if, only when the door opens again and an ancient woman with silver hair and a long braid, and a brown dress very much like what I'm wearing, steps into the cabin. Her pale gray eyes meet mine across the small space, and she smiles. "Hello, Willow. I'm Elspeth. I've been waiting for you for a very long time." My brows pinch together. The name is unusual, but familiar for some reason. I'm on the verge of pulling the memory from my mental files when the old woman adds, "I stole the orphan sword from the Thorn family many years ago, hoping to unite the shifter factions. But I was young and impulsive and didn't have enough allies on my side." She moves slowly across the bare wood boards, beaming at me the entire way. "But now we have you and your sister and the sword and an entire army at our backs. We won't fail this time, dear girl. Soon we'll have peace and prosperity in our world, unlike anything we've known in centuries. A queen will rise again and our people will rejoice." "They will." Kelly touches soft fingers to my arm. The gesture so warm and familiar, it sends an ache of longing across my skin. If only we were being reunited under different circumstances. But we aren't, and I have no interest in battling my sister for a crown. Maggie made it pretty clear this wasn't going to be a peaceful revolution. Maggie. A vision of her frothing, twitching, and dying on the carpet in the North Star Pax library flashes on my mental screen, reminding me of another of my sister's sins. I jerk my arm away from her touch and take a step back. "You have Maggie's granddaughter. You threatened to kill her if Maggie didn't help you. It's the last thing she said before she killed herself." Kelly's eyes go wide, and her jaw loosens. "What? Maggie's dead?" "Yeah, because of you. And what about the bomb in the theater?" I challenge. "And the boy who was burned alive after? From what I've heard, your mate likes to set things on fire." Kelly winces. All of that is awful, and I'm so sorry for it. I didn't want any of those things to happen, I swear. And I'll do my best to explain the part I've played in everything so far. But first, you have to know that my only priority from here on out is making sure no one else dies." Her jaw tightens. "And I believe we can make that happen as long as we work together. I swear to you, Willow, Elspeth and I don't want to hurt anyone. We just want to change the world for the better. Aren't you tired of living like this? At the mercy of bullies and monsters like Victor, Pax, and Maxim?" "Yes, but I'm tired of being lied to, too," I say. "And you're lying to me, Kelly. I watched Maggie die. I knew her. And I believe she was telling the truth about you threatening to kill her granddaughter." "But you know me, too," she whispers in a hurt voice. I shake my head. "No, I don't. Not anymore. And I don't think you kidnapped me to protect me. I think you want something. Something you know I won't want to give, and that you're prepared to take it if this little persuasive intervention fails." Kelly blinks and pulls in a deep breath, doing a decent impression of being flummoxed by my challenge. But she was always a good liar. Back when we were kids, her lies were relatively innocent falsehoods to cover a missed curfew or a bad test grade. But I was always impressed with how lightly lies floated from her lips. I lied about those sorts of things too, of course, but never as easily, or as successfully as my sister. I'm braced to greet every word that comes out of her mouth with a high degree of skepticism. Even if she believes what she's saying, she's in a relationship with a monster. One look at Bane was enough to convince me of that. And you know what they say about lying down with monsters. You rise up with horns and a belly full of bad intentions. Still, I'm not prepared for her next announcement. "I just want to help you rule, sis," she says. "I want you to be my queen, because stars know you're far better suited for it than I'll ever be." "You're the one we've been waiting for," Elspeth agrees, "and the pieces have fallen beautifully into place." All that's left is for you to embrace your role and take your vows to the sword and to our people at the next full moon. She winks, which is the day after tomorrow, so we have our persuasive work cut out for us. But I think you'll come around. The stars tell me so anyway. She points a pale, gnarled finger toward the ceiling, and they never lie. Sometimes we misunderstand them, but I've been charting this course for over 80 years, and all roads end with you as our queen. I think if there were any confusion, I would have sorted it out by now. My brows lift. 80 years. So she must be 100? Older? I'm 105 years young, she says, seemingly reading my mind, and as sharp as I was at 22. I'll take care of you, my queen, and guide you well. And when the time comes for me to leave this world, I've trained your sister to fill my shoes. You'll never want for an advisor you can trust with every piece of your heart and soul. I could never fill your shoes, Kelly says, wrapping an arm around the shorter woman and giving her a gentle hug. But I will serve our queen faithfully to the end of my life. She glances back at me before adding in a whisper, all that's left is to get a few bad apples out of our way, starting with Bane. Most of the others will be easy once he's gone. My brows shoot up my forehead. Kelly's lips twist in a hard smile. You thought I couldn't see what an evil sack of shit he's become? Come on, sis. Give me a little credit. I can be single-minded at times, but I'm not stupid. No. She's not. Neither am I, but I'd be lying if I said I was sure where I should go from here. I have no idea what my next step should be. I only know that I need someone I can trust in my corner right now. Desperately. Diana, I say, figuring these women should be open to indulging their future queen. At least if they want a chance in hell of having me play along with what they have planned. I want her in on this. She's here every step of the way, privy to all the information and planning and whatever else needs to happen. Or this isn't going anywhere. I lift a hand, stopping Kelly before she can speak as I add, and I'm not sure anything is going to happen at all. Even then, I'm a long way from being on board. But if Diana's here, I'll listen to what you have to say, and maybe we can come to some sort of agreement. Kelly glances at Elsbeth, who is already nodding. Done. She's young, but born under auspicious skies. And if you trust her Pathfinder, that's all that needs to be said. It's only then, when she names my pack gift, that I realize my eyes are glowing, casting a golden light on the hopeful faces of the two women in front of me. I'm not sure what it means in this situation, whether it bodes well for their plans or my secret scheme to get out of here ASAP, but I'll worry about that later. Once Diana is under my wing, and I know exactly what these women want from me. No matter how devoted they seem to this cause, I'm not sure they're being honest about what it will take to make me queen. And I'm certain that whatever secrets they're keeping are so dark, I'll have to pry them out into the light with my bare hands.
Chapter 10. Maxim. Days pass. Maybe months. Years. I lose all concept of time. There is no day and night. No light or sun. Only the darkness of the stone room and the sound of my own screams. Or the absence of them. Sometimes my throat is too raw for screams. Sometimes I open my mouth and only a soft wheezing sound seeps out. Sleep is my only escape, and even there the pain haunts me, infusing my dreams with terror and foreboding. Even when I'm unconscious, I know there's something terrible waiting for me on the other side of my closed lids. I cling to sleep with the stubbornness of a teenager who partied too hard the night before, but my fey tormentor has ways of waking me when he chooses. There are only his choices now. He is in complete control, and I hate him for it, though hate seems too small a word for what I feel for that man. I despise him with every cell of my being, and the day that I spill his blood, for that day will come, no matter how certain he is of his absolute dominance, will be one of the best of my life. I'm fantasizing about Gray's death. I call him Gray for the flat, merciless color of his eyes, as I lie on my stone bed, waiting for sleep to return and take me away from my wretched new reality, when the wooden door on the other side of the room opens and someone new steps into my torture chamber. Someone so familiar, I know it would break my heart if it weren't already a shredded, useless piece of torture-traumatized flesh. Brother, I mumble through my swollen lips, still puffy from the fist Gray slammed into my mouth a few sleeps ago. I wondered if you had a hand in this. Bane smiles, sending starbursts of wrinkles exploding around his eyes. He looks so much older than I remember, thicker and stronger, and with a hint of gray at his temples. But that's my brother, or at least some version of him. Even after Mother's death, when our relationship was on its rockiest ground, he would never have taken pleasure in seeing my body broken and brutalized, but he's clearly enjoying it now. It seems to be all he can do to suppress laughter as he crosses the room, letting his gaze drift from my swollen face, past my nail-free fingers, down to the leg I'm fairly certain is broken. My neck is pinned to the stone table, so I can't lift my head to see it, but I'm certain I heard things shatter under Gray's wooden mallet sometime in the pain-fogged past, and my shin bone has throbbed fiercely ever since. At first, the agony was so intense it kept me from sleep. But eventually, my brain was able to cut off my awareness of the poor, suffering appendage, erecting a roadblock, keeping the nerves from carrying reports from the front lines of the war. The reports were useless anyway. There's nothing the rest of me can do to help my poor leg. If I could shift back and forth between my forms and get something real to eat, the bones might start to heal themselves without medical attention. But trapped in my human body, the best I can do for my ravaged bag of bones is sleep as much as I can. Consequences, little brother, Bane says, crossing his arms over his chest as he leans down to get a better look at my throbbing leg. You always were good at avoiding them, but karma catches up with all of us, sooner or later. I've done nothing to deserve this kind of karma, but I don't bother defending myself. My instincts assure me Bane is beyond logic, and far beyond love. Whatever path he's chosen, it forced him to leave the brother love we shared far behind him. He's still walking around, talking and breathing, but the brother I knew is dead, and he's never coming back. It would make me sad, I think, if I had any energy left for feeling things other than pain and hate. So, there's only one thing left for you to decide. He reaches out, tracing a finger along the crooked line of my shin bone. The skin is so swollen and hot that I can barely feel his touch, but it still sends a shiver of terror up my spine. It would take so little effort on his part to send me back into the brightest part of my suffering. Before my time on this stone table, I would have imagined agony as a shadowed place, but now I know it is a cramped room filled with blinding light, screaming instruments playing off-key, and acid poured into every inch of tender tissue. It is a place no soul should ever be forced to inhabit, At least not more than once, just before they're granted the mercy of death. And it will haunt me for the rest of my life. Long after I've escaped and left this pit far behind me. But I will escape. I will. I hold tight to the thought, as Bane says. How much do you love your mate? A record scratches and skips in my head as my weary mind tries to make sense of his words, but Bane doesn't keep me guessing for long. Willow is here, with me, under my protection, he says, and she will remain protected as long as you remain here. If you try to escape or give up fighting and abandon this sorry body of yours, she dies. My face contorts, my throat aching as I force out. Why? Because you took what is mine. So now I will take what is yours. I will take your woman and your pack, and finally your place in Father's heart. But most importantly, I will take your hope and happiness the way you took mine. I took nothing from you, I say, ashamed to find tears seeping from the corners of my eyes. But this happens now. I'm too raw to have much control over my emotions. I didn't want to be Alpha. I just wanted you to come home, always. Bane's brow furrows with false sympathy. Maybe that's true. If so, then you're an even more pathetic pawn in this game than I thought. But here's the truth, brother. He steps closer, bracing a hand on the table by my face as he leans down. Father forced me out. He called me a psychopath, swore I would never rule his people, and told me to get the fuck out of his tower before he tossed me in a cell and threw away the key. I grunt. If that were true, he would have told me. My brother's lips curve in a hard smile. Perhaps. Pops loves his secrets, but maybe he would have told you if he could remember what we fought about back then. But Cam made sure to take that ugly memory away. He laughs. He has such a pointless crush on dear old Dad, it's pathetic. But useful. He was willing to do anything I asked, including doing a memory wipe on North Star's allies, so long as I promised I wouldn't poison Jimmy again. My soul shrivels in my skin. Cam's pack gift is banishing memories. That's why they didn't come to your aid, brother. Bane continues, clearly relishing every word. They don't remember they were ever your friends. It made it so damned easy to win them over to our side. One heart-to-heart with Kelly, and they pledged to give us whatever help we needed. He stands, stretching his arms over his head. My girl is one hell of a persuasive speaker, and immune to Cam's pack gift, thank the stars. She helped get me back on track the one time Cam was stupid enough to try to use it against me. He glances down at me as his hands come to rest on his hips. Willow is likely immune too. Children of wolves with the forgetting gift usually are. Nature's way of keeping them from being abused by their parents, I suppose. He sighs. Nature, it's a miraculous thing, isn't it? Always ensuring the superior specimens come out on top. He paces a few steps away before turning back to me, his head cocked thoroughly to one side. Really, you should thank me, brother. You don't have the temperament to be a good leader. You'll be much better off down here, suffering for your true love as a show of your devotion. If you hurt her, I grit out, I will kill you. Oh, you'll kill me anyway, if you manage to get out of this room," he says, proving he's no fool. "But the only way you're leaving is in a body bag. And if that happens, I will kill Willow. Don't doubt that for a moment. She's only useful to me so long as you're alive. Fucking her pretty little mouth while she's on her knees for me won't be any fun without knowing I'll be able to bring the footage down for you to watch later." "Don't you dare," I start, but he cuts me off with a laugh that echoes off the stone walls. "I'll dare whatever the hell I want, you pathetic excuse for an alpha. And when she's in heat, I'll put my baby in your mate too. I'll keep her pregnant and pumping out pups while Kelly and I focus on ruling our people." He rubs his hands together, the soft shush of his dry palms the only sound in the room aside from my increasingly labored breath. "My first order as ruler will be to encourage my people to form mate bonds as they see fit. No more restrictions or cultural norms enforced by shame. Gay, straight, bisexual, polyamorous, all relationships will be acknowledged and welcomed. I'll be praised as a progressive and tolerant king, and no one will think twice about the fact that I married a pair of sisters." He smiles. "And I won't let anyone close enough to Willow to realize she might not be happy as my little breeding cow." I swallow past the fist lodged in my throat and silently vow to castrate my brother at the earliest opportunity. "But maybe she'll be happy as my second mate. Who knows?" He continues, moving toward the door. "Maybe she'll enjoy getting fucked by a man who knows how to treat a beta bitch, who's not afraid to put her on her knees, tell her to present her cunt, and show her who she belongs to." "She'll kill you," I whisper, "if I don't get to you first." He laughs. "Let her try. I'm not afraid of women half my size, brother. Just another point where you and I differ, and why I'm here and you're—" He trails off as he opens the door, revealing Gray waiting on the other side, making dread swell like a giant wave inside of me. "Talk soon, Maxim. Wouldn't want to keep you from your previous engagement." And then he's gone, and the pain returns, giving me no time to consider what I've learned or how much has been lost.
Chapter 11. Willow. I wake with the sun warm on my face and the smell of sourdough toast and bacon drifting through the air. It's so cozy under the heavy covers. Breakfast smells so good, and the birds are chirping so happily outside that for a moment I can't imagine why my sleep was full of nightmares. And then I open my eyes and see the bare log walls of the tiny cabin, and it all comes rushing back. Being taken captive, getting an earful of crazy from my long-lost sister, whispering over tea by the fire late into the night, and eventually being tucked into bed on an air mattress in the corner like a child, with Diana already out like a light beside me. Diana did a good job staying awake for most of the plotting and planning, but the stress of the previous 24 hours got the better of her around midnight. I turn my head to her side of the bed, flinching when I find her already watching me. She puts a finger to her lips, then mouths, "Go pee with me, and we can talk in private." I nod and glance over to the fire, where Kelly is alone by the hearth with her back to us, moving pots and skillets around on archaic wrought iron cooking shelves that can be shifted in and out of the flames with iron tongs. Elsbeth is nowhere to be seen, which means Kelly likely won't be able to abandon her work to escort us to the outhouses the way she did yesterday. I stretch, making a sleepy yawning noise. "Oh, man, that smells amazing. Good morning." Kelly smiles at me over her shoulder. "Good morning. Food should be ready in about 10 minutes. Still like your eggs scrambled with a little cheese on top?" You know it, I say, wrinkling my nose. But I need to run to the ladies first and wash up. Me too, Diana says, stretching beside me before sitting up and swinging her legs over the side of the unusually firm inflatable bed. I actually slept pretty well. Good. You had a big day yesterday, Kelly says. You needed rest. If you can wait a few minutes, I can walk you both over. The bacon's nearly ready to come out of the pan. I stand, waving a dismissive hand before straightening the dress I slept in. It's fine. We know the way by now. We'll be back before the cheese is melty. But no cheese for me, please, Diana says, pulling on the cardigan she was given over her own brown linen dress, while I fetch mine from the floor beside the bed. I like my eggs pure, just salt, no pepper. Kelly hesitates a moment, but then nods. Got it, but be careful out there, okay? Don't talk to anyone if you can help it. The more we keep to ourselves until the ritual tomorrow night, the better. Diana and I both murmur our promises to keep our lips zipped, step into matching, oversized clogs by the door, and step into the crisp early morning air. Outside, the forest smells incredible. My inner wolf lifts her nose and inhales deeply, eager to shift and explore all the captivating new scents, to run free through the woods for the first time since she wasn't much more than a pup. But sadly, this isn't the time for unbridled joy. Diana and I only have a few minutes alone before we'll be expected back in the cabin. I'm inclined to believe everything they said last night, she whispers, as we set off through the open glen, toward the row of portable toilets set up at the tree line a good distance from the main camp. I think they really want you to be queen, but something still feels off. Agreed, I say. There's something they're not telling us. Because whatever it is would be a deal breaker for you, Diana muses, glancing over her shoulder before turning back to me. Or because it's just scary, maybe? My brows lift. I was assuming option one, but you could be right. I've been racking my brain trying to remember everything I know about ancient rituals like this, she says, dragging a hand through her still miraculously untangled hair. If only I emerged from sleep so unrumpled. Personally, I'm dying for a hot shower and a hairdryer, but the camp is far too primitive for either. Last night, Kelly offered to take me to bathe in the river later today, but I'm not looking forward to that plunge. I'm sure the water temperature around here in late October is flat out icy. But I didn't pay attention the way I should have when Dad talked about that kind of stuff, she continues with a sigh. I thought it was boring and so far in the past that it had nothing to do with me. So fucking stupid. You're not stupid, I say. You were a kid. Kids are all about the present and the future. That's their job, to move society forward, no matter how hard it tries to stay stuck in the past. She stops several yards from the line of toilets to add in a softer voice. But one thing I do remember is that they all involved blood in some way. Either the sacrifice of an animal, or blood from the person working the ritual, or both. So maybe they're just trying to protect you from realizing how gross and painful it's going to be until it's too late? Like my friend Cassie. She had a baby last year, but she refuses to talk to any of her younger friends about it. Says she doesn't want to scare us into celibacy. She cringes. Apparently, childbirth is no fucking joke. My hand comes to hover in front of my belly. I took the morning after pill, but I know there's a chance it won't work. If I had already ovulated before Maxim and I had sex, then I could still be pregnant. And if I am, I'll be able to protect my child and all the other people I care about a hell of a lot better if I'm in charge. Maybe, I mutter. But no matter what they're hiding, I'm not sure I have a choice but to go along. We're out in the middle of nowhere and surrounded by people who aren't going to make it easy to steal a car. At least Elsbeth and Kelly are acting like our allies. I sigh. And it's not like we have any better options at the moment. And their auras are solid. Helpful, sincere colors, Diana says, nibbling at the edge of her thumb. And Kelly's going to make sure Bane doesn't punish Jacob again for going behind their backs to help me, so that's good. She shivers as her hand falls from her mouth. He's so fucking terrifying, by the way. I can't believe your sister's been able to pull off pretending to be in love with him for so long. I don't know what I'm going to do if Bane decides he has time to catch up with his little sister. Probably wet myself and then pass out. I take her hand, giving it a firm squeeze. No, you won't. You'll play it the way Kelly said, like you're angry at both your brothers and confused, but open to being a part of Bane's court. That's the safest bet. Right, she nods, biting her lip for a moment before she adds in an ashamed voice. I feel so terrible, Willow, for thinking Maxim might be evil, even for a second. I mean, he's no angel, but compared to Bane? I tighten my grip on her fingers. I know. But it's okay. We'll get through this, make sure Bane's locked away somewhere, none of his allies can find him, and reach out to Maxim when it's safe. My lips hook up on one side. If I'm really going to be queen, he'll have to make nice with me and behave himself, right? Stay on my good side? Diana huffs. Yeah, he will. He's going to hate that. She smiles. But he'll make the best of it eventually. I nod toward the toilets. We should go and get back. Yeah, we should. And I really have to pee, she says, with a soft laugh, before dashing through the still damp grass toward one of the empty toilets. I turn to survey the glen and the camp beyond. People are just beginning to stir, moving around their tents and small cabins, building fires, and stepping into the surrounding woods for a moment of privacy. Most of the shifters and fae here don't use the porta-potties. Only the handful of witches who've joined the cause make the journey all the way across the wide glen, which means the forest behind the row of Johns is nearly deserted. If Diana and I were going to try to escape, this would be the best direction. I still don't think escaping the camp would be easy, or maybe even possible. But there's no harm in looking. Taking advantage of the fact that we're still the only people here this early, I circle around the portable facilities and into the thicker forest behind them. I'm only intending to walk a little way, but just a few yards in, I see that the trees come to an abrupt end not much farther ahead. I glance over my shoulder, debating whether or not to tell Diana where I'm going, but then decide it'll be faster and safer for both of us if I hurry and finish my scouting mission alone. I break into a jog, moving as fast as my ill-fitting shoes will allow, and reach the edge of the timberline in just a few minutes. I slow to a walk, propping my hands on my hips as I scan the cliff ahead. A closer inspection reveals it shears straight down, nearly 500 feet, before the rocks disappear into a wide mountain stream. On the other side of the stream, through a stand of trees, is a road. It's a thin, rural highway, the asphalt gray with age and the yellow divider lines almost completely faded away. But it's a real road, running east to west. If we can get down there and start east, we'll eventually run into a larger road and potentially motorists willing to pick up 2 lost young women looking for a ride to the nearest city. And from there, we can call Maxim and have him send as much backup as he can spare down to wherever we are now. I'm still not happy with Maxim. I don't know if we'll ever be friends again, let alone anything more, but I don't have the luxury of only working with my besties. Bane must be stopped before he takes control and destroys every spark of joy and fairness left in our world. That priority trumps all others. Right now, I'd make a deal with the devil as long as I knew he wanted Bane out of the picture as much as I do. Which is probably exactly what Maxim was thinking when he made the decision to drug me. He wasn't doing something he wanted to do. He was doing something he felt he had no choice but to do. We really are more alike than I've wanted to admit. I turn, my thoughts still full of Maxim's face and his voice, and the tortured look in his eyes when he finally started being honest with me that night in Diana's kitchen. My head is so full of Maxim that for a moment I think I must be hallucinating the scent I catch on the breeze. But if I were hallucinating my fated mate's signature smoky, sunshine, and cedar scent, it wouldn't be tinged with blood and sickness. I freeze and lift my nose into the air, every muscle straining as I will the smell to come again. My logical mind insists I'm crazy, but just when I'm about to give up and hurry back to the glen before Diana gets worried, I smell it again. It's Maxim. No doubt about it. But where the hell is he? Willow? Diana calls my name from near the toilets, and I curse beneath my breath. I have to get back to her, and we both have to return to the cabin before we arouse suspicion. But I also have to come back here and find the source of that smell. Maxim is absolutely hurt, and maybe worse. The thought of him dead or dying is so painful that for a second, I double over, clutching my stomach as agony courses through my core. Losing Maxim would be like losing a part of myself, a part that torments and challenges me, but that also has the potential to make me stronger and more confident than I've ever been before. If Maxim and I can find a way to work together, to support and protect each other, there's no doubt in my mind that there's nothing we can't do, including putting a stop to Bane and his army without some mysterious full moon ritual I don't know nearly enough about. I'll be back, I promise, I whisper, wincing as the cramp in my stomach slowly begins to fade. As soon as I can. Scanning the forest floor, I quickly gather an armful of sticks and arrange them in a starburst pattern by the nearest tree. With a last glance around, doing my best to memorize my location, I hurry back to Diana. But as I jog through the woods, I would swear I can feel Maxim's energy calling to mine, begging me not to go, and warning me to be careful. Chapter 12. Willow. Diana shoots me a what the fuck look as I circle back around the row of porta-johns, but her lips are curved in a smile as she asks, "Hey there, I was wondering where you were. Off stretching your legs?" "Yeah, just needed to clear my head a little," I say, very aware of the curious eyes locked on us from the mostly witch women making their way across the glen to the facilities. And the air smells so interesting this morning. I nod back toward the cabin. "I'll tell you all about it while we walk." "Great," Diana says, falling in beside me, her hands tucked casually into her dress pockets. She lifts her head back to catch the early morning sun on her face and says in a soft, pleasant voice, "Really glad you didn't run off without me, or I might have had to track you down and bite you a little." "I would never run off without you, I promise." Then amend, "Unless I had no other choice, and then I'd come back for you as soon as I could, I promise. And I expect the same from you. If you find a way out, but coming back for me would put your window of opportunity at risk, I want you to run first and worry about me later. I can take care of myself." "No, you can't," she says. "None of us can. We need each other, now more than ever. Especially Maxim, I think. He needs me, needs us, but for some reason I don't want to tell Diana about the smell. At least not until I have something concrete to share. She's already scared enough. No need to make it worse when there's nothing either of us can do about it right now. So I tell her about the road instead, and watch her features perk up. "And you think you could make it down the cliff?" she asks. "In the dark? Because you know we'd have to go at night. It's the only time Kelly and Elsbeth aren't up our asses." "I think I can, yes. And the moon is nearly full tonight. As long as it doesn't rain, we should have enough light." She exhales, shaking her hands loosely at her sides. "Okay, nice. Good work, Your Majesty. Options are good. Options make me feel less like a rat in a trap, waiting for someone to feed me to their pet boa constrictor." I huff. "And if we run, I won't have to become Your Majesty. I honestly don't know if I'm cut out for ruling thousands of shifters, Dee. Especially considering at least half of them won't want to be ruled." "Doesn't matter," she says, arching a wry brow. "If this prophecy is correct, they won't have any choice. It'll just happen. Like magic." Like magic. The words echo in my head, setting my thoughts to spinning as we reach the cottage. I follow Diana back up the steps and through the door, slamming into her back when she stops so suddenly I can't adjust my pace in time. I laugh and hurry to apologize. "Sorry, Dee, I didn't—" "It's fine," she says, cutting me off in a stiff voice. I suddenly don't feel well. I think I'd better go back to the toilets. I'm afraid I'm going to be sick." "You aren't going to be sick. You're the picture of health." A deep, patronizing voice rumbles from near the stove. The evil energy from yesterday wafts toward us, along with the words, leaving no doubt who's decided to pay us a visit. I move to stand beside Diana to see Bane sitting cross-legged on a pillow beside a large quilt spread out on the floor. It's already covered with plates, heaped with food, and 3 other place settings. I cut a quick glance Kelly's way, and she smiles, motioning to the quilt. Go ahead. Pull up a pillow and load up. The eggs are coming off now. All right. Thanks. Everything smells great, I say, doing my best not to shiver as I cross to the quilt, feeling Bane's creepy gaze on me the entire way. Good morning, Willow, he says, as I settle onto the pillow farthest from his voice alone enough to make my skin crawl. I trust you slept well. Very well, I say. Thank you. I slept like shit, Diana pipes up, playing the part of the bratty, betrayed sister we decided was the best call for her, to a T. And I really do need to go back to the bathroom. Sometimes it doesn't all come out the first time, you know. I might have irritable bowel syndrome. Even shifters can get that sometimes. The leading cause is bossy, violent, older brothers who suck and are huge assholes. Bane smiles. Noted. I'll try to suck less then. Meanwhile, you're going to sit down and eat your breakfast like you were raised with some manners. Kelly went to all this trouble, and I won't have it go to waste. He motions toward the pillow between his and mine, and we have so much catching up to do, don't you think? Diana crosses her arms over her chest, not budging from her place by the door. We could have started catching up yesterday, but you decided to lock me in a cage and beat up my boyfriend instead. I could hear it. When the men were hitting him, I have excellent ears. Bane's grin doesn't waver. Sit down, Diana. Eat. You'll feel better after you get something in your stomach. Her lips part, but he cuts her off in a louder voice. Sit down and eat like a lady, little girl, or you can go back to your cage. If you're going to act like an animal, you'll be treated like one. The only reason you're here is because Kelly thought you'd respond better to kindness than discipline. If she's wrong, I'm happy to return to my original plan. I will break you of the bad habits Maxim allowed to take root in your nature, one way or another. Diana's jaw clenches, and her hands ball into fists at her sides. For a moment, I'm afraid she's going to do something rash, like rush Bane with her teeth bared and land herself back in a cage, or worse. But after a beat, her fingers uncurl and she whispers, Fine. Gaze fixed on the ground, she crosses to the quilt and plops down between Bane and me. I wish I could reach out and squeeze her knee or pat her arm, but that's not my part to play. I'm supposed to be coming around to the plan Kelly allegedly supports, along with her mate, serving as a surrogate for her and Bane in exchange for my freedom and a generous pension once I've produced an heir. Thank you, I murmur to Kelly as she dishes steaming cheesy eggs onto my plate. I reach for the plate of bacon, taking 2 pieces before handing it to Diana and accepting a bowl of fruit from Kelly, who is settled in on my other side. So, what's on the agenda for today, I ask, eager to find time to slip away to the forest again, to hunt for the source of the Maxim smell. It's gorgeous out there. It's been so long since I've spent time in the woods. I'd forgotten how light it makes you feel. That's the perfect way to describe it, Kelly says, smiling warmly at Bane as he offers her a jar of what looks like homemade strawberry jam. Just light and free. Natural, the way things are supposed to be. I keep telling Bane we should make this a permanent retreat, a place we can return to every fall to celebrate the moment everything changed for our people. Bane reaches out, brushing my sister's long, sun-streaked brown hair over her shoulder. And I keep telling Kelly we have to win the war before we make plans to celebrate. But we're so close now, Kelly says, spreading jam on her bread. The chunks of red the same color as the blood I spilled yesterday. The 2 people I attacked are fine. Kelly said it only took a few moments to patch them up. But the memory is too fresh for me to feel comfortable with digging my knife into the sweet-smelling jar. I wave the jam away with a tight smile and tuck into my eggs as Kelly adds, Willow agreed to start the injections today. With a little luck, we could be ready to implant the embryos in a couple of weeks. My brows shoot up, and I quickly swallow the food in my mouth. Embryos? As in more than one? The doctor says it's completely safe, Kelly assures me, and that way we'll have a better chance of succeeding on the first try. Usually it takes more than one round of IVF to achieve a pregnancy. I frown as I nod, hoping I'm doing a good job of pretending to be on board, but still a little torn. It won't be believable if I sign on to any of this too fast. I glance up at Kelly from beneath my lashes, shifting my gaze to Bane, who is smiling, but still somehow manages to be completely terrifying. And then back to my sister. And you promise, if I do this, once you have a healthy baby, I'll be free to do as I please? I can go somewhere else and start a new life if I want? Kelly sobers. If you want, yes, of course. Of course, Bane murmurs, less convincingly. But maybe he's just busy making sure he avoids the grapes in the fruit salad, or plotting ways to torture Diana for having bad manners or something. Probably the latter. I don't have a hint of aura-seeing powers, but I swear I catch a glimpse of a dark, dangerous cloud surrounding Bane in my peripheral vision every now and then. But I hope by the time all that happens, Kelly continues, you'll see how good things are and want to stay. Once Bane is king, everything is going to be so much better. Her lips quirk, and we do have quite a collection of frozen embryos. Though, of course, you're under no obligation to be a surrogate for those children. Unless you want to. She reaches out, resting a light hand on Bane's knee. We just think it's important that you carry our baby this first time. It's vital, Bane agrees, glancing up from his meal, though he continues to put a serious dent in his eggs, toast, and bacon as he adds, it will prove to everyone that Maxim is the Shadow King, and that the three of us are united against him. And helping us have the baby, the prophecy foretold, will make you a saint in the New World, Willow. He offers me a condescending smile that makes my skin feel like it's being stroked with a cold, soggy washcloth. Our people will worship you for centuries to come. I clear my throat and brush toast crumbs from my fingers. Oh, well, I don't need to be worshipped, or want to be worshipped. I glance Kelly's way. I just want to help my sister become a mother, and then finally be free to call the shots for what comes next for my life. Growing up under Victor's rule, I never had that. Of course. Understandable, Bane says, demolishing his fruit salad in a few big bites. The man definitely doesn't waste time tasting his food. Maybe evil numbs the taste buds or something, so there's no reason to take his time? Kelly struggles with that too, he continues, being torn between obeying orders and wanting to chart her own course. But there can only be one alpha. Shared power only confuses the people. Which reminds me. He moves so fast that by the time my gasp clears my throat, he's already grabbed a fistful of Kelly's hair, lifted her into the air, and dragged her over to the fireplace, where the hot coals are still blazing. Chapter 13. Willow. Kelly clings to Bane's wrist with both hands, probably to keep her hair from being ripped out at the root, but doesn't cry out or offer a word of protest as he leans over, bringing her face within inches of the hot coals. Yesterday, you ordered Diana released from her cage and brought here without my permission, my queen, he says, his calm, soothing voice at odds with the brutality of his actions. Forget your place again, and I'll have no choice but to punish you. A burn scar on your pretty face might help you remember who's in charge, don't you think? You'd be reminded every time you look in the mirror that I'm the one in control. Willow wouldn't listen to me about having the baby until she knew Diana was safe and I couldn't find you, Kelly says, in an equally calm voice. I thought I was doing what was best. I know we both want this pregnancy as soon as possible. You know very little, love, he says, his grip tightening in my sister's hair until she winces and her neck goes stiff, which has been done on purpose to ensure your protection. But if you continue to disobey me, I can't protect you, which is unacceptable to me. This is your last chance to prove you understand how to behave yourself, Kelly. You don't lead, you follow. From now on, if for some reason I'm not available to make decisions for you, you will wait to move forward until I am. Are we clear? Clear, Alpha, she says. Good. He pulls her to her feet and away from the fire. The tension is just beginning to seep from my body when he flexes his massive bicep and slams the top of Kelly's head into the heavy wooden mantle over the fire. Diana and I both cry out, cowering instinctively closer together as he releases Kelly, and she crumples to the floor at his feet, moaning softly as she presses a hand to her no doubt aching skull. Eyes wide, I wrap my arm around Diana's shoulders, wondering what the hell to do if he comes for her next. Or for me. I can be savage in my wolf form, but even as a wolf, I'm so much smaller and weaker than this man. And he has no problem using his superior strength to make other people's lives miserable. Which is why you have to do this. You have to go through with the ritual and become queen. Then you'll finally be strong enough to protect the people you love. And yourself. I bite the inside of my lip, praying my thoughts aren't showing in my expression as Bane moves closer to the blanket and crouches down, bringing his face nearly level with mine. There is room for freedom in the new world we're building, Willow, but only if you remember your place. And until you bring our babies into the world, your place is wherever I want it to be, and your sole purpose is to protect and nurture those unborn lives. Are we understood? I nod quickly, casting my gaze down to my plate as I whisper, Understood, Alpha. Good, he says, sounding pleased. Thankfully, he took my lowered gaze for a sign of submission, not a desperate attempt to hide what I'm sure is a bad case of murder eyeballs. I want to kill this man so much, more than Victor or Pax, or even the man who brutalized me as a child. If you cooperate and give me your loyalty and respect, he continues, you'll be rewarded. If you cross me, you will never regret anything more. I nod again, and he shifts his focus to Diana. The same goes for you, little sister. I won't have you embarrassing me or making the others doubt that I have my house in order. Tonight, at the group dinner, you will sit beside me as your wolf and feed only on scraps from my plate. And every time you're granted a morsel, you will lick my hand in gratitude. If you're obedient and put on a good show for the troops, you'll be allowed to come back here, sleep in that soft bed with Willow, and enjoy the comforts of being cared for by my mate. If not, you'll go back to your cage until you can be matched to a man capable of keeping you under control. Diana stiffens beneath my arm, but thankfully doesn't say a word, not even when Bane adds, I have a few who are more than up for the job of keeping you in bed with your legs spread until you're seated and too big with child to cause any problems. And I won't hesitate to make that happen. Understood? Yes, Alpha, she says, in such a small voice I can scarcely believe it came out of the same bold, brave girl I know. But playing along is the best thing right now. Open defiance won't do any of us any good. We have to bide our time, keep our secrets, and be ready to strike when the window of opportunity opens. Bane stands with a contented sigh. Excellent. Make sure they both have something nice to wear for tomorrow night, Kelly. I want the entire family looking beautiful for the celebration of the full moon. The camera team will be here to film a few segments. Coordinate the script with Elspeth. She has a knack for knowing what will appeal to the masses. This could be a major turning point for us. Seeing your sister here with me should help convince some of our holdouts that getting behind our rule really is the best and only choice. Of course, Kelly says softly, still on the floor where Bane left her. He has to squat low to give her a goodbye kiss on the cheek before striding out the cabin door. Afterward, we sit in the buzzing silence that always seems to follow a bad shock, listening to his footfalls fade as he returns to the main part of the camp. Finally, Diana whispers, "I'm going to kill him. When it's time, I want to do it. I call dibs." Kelly starts to nod, but stops halfway through, wincing and bringing a hand to rub at the muscles at the back of her neck. I'm fine with that, but it will probably be faster if Willow does it. Once she's sworn to the sword, as far as I understand it, she'll be pretty much unstoppable. That's what she said last night, when we were talking about how everything would go down. But today the words hold new meaning. And what if I drop the sword, or someone takes it from me? "I don't think that matters," Kelly says. "I think the sword's power is yours, whether it's in your hand or not, but we'll ask Elspeth to be sure." Slowly, she rises to her feet. "If Bane has the camera crew here tomorrow, that will make it harder to sneak away from the party for the ritual, but we'll manage. We might just have to wait until closer to midnight, when everyone's either drunk or out running in the woods." "All right," I say, pushing my now cold eggs to the far side of my plate as I ask, "How long has it been like this, Kelly? With Bane?" "How long has it been physical?" She sighs. "About a year, maybe a little longer." Her lips twist. "But I actually don't mind it as much as the head games. Before, he was so good at convincing me that somehow he was this great guy, and I was just too sensitive or selfish or something." She runs a gentle hand through her hair, wincing again. "For a while there, he had me thinking I was crazy." "Typical malignant narcissist," Diana says. "We're learning about them in psychology. I thought Maxim might be one before, but..." She swallows hard. "I wish Maxim were here." "Me too," I say, ignoring the ache in the pit of my stomach that insists I should tell Diana about the smell in the woods. But Kelly's silence and the sudden impenetrableness of her expression as she begins to gather the dirty dishes from the quilt make me hesitate. Is it possible that Kelly might know more about that smell and what may have happened to Maxim than she's letting on? Possibly. Or maybe Maxim is one of those men at the top she and Elspeth plan on getting rid of as we make our move to take control. His name wasn't mentioned, but it would make sense. According to the prophecy, aside from Bane, he's the only other brother with a clear path and claim to the United Shifter throne. The prophecy. I don't know when it became real to me the way it is now, but I realize I no longer doubt whether it's true, only how it will play out. I could be developing some kind of Stockholm syndrome, beginning to sympathize and identify with my captors, but I don't think so. Out here in the woods, with the magic of nature all around me, and the pull of the nearly full moon dragging at my heart, begging me to embrace the mystical side of myself. It all feels so real. And just hearing Elspeth talk about the sword yesterday made my skin tingle all over. I swear I can already feel it summoning me too, calling me to step up and accept the awesome responsibility fate has decided to place in my hands. The thought sparks something in my memory, throwing open a door to reveal a piece of the puzzle I'd forgotten in all the adrenaline-soaked excitement of the past few days. Maggie, the woman I talked to while I was with the North Star Pack, said the sword wasn't the only object taken from their antiquities room, I say, as I gather my dishes and Diana's, and join Kelly beside the hearth, scraping the remains of our meal into a bucket I'm guessing will help feed the pen of pigs I caught a glimpse of yesterday as I was carried through the camp. She said mate-claiming items and a fertility totem were taken too. Kelly hesitates only a fraction of a second before she nods and says, "Yes, Bane and I tried to get pregnant that way, but it didn't work." But I instinctively know she's lying. I bite my lip, torn. Should I call her on it? Or play along until the pieces of this puzzle hopefully come together? Before I can decide, she adds, "But that reminds me, you actually will have to take the hormone shots today and tomorrow, Will. The team of doctors here are loyal to Bane. If you refuse to take the shots, it will get back to him, and that won't be good for any of us. Hard to get you to a ritual tomorrow night if you're locked up somewhere being forcibly injected with hormones. I nod slowly, hating the thought of submitting to being injected with God knows what, but understanding I don't have a choice. All right. What time is that happening? She blinks, seeming to search her memory for a moment before she says, 1. She nods, and her shoulders relax. Yes, 1. And then Elsbeth is going to bring something for a late lunch, and we'll finalize our plans for tomorrow. She places the empty plates in a plastic bin by the fire and stands, hands propped on her hips, as she lets out a shaky laugh. I'm glad you'll be in charge soon, little sis. I'm not sure how much more of Bane my head can take. Feels like I'm one concussion away from permanent brain damage. I put my arm around her, hugging her to my side, my stomach snarling into a stress knot as I'm flooded with conflicting emotions. I want to rescue and protect my sister. But I also know my sister is lying to me about something, potentially something so massive it will drive a wedge between us forever. I have to find out what she's hiding from me, and fast. And my instincts are screaming that following my nose is my best bet. Let me run this over to the pigs. I pat her arm and pull away, reaching down to grasp the bucket's handle. That's where it's headed, right? She nods. Yes, but it can wait until after lunch. As long as the smell isn't bothering anyone. It's okay. I don't mind taking it now, I say. I'd love to wander around the camp a little, get a feel for where things are, and this will give me an excuse. She nibbles her lip, but I cut her off with an assured, I'll keep a super low profile, I promise, and be back way before noon. Can I come too? Diana asks from behind us. I glance back to see her still on the floor beside the quilt, with her knees drawn into her chest, the anxious expression on her face making her look even younger than 18, and a fresh wave of rage sweeps through me. I have to protect her from Bane and make sure that sick future he threatened her with never comes true. I think you should stay here, Kelly says, sparing me the trouble of coming up with an excuse to go alone. Bane's not happy with you, honey. Until he is, it's best if you stay indoors and out of sight. And I can give you something to help take the edge off before the banquet tonight if you want. Easier to lick a psychopath's hand while he feeds you scraps if you've popped a couple Xanax first. Diana sighs and shrinks into a tighter ball. Yeah, that would probably be good. Thank God I only have to pretend to be his good little lapdog for a couple of days. Any longer, and I'd be tempted to throw myself off the nearest bridge. I understand that feeling. More than you know, Kelly says, reaching for a pack of cards on the mantel beside an old chess set and a few battered paperbacks. Want to play poker? Or hearts? I always lose, but card games are good for keeping your mind off the ugly stuff. Sure, Dinah says, with a small smile. That sounds good. As they settle onto the middle of the quilt and Kelly starts shuffling, I grab the bucket and duck out the door. Outside, I glance around to make sure no one is watching as I head away from the pig pen, back toward the smell in the woods, carrying the scraps with me. If I'm caught, I can pretend I misunderstood where the pig pen was located and likely avoid suspicion. But hopefully the rest of the camp will be too busy with other things to notice what I'm up to. I can hear what sounds like military drills, the drone of the generators powering the structures with electricity, and the smell of cooks busy in the large outdoor kitchen. With the population of a small town to feed, those people are probably busy all day, and all the others are clearly focused on preparing for impending conflict. Still, it seems strange that Bane hasn't assigned guards to watch the cottage, Diana, or myself. He's either overly confident in his ability to scare people into compliance, or up to something. He's absolutely the kind of sick bastard who would give you just enough rope to hang yourself before snatching you back into his clutches. This could be a test of my loyalty. I could be being followed and not even know it. I'm a city wolf with city wolf instincts. If some creep sidles up to me on the subway, I'm on guard before he can get close enough to cop a feel or steal my purse. but a stealthy tracker could be following my trail right now and I wouldn't have any idea. With that in mind, I make a show of circling around some abandoned pens not far from the cottage, looking confused. My nose tells me animals haven't been confined there for years, but I can always play dumb about that later. Walking away from the pens, I turn in a slow circle, continuing to play up my confusion as I search my surroundings. But there's still no sign or scent of anyone on my trail. Unsure whether to feel relieved or insulted that I'm apparently not considered enough of a threat to warrant surveillance, I start toward the woods behind the sanitary station. Once there, I linger by the last portage on until I'm certain I won't be observed before moving into the trees. I have a pretty good idea where I left my marker of sticks, and am headed that way when I hear it. A faint but tortured scream. Chapter 14. Willow. The cry is muffled, as if it's coming from a closed room deep inside a house, but it's clearly a man's scream. And I would bet my right hand I know who it belongs to. Maxim. Terror and rage and a panicked helplessness flood into my bloodstream as I drop the bucket and run toward the sound. Logic insists I won't be able to save Maxim alone, even if I can find him. But the cosmic connection tying us together demands I try. And there's something else there, too. Something that reminds me of the way I felt every time I saw my father snubbed or pushed around by Victor and his men. My feelings for Maxim may be complicated as hell right now, but I do care for him. And nothing makes me angrier than seeing the people I care about trapped under some bully's boot. Senses heightened by the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I'm able to pinpoint the source of the screams, and a large, grate-covered vent hidden beneath the fallen leaves. Just a few moments later, heart racing, I drop my ear to the vent just as the scream comes again. I cringe, and my throat squeezes tight. It's definitely Maxim, and if my control-obsessed alpha is howling in pain, he must be enduring something unspeakable, something I can't allow to continue for another fucking second if I can help it. Ignoring the voice in my head shouting that if I go down that vent, I'm never coming out again, I shift the heavy grate to one side, strip off my clothes so I'll be ready to shift at a moment's notice, and lower myself into the tunnel. It's slanted at about a 45-degree angle, and with my bare feet braced on the top of the metal tube, I'm able to control the rate of my descent. I ease down as quietly as I can, taking advantage of the moments when Maxim is crying out to move a little faster. Finally, after what feels like an eternity trapped in the dark, but is likely only 5 or 6 minutes, the tube flattens out a little, and I see a light up ahead. It's a tight fit, but I have just enough room to shift from my back onto my belly and military crawl the rest of the way to another grate-covered hole. I peek over the edge into a small room carved into the bowels of the earth to see Maxim strapped to a stone table, naked and broken. Another man stands over his legs, slowly and methodically breaking the toes on his left foot with a metal device that resembles a large garlic press, while mad-sounding cries of agony gargle from the back of Maxim's throat. A sob of shock and revulsion rises in my chest, but I swallow it down. There's no time for having feelings about what I'm seeing. I have to focus on finding a way to make it stop. Pulling in a quiet, bracing breath, I will myself to calm down and think rationally. I'll only have one chance to use the element of surprise to my advantage, and I have to make the most of it. I'm still concocting and dismissing various avenues of attack when Maxim's closed eyes suddenly fly open and he cries out, "Willow! Willow, run! He's gonna hurt you! Leave me and run! Run!" I freeze, my heart stuttering in my chest. And then the other man murmurs, "Your continued concern for your mate is admirable, but misplaced. You're the only one who's suffering, Alpha. Take comfort in that, if you can." And then he crushes the torture device in his hands around Maxim's last unbroken toe, while simultaneously smashing a fist into the mangled wreck that is his other leg. Maxim makes a sound no being should ever have to make, a sound of such agony and hopelessness that it shatters my heart, and then, mercifully, loses consciousness. Fighting the tears pressing at my eyes and the exceedingly stupid urge to rip off the grate, shift, and do my best to tear my mate's torturer apart with my teeth, I force myself to remain still. I watch the man calmly collect his tools, wiping them down with a cloth that smells of alcohol before placing them neatly back on a shelf on the other side of the room from the stone table. I listen as he pulls his cell phone from the pocket of his simple black jacket and places a call. Whoever's on the other end takes their time to answer, but eventually I catch a murmur of sound too faint for me to make out, and the man says, "He's unconscious again. Now would be a good time to establish the connection." He pauses, listening for a beat, before he adds in a tighter voice, "I understand that you would prefer to wait until tomorrow night, but this will take time. The connection must be formed and the seeds planted before the ritual can be successful. Fail to lay the groundwork, and our efforts will have been in vain." He falls silent, and I strain to hear what's being said on the other end of the line. But all I can glean is that it's a feminine voice, which is surprising. I don't have time to think more on that, however, before the man adds, "Drug her now instead. I can make him look presentable enough that she won't realize he's been tortured while she's under the influence, and an injection will get him hard enough to get the job done. Once she sobers up, you can clean up the aftermath with whatever lies you need to tell to convince her to cooperate tomorrow." The voice comes again, but he cuts her off. "The future of the entire world hangs in the balance. If he rises to power, he intends to destroy the barrier between human side and the parallel. He'll throw the entire balance of creation into chaos and despair. He will literally turn the world upside down, woman. I know she's your sister, but if Bane goes through with his plans, she and everyone else will suffer, and maybe even die. This is the best course." My ribs squeeze, and my mouth floods with the acrid taste of bile. Better a little betrayal now, and a happy ending for our people, than to let tender feelings doom us all, the man continues. "We can't afford to have a conscience right now, Kelly. The end game is all that matters." Even before he says her name, I know who he's talking to. But those 2 syllables still cut through me like a knife. Kelly did this. Kelly is at least partially responsible for torturing a man in ways no being should ever be tortured, especially not a man who, for all his faults, is doing his best to serve his people and keep them safe. I have no idea why she's done this, but my thoughts veer off course as I realize I actually might have an idea. I'm struggling to remember everything Maggie said about the ancient queen who ruled for 200 years. The one who had her mate locked up somewhere being tortured? When the man in the black coat says, "Excellent. I'll leave the door open and make sure Bane's otherwise engaged. You'll have until noon to get it done. The rings and the fertility charm are in the cabinet here." He makes an irritated sound low in his throat. "No. Of course I didn't move this sword. It's still in the armory, where it will stay until the last possible moment. I know the plan, and I intend to keep to it. Make sure you do the same." He ends the call with a sharp tap of his thumb, and without another glance back at the human being he just tortured into a blackout, he leaves the room. I force myself to wait a good 10 minutes, hopefully ensuring the man is truly gone and not simply popping out for a snack before he continues his bloody work. And then slowly shift the grate to one side. Elbows braced on the edge of the opening, I slowly lower my legs down into the room, abs trembling as more of my weight dangles free. Grunting softly, I manage to shift from my elbows to my hands without tumbling into the room, but it's a close call. As I release the metal and drop softly to land with bent knees, I vow to get serious about fitness at my earliest opportunity. If I'm not going to have a sword to help me toughen up, I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. And I won't have that sword. Even if I could steal it from Bane, I'm not about to mess with that thing. Not if there's even a chance that Maxim locked away and suffering in the dark is part of what it will require to bring me to power. Even if he turns out to be the worst version of himself and keeps me in his shadow for the entire length of our relationship, however long that might be, I will never regret making this choice. There are lines I refuse to cross, and torture is absolutely one of them. Even before I tiptoe across the room to Maxim's side, the smell of terrified, brutalized wolf pricking at my nose and bringing tears to my eyes. There's no doubt in my mind or heart about that. I rest a soft hand on his forehead as I whisper, "It's all right now. I'm going to get you out of here, I promise." I don't expect an answer. I don't expect him to be awake for hours, in fact, and I'm busy brainstorming ways to carry him out of here. But a beat later, his lashes flutter open. "Willow, you're here," he rasps in a voice so filled with joy that it breaks my heart all over again. Before I can stop them, tears stream down my cheeks. Coming so fast, they drip off my chin to land on Maxim's bruised chest.
Chapter 15. Maxim. "No, little wolf, don't cry. We talked about this." I tried to reach for her pretty face, but my hand is still bound at my side, which is confusing. Usually in my dreams, I'm free to move around. But this is all right. I can still enjoy her company, once I remind her that we shouldn't waste what little time we have together with grief. "Let's talk about other things, the way we usually do," I say, my heart lurching as she lifts her tortured gaze to mine. "Tell me about your day. Tell me what part of the world you explored and what you had for dinner. You know I'm always hungry." I try to laugh, but it emerges as a strained grunt. I'm in too much pain to laugh, which is also unusual for a dream, but hardly surprising considering the way things have been going lately. Pushing away memories of the torture before they can take hold, I add in as light a voice as I can manage. "For breakfast. I have no idea what time it is. It's always gloom o'clock down here." She sniffs and swallows, clearly making an effort to pull herself together.
How long have you been down here, love?
She asks, her voice thick with emotion. I wince, tears rising in my eyes now, too. "Don't," I whisper. "Don't call me that. It makes it harder to believe you're real. Real Willow doesn't love me. Real Willow..." I trail off, losing the strength to finish the sentence. The pain from my ravaged foot is starting to cut through the general hot, damaged feeling below my knees, becoming more articulated with every passing moment. Willow's gaze sharpens on mine.
Real Willow has a lot of complicated feelings for you, Maxim, but right now all she wants is to get you out of here and kill the people who hurt you.
She strokes my brow again with her cool hand.
And to comfort you, because this...
She presses her lips together, pulling in a breath through her nose.
This is unspeakable, sweetheart, and I'm so sorry.
More tears slip down my cheeks, and my heart swells like a balloon about to burst as that crushing, all-too-familiar hope rises inside of me again. I shake my head. No, please, I can't. Not again. I can't dream that I'm out and wake up here again. I can't. She cups my cheeks in both of her hands and orders sternly.
Then let's stop wasting time and get busy. I am not a dream, Maxim. I am really here. I snuck down an air vent into this room, and I have no idea how to get out or how much time we have before someone comes looking for me. So if you have any idea where the keys to your shackles are, that will help speed things along.
I blink and smack my dry lips, thoughts fogged by the rapidly intensifying pain coming from my foot. I don't know. The shelf, maybe. I wince as I begin to shiver, the way I sometimes do after an especially awful session with Gray.
It feels like I'm dying,
I whisper, my pulse slamming faster in my throat.
The pain is too much. It's going to kill me this time, Willow.
No, it's not, she insists, bending to press a kiss to my cheek before she whispers next to my ear.
You hold on, Mr. Thorne. This isn't how it ends for you or us. Not by a long shot.
And then she disappears. Choking on a breath, I close my eyes, trying to visualize a dam being built between my top half and my bottom, a barrier to ward off the pain. But it doesn't work this time. The damage is too fresh, too intense. There's only one way to escape it, and I'm nearly there, slipping back into something deeper than sleep, when Willow shakes my shoulder and hisses in an excited voice.
Eyes open, Alpha. You're about to be free.
I drag my lids up to see her holding a large metal key in front of my face.
Can you shift?
She asks, moving the key down to my left wrist. I can't, I murmur, fighting to keep my eyes open.
I told you I can't do this again. Not again, for the first time,
she says, popping the manacle off my arm and hurrying around the end of the table to my other side.
This is the first time you've really been free, Maxim. This isn't a dream, and if you can shift, your wolf will start to heal the worst of the damage, and I'm pretty sure I can carry you out when you're furry.
She pops the lock on my other hand, and then my neck, before leaning over to bring her face closer to mine.
But if you stay in your big, manly man body, it's not going to happen, hotshot, so it's time to pull yourself together and get this last job done, okay? After that, I'll take point, I promise. You can pass out furry if you need to.
I reach for her face, my muscles protesting movement after so long strapped down. I see my hand, my fingernail-free hand that's covered in dried blood and smells like death, and my stomach flips. It's the smell that does it, I think, that finally convinces me this isn't a dream.
Willow,
I croak.
You're really here?
She nods, her eyes shining with empathy.
Yes, Big Bad, I really am. Now shift for me and let's get you out of here. You forgive me?
I ask, more tears hot on my cheeks.
I'm so sorry, Willow. I'm so sorry.
Dimly, deep in my mind, I'm aware the old me would have been mortified to be reduced to tears and begging for forgiveness in front of my mate, but I'm no longer that man. I'm a broken man who regrets every act of unnecessary violence I've ever committed, especially with her, this woman I didn't realize I loved more than life itself, until it was too late. But maybe it's not too late. Just maybe.
I forgive you,
she whispers,
on one condition.
I hold her gaze.
Anything. You shift for me, right now,
she says, her stern tone at odds with the tears flowing from her eyes.
This very second, no more backtalk.
Hand falling from her face, I pull in a breath, drawing on the last of my strength to summon my wolf. At first it feels like he's vanished, abandoned me when I need him most, cut out like an organ stolen in some seedy black market warehouse. But then I feel him, wounded as I am, but there, clawing his way back to the surface. He comes through whimpering and twitching as claws push through my skin, forming paws to take the place of my ravaged fingers and toes. But almost instantly, I feel better. I'm still beaten and bruised and too weak to do much more than lie on the table and pant as Willow fetches some things from the cabinet across the room and shoves them into the dark black bag Gray uses for his tools. But the pain isn't going to engulf me. I can float on top of it, holding on to consciousness as Willow slings the bag over her arm before returning to the table. Good work, she says, turning her back and glancing over her shoulder at me.
Can you bring your front paws over my right shoulder and your back paws over my left? I think that will be the easiest way to carry you.
Moving slowly, I do my best to obey, but I still need Willow's help to scoot to the edge of the table, and I'm not at all sure this plan is going to work. Even as a wolf, I'm not a small creature by any stretch of the imagination, and I probably weigh nearly as much as Willow does in her human form. The chances that she'll be able to carry me out of this hole, let alone however far we'll have to run to reach safety, are slim to none. But I'm too broken to resist as she hefts me onto her back and starts for the exit, her footsteps slow but methodical. She staggers under my weight a bit on the stairs and struggles to pick me up again after putting me down to throw open the heavy door at the top. But once we reach the forest outside, she gains speed. After my time in the pit, I'm so stunned by sunlight and fresh air and the sounds of birdsong and insects humming around me that I lose track of how far we travel before we reach the cliff. My ability to focus on one thing at a time returns only when Willow sets me down and kneels in front of me to whisper,
We have to jump. I can't carry you down while I climb, so it's the only way. I'm almost positive I found a place where the river is deep enough for it to be safe, and I'll dive in right after you, okay? So don't worry if you're not able to swim just yet. I'll fish you out ASAP, and we'll keep going.
Her words are at odds with the anxiety tightening her voice, but if she says jumping is the only way, I believe her. I wish I'd given her my trust sooner, but she absolutely has it now. I summon the strength to push weakly to my feet, earning a relieved smile from my mate.
Good. Just walk to the edge, and I'll give you a good hard push.
After my time with Gray, the thought of being shoved off a cliff to my possible death doesn't faze me in the slightest. Returning to my pack and plotting revenge on those who wronged me is preferable, of course, but as long as I know Willow's on her way to safety, death doesn't sound so bad. It would be an escape of sorts, too, after all. When she pushes me and I start to fall, my pulse barely registers the danger. I simply stretch my front legs forward, close my eyes, and prepare myself to hit the water, knowing the river will be far gentler with me than anything that's touched me in God knows how long. Anything except Willow.
Chapter 16. Willow. Fighting tears is my new job. I fight tears as I coax Maxim into believing I'm not a dream. I fight tears as I drag him onto my shoulders and force my overburdened body to carry him through the forest. I fight tears as I push him off the cliff, then run and jump in after him, the terror I experience in those few seconds of free fall nearly enough to make me cry out as I hit the freezing cold water. But some wise instinct within me reminds me to keep my mouth closed. I hold my breath as I plunge all the way to the bottom before pushing off the rocky riverbed and pulling hard toward the surface. The bag draped over my arms to form a makeshift backpack drags at me as I swim, but I don't want to get rid of it unless I have to, unless I can't manage it and pulling Maxim from the water at the same time. I want the ancient North Star Pack artifacts far away from people who would use them to do harm. And we might need the other supplies I found later if we end up sleeping out in the forest tonight. Though I'm praying harder than I've ever prayed for anything that we find our way to a city before then. If we're still out here tonight, the chances that Bane's soldiers will find us is surely close to 100%. The only way we've gotten this far is the element of surprise. As soon as they realize we're gone, we'll be the easiest of prey. One nearly lame wolf and one out-of-shape woman, already trembling all over from exertion, a mere 10 minutes into her escape attempt. I break the surface of the river with a soft gasp and scan the water around me, heart thumping hard with relief, as I see Maxim slowly paddling toward the shore. The current is dragging him downstream as he swims, and his snout is barely out of the water. But he's moving on his own. It's a good sign, and gives me hope that he wasn't as damaged as he appeared to be when I first dropped down into that wretched room. As long as none of his wounds are life-threatening, shifting back and forth between his wolf form, staying wolf for at least a few hours each time, should help him recover fairly quickly. His body, at least. I'm not sure about his mind or heart. If you'd asked me a few days ago if I would ever see Maxim Thorne so broken he couldn't tell reality from fantasy or stop tears from streaming down his face, I would have snorted with laughter and called you a crazy person. No matter how much Maxim needed to learn a lesson about empathy and respecting other people's free will, he didn't deserve anything close to what happened to him back there. No living thing deserves that. Just thinking about it, and that man who so calmly chatted with my sister after breaking a man's bones, makes my skin burn with rage all over again as I climb up the bank and jog to help Maxim out of the river several yards downshore. Good. Rage is good. Rage gives me the strength to hoist a now even heavier, water-drenched Maxim onto my shoulders and stagger toward the road. If we hear a car coming, can you shift? I ask, my voice thin from locking my abdominal muscles as tight as I can. If I let them go for a second, I'm afraid the weight of Maxim will crush my spine. He nods his head weakly in my peripheral vision. Good, I say, trying to sound upbeat. Have a couple thin blankets in the bag I can throw over us. They're soaking wet, but they'll hide enough to hopefully convince someone to stop and help us. We'll tell them we were skinny dipping and got caught up in the current and dragged through some rapids. I suck in a breath. That should explain your injuries. Maxim whines dubiously, low in his throat. Right. Probably not all your injuries, but you can keep your hands hidden beneath the blanket if the nails haven't grown back yet, I reply, wincing as I step on an especially sharp stone by the edge of the road. Shoes would be nice right now, or paws. Once you can walk on your own, I'll shift too, and we'll be able to move faster. He doesn't respond to that, and after a beat, I look over to see that he's out cold again. His pretty amber eyes closed, and his tongue hanging out of his damp muzzle. But he's still breathing. I can feel his ribs moving in and out against my shoulders. So I try not to worry too much. He's probably still in terrible pain. Better for him to sleep, at least until there's a reason for him to be awake. 5 or so miles, and several dozen sharp stones jabbed into my already bleeding feet later, there's still no reason to rouse my unconscious alpha. There hasn't been a sign of life at all so far. Not a car or a house or a campsite, not so much as an empty beer bottle tossed carelessly into the ditch. And I'm back to fighting tears. I can't keep going like this. I'm just not strong enough. The muscles in my shoulders are on fire, my spine is screaming, and my knees are insisting that if I don't give them a rest soon, they're going to snap in half in protest to these insane working conditions. But I can't stop. Surely Kelly has realized that I'm gone by now and sent someone to look for me. Clearly, she and Bane are secretly at odds and working toward 2 different endgames, but she has allies within the camp that she could send to drag me back without Bane being any the wiser. Of course, even if that happens, it sounded like she'll need a certain amount of cooperation from me to bring her plan to fruition. But I know better than to think I can simply refuse to go along with torturing Maxim, and that will be that. Kelly is clever, determined, and desperate to stop her insane mate from taking control of our world. I have no doubt she will use every tool at her disposal to force me to do what she believes is right, even if she has to threaten innocent people to do so. And she has Diana right there, under her thumb. I fight tears again, and a wave of dread and panic, and force myself to keep walking. I can't help Diana now. The best I can do for my friend is to get back to the North Star Pack, get help, and find a way out of this mess that doesn't involve death, violence, torture, or dark rituals performed under the full moon. Good luck with that. I ignore the inner voice. It's probably right. I don't see a way to peace that doesn't involve violence of some kind. But I can't carry that load right now. Right now, Maxim is all the weight I can bear. And he's worth bearing. No matter what happened between us before, hearing him cry out in his delirium for me to leave him and run, knowing his thoughts were fixed on my safety even in the midst of his own torture, that changed things. As did his tears and his apology and the wonder and love in his eyes when he finally realized I wasn't a dream. He's a complicated man, but he's mine. Mine to care for and protect and challenge when I disagree with him. And someday, mine to laugh with and celebrate with, because we will come out on the other side of this. I have to believe that, or I won't be able to take another step. My world narrows to the shuffle of my feet and the rhythm of my breath, to the stubborn force of will pulsing through my veins, refusing to stop, no matter how my muscles are trembling. I can't stop, and I won't. I will not stop. I will not stop. I will not. Chapter 17. Willow. I wake on the ground I don't know how many minutes, hours later, to a feminine voice asking, "Honey? Honey, can you hear me?" I drag my eyes open, struggling to make sense of the form leaning over me. It's a woman, I can tell that much, but it takes time to drag her blue jean overalls, messy blonde bun, and worried brown eyes into focus. "Hey there," she says, hope lightening her tone as she takes a careful step closer. "Good to see you awake. I'm Fern. Any idea what happened to you? You and your pet?" The question in her voice and the cautious look in her eyes makes me suspect Maxim is still in wolf form. Maxim, is he? I sit up fast, swaying as the world reels around me. "Easy there," Fern says, crouching beside me. "You've clearly been through something. Just take it slow, and I'll help you however I can." "Thank you," I mumble thickly, as I turn to see Maxim, still in his big black wolf form, sleeping on the grass beside the road. Exhaling with relief, I turn back to Fern. "I was camping, and I thought I'd trail off." The story I prepared seeming ridiculous now. Why would anyone go skinny dipping in October? It's ludicrous. And Fern doesn't look stupid. She doesn't look dangerous either. She actually looks very kind and concerned, and like the sort of person who wouldn't hesitate to help a fellow creature in need. Swallowing hard, I lift my chin, meeting her clear gaze. I was taken by some bad people, very bad people. They took my wolf too. He's hurt, and we're both in danger. We just barely escaped, and I'm sure they're out looking for us. I'd appreciate a ride to the closest city and some clothes so much, but I can't promise it's safe for you to help us. So if you..." Fern cuts me off with a shake of her head. "Say no more. Can you help me get your animal into the back of the truck?" I nod and rise, ignoring the pain flashing through the torn flesh on the bottoms of my feet as Fern drops the tailgate on our pickup. "Sounds like we need to move now and chat later." She circles around to Maxim's rear flank, arching a brow my way. "Is it safe for me to touch him? He's not going to bite my head off if he wakes up while we're moving him, is he?" "He shouldn't, but I'll watch his mouth just in case." I move to Maxim's front, keeping a close eye on his face as we carry him around to the back of the truck and slide him into the bed. But he doesn't wake. A fact that's troubling, though probably best with regard to his healing. The more he can sleep and rest, the better. I hurry back to the place where I collapsed, grabbing the still damp bag full of North Star relics. That dampness gives me hope Maxim and I weren't out for that long, and haven't given our enemies too much time to catch up. "Just shove the groceries out of the way," Fern says, as I open the passenger's door to find the seat full of brightly colored reusable shopping bags. "I was coming back from the store when I saw you fall over, and kept driving up here to see what happened." "Thank you so much," I say, shifting the bags onto the floor and perching gingerly on the seat, suddenly aware of my nakedness in a new way, now that I'm in human company. "I'm sorry I have to sit on your seat without clothes on. I have a damp blanket in my bag if you think..." "Stop!" Fern shoots me a stern, compassionate look and fires up the truck. "After what you've been through, don't you dare apologize for a damn thing. I'm just sorry I don't have anything for you to wear in here." She glances in her rear view and pulls out, quickly picking up speed. We could swing into my place if you want. It's about a mile up ahead. I could run in and grab you something of mine. You're shorter, but otherwise I think we're close to the same size. I pull in a breath, fighting tears again as I shake my head. Thank you, but no. I'd never forgive myself if they caught up with us and hurt you. It's better to keep going, fast. She sits back in her seat, squaring her thin shoulders as she nods. Okay, then that's what we'll do. She reaches out, grabbing an older model cell phone from the cup holder between us. Let me call my boyfriend and warn him I won't be back for a while. Of course, I say, listening as she places the call, quickly explains the situation, then warns the voice on the other end. So keep the doors locked and your gun close, baby. I love you and I'll see you soon. I cross my arms over my chest, fighting to control the trembling starting in my weary muscles. Thank you again. Your boyfriend should be fine. The people after us don't want to attract attention. They shouldn't bother him, not unless they smelled our trail leading up to your house or something. Fern glances my way, out of the corners of her eyes. Smelled? They have tracking dogs? Something like that, I say, not wanting to lie to this woman. I'm so sick of lies, so sick of pretending to be something I'm not. Pretending to be human the rare times I've been out and about in their world. Pretending to be beta because that's what my pack told me I had to be. Pretending to respect people who haven't earned it because I'm too afraid to fight back. I don't want to pretend anymore. So when Fern asks, any chance you'd feel comfortable telling me what happened to you? I say, I would, but I'm not sure you'll believe it. I don't know, she says. I've seen a lot of strange things in these woods the past few years. Things that aren't quite normal, if you know what I mean. I think I know exactly what you mean. And then I proceed to tell her all about the shifter army assembling not 15 miles from her property, and the psychopath leading them, and the sister who betrayed me. I finish the tale by expressing how vital it is for me to get back to Maxim's pack before it's too late to save both our worlds from being thrown into a state of existential chaos modern physics isn't prepared to explain or correct. When I'm done, she's quiet for a long time. But I'm not worried. If Fern decides I'm insane, she's the kind to gently deliver me to the nearest psych ward, not kick me out on the side of the road. But surprisingly, she only says, so it would be a waste of time to take you to the police then? Yes, I need to get to New York as quickly as possible. I initially thought I could go by train, but if my friend can't shift back into his human form, I may have to rent a car or something. I wince. Or steal a car. I don't have any money. She nods over her shoulder. So, he's a man, sometimes? Yes. I study her still calm face. You're taking this really well. Her lips quirk. About a year ago, I was out hiking with some friends and stepped off the trail to use the bathroom. I had a view out across the valley below, and I swear I saw two naked men turn into wolves and go chasing after a couple of rabbits they'd stirred up in the grass. I told my friends when I got back on the trail, but we'd been drinking moonshine while we walked. They thought I was kidding. Or drunk. She shakes her head. But I wasn't, and I haven't gone hiking without my sidearm since. Real wolves I know how to handle. Whatever those two were, I wasn't sure about. Shifters are like people, I say. Some good, some bad. Most too lazy to bother making an effort either way. I cross my arms tighter over my chest. I've never harmed a human, in case you're wondering. I actually haven't spent much time in the human world or outside the neighborhood where I was born. My pack was very controlling. My father was very controlling, she says. Kicked me out of the house at 15, but it ended up being the best thing that ever happened to me. I met some amazing women at a halfway house in Gregston. They helped me learn to believe in myself. I got my GED, then a degree in sustainable agriculture, and worked as a consultant all over the Northeast. A couple of years ago, I finally saved up enough to buy my own farm with my sweet hippie boyfriend my father would have hated for being so gentle and good to me. My brow furrows. I'm sorry. But I'm glad you were able to build the life you love. I did, she says, and you can too with a little help. That part is important. When we're at our lowest, we need good people. Or wolves, she adds with a smile, to lift us up. Yeah, we do, I say, returning her smile. She nods. Good. I'm glad you agree, because I know where we can get you a car and some clothes, and I don't want to hear a word about you bringing them back or paying off any debts. This isn't a loan. It's a hand up when you need it, so you can go save the world. I pull in a deep breath, fighting another wave of tears. But this time, they're grateful, happy tears. Thank you. And I'll do my best, I swear I will. Though I can't promise it will be enough. Your best is all you can do, she says, sobering. The best any of us can do. 90 minutes later, behind the halfway house in Gregston where Fern got her fresh start, I'm standing in a parking lot dressed in jeans and a soft pink sweater, with a small duffel of extra clothes and supplies by my feet. Two older women in matching tie-dyed dresses give me a brief overview of my new car's driving quirks, then hand over the keys to an ancient station wagon with a trunk big enough to fit a sleeping Maxim in either of his forms, as long as I fold down the rear seats first. And here's some traveling money. Felicia, the taller woman with honey-brown skin and graying dreads, presses a wad of bills into my hand. It should cover gas and food, and maybe a hotel if you can find a cheap place off the highway. I know you're eager to get back to the city, but you look like a strong wind would blow you right over. Even a few hours sleep would probably do you good. And your man, too, Colette, the shorter, whiter of the pair, says, wrapping an arm around Felicia's waist and leaning her graying blonde head on her friend's shoulder. Poor thing was so beat he could barely speak while I was kitting him out. Or maybe he was just so appalled by our pitiful selection of men's clothing, he didn't know how to respond. He's just exhausted, I assure her. He's been through a lot. And now we've gone and put him in clothes 3 sizes too small, Colette tuts. Though in my defense, we don't see many men that tall and broad around here. They must grow 'em big in the city, huh? Not really. Maxim's kind of in a league of his own, I say, glancing over her shoulder as Maxim emerges from the back of the halfway house and makes his way gingerly down the stairs. Even in jeans so short they reveal 3 inches of his ankle, and a faded gray bass fishing competition sweatshirt that's strained to accommodate his broad shoulders. The sight of him sends a rush of gratitude and relief rushing through me. Looking good, I say, forcing a smile as he makes his way slowly across the graying asphalt. I like you in sportswear. His lips twitch. I'll throw out all my designer suits as soon as we get home. He stands beside me, looping an arm over my shoulder. But he doesn't lean against me for support the way he did before, when we stopped just outside of town for him to shift, and then climb into the cab of the truck with us. He's clearly still in pain, but he's getting stronger with every passing minute. Thank the stars. I swallow past the lump in my throat and wrap an arm around his waist, giving him a gentle hug. Feeling a little better? He tips his head down to meet my gaze. Much. Feel like I could sleep for 100 years or so, but much, much better. He squeezes my shoulder. Thanks to you. You saved my life. In more ways than one. Aw, Colette says, sniffing and swiping at her cheeks. You two are going to be just fine. I don't know what kind of hell you've been through, but as long as you keep loving each other and looking out for each other, there's nothing you can't do. I truly believe that. So do I, Felicia says, kissing Colette's temple. Me 3, Fern says, stretching out her arms and enveloping both Maxim and me in a rosemary-scented embrace. Be careful, be quick, and don't be afraid to stop by if you're ever in the area again. I'd love to take you on a moonshine hike and have a fire pit under the stars. That sounds amazing, I say, hugging her with my free arm. And you be careful, too. And hopefully, if we do our job, pretty soon there won't be anything to be afraid of in your neck of the woods. I intend to make sure of that, Maxim says, a hint of the old, bossy alpha in his tone as Fern pulls away. But almost immediately he amends, We intend to make sure of it. I nod. We do. Which reminds me, there's so much to tell Maxim, so much he needs to be caught up on before we get back to the city. We really have to get going. No matter how nice it feels to stand here surrounded by good people and feel safe for a little while. The truth is, we aren't safe, and neither are our new friends. No one will be truly safe until Bane and Kelly and all their various twisted schemes are put out of commission, permanently. With a wave goodbye, Maxim and I load into the station wagon, and I drive east, toward our people and hopefully a chance at salvation. For a brief moment, I allow myself to indulge in the hope rising in my chest, and then Maxim says, "I'm not sure it's safe to go back to the tower. Cam's working for Bane. He's been using his pet gift to make our allies forget their promises, and my dad forget things that happened between him and Bane. The stars only know what he'll do if we confront him." My hope shrivels like a grape left out in the sun, and I suddenly feel even wearier than I did before. I glance Maxim's way across the car to see my exhaustion reflected in his shadowed eyes. Well, we didn't really expect anything to be easy, did we? His lips twitch again. Would have been nice, though. For once. Yeah, I agree, dividing my attention between him and the road. Let's drive for a couple of hours, get far enough off the path to make it hard for anyone following us to track us down, and get a room. We can eat some food, grab a few hours sleep, and wake up ready to make a plan. Sounds good, he says, resting one big hand on my thigh. And so does what Colette said. And what Maggie said, too, before she died. If you'll give me another chance to be on your team, little wolf, I won't betray your trust again. I swear it. I'm not the man I was before. I know those are just words right now, but I'll work as long as it takes to prove they're true. I place my hand over his. I believe you mean that. And I still care about you, Maxim. I probably always will. There's something here between us. Something I can't deny, and I don't want to. When I glance back at him again, his eyes are shining. I dreamed about you down there. You and only you. My life was yours even before you carried me out of that pit. Fighting tears, I whisper, I'll take good care of it, Big Bad. I promise. Of that, I have no doubt, he says, threading his fingers through mine. And then we fall silent, watching the sun set outside as we race into the uncertain future. But his hand is still in mine. And right now, that feels like a lot.
Chapter 18. Maxim. We grab cheeseburgers in a small town off the highway, and then drive south on a country road and backtrack west for 20 minutes, hoping to throw any pursuers off our path. By the time we reach an even smaller town with nothing but a gas station, an ancient post office, and a tiny motel that advertises free cable on a flickering sign, the sun has set, and I'm wishing we'd ordered extra burgers, even though they would have been cold by now. As we carry our belongings into our clean but faded room, my stomach snarls like a cat trapped in a corner. Willow turns to me with a half-smile and an arched brow.
Guess your first solid food in a couple days went down okay then?
I shake my head, still struggling to come to terms with the fact that my torture probably lasted no more than 24 hours total. Thank the stars Willow got me out when she did, or I seriously doubt my sanity would have survived even a week with Gray. I feel like I could eat the station wagon, I reply, stained upholstery and all. She sets the duffel bag the women at the halfway house gave us on the small table by the windows and unzips the top.
Then I guess it's a good thing I grabbed a few things at the gas station when we stopped to brush our teeth, huh?
She pulls out a bag of crinkle-cut potato chips, a couple of browning bananas, a tin of mixed nuts, and a package of those pink, plastic-looking snack cakes I haven't had since I was a kid. Immediately, I want to kiss her, but that isn't anything new. I've wanted to kiss her since the moment I woke up to find her standing over my torture bed, And even more so since we bought toothbrushes at the gas station, and I was allowed to scrub the taste of fear and pain from my mouth. But I don't know if Willow is open to that at this point. So instead, I say, "You are the smartest and best woman I've ever met." She laughs.
That's quite a compliment, considering some of the women on your team.
Her smile fades as she sits down in one of the table's chairs. I settle into the other and reach for the bag of potato chips.
Speaking of the women on your team,
She adds.
Do you think Cam's gotten to Hermione?
I shake my head. I don't think so. I pause, then amend. At least he hadn't before I was taken. At our council meetings, she seemed as confused by the other pack's lack of response as the rest of us. She has family in Boston, and even they were icing her out. I devour a giant handful of chips and swallow before adding. That should have set off alarm bells that this was something more than just shifting alliances. I should have realized there was something supernatural going on. Willow opens the tin of nuts.
Don't be too hard on yourself. Everything's clearer in hindsight, like with Kelly. I should have guessed what she was up to the second I saw you strapped to that table, but it took a while to connect the dots.
My jaw clenches. I had a horrible thought, actually, about that. My stomach cramps, but I don't stop eating. My body is working hard to heal all the damage it sustained, and it demands food, now, no matter what my emotions have to say about it. You don't think they can use Diana for the ritual, do you? To become their queen? Willow's face pales, but after a moment she shakes her head.
No, I don't think so. I don't think just any old mate locked in a basement would do. I think it has to be one of the brothers from the prophecy. And Bane's already mated to Kelly, and Diana is his sister. Even if Kelly managed to get Bane locked up in the pit, she'd never be able to force Diana to marry him or work the ritual. From what I overheard, it sounds like they need the sacred items I took, as well as the sword, to make that happen, and conception is probably involved, so...
I keep eating, even as my throat squeezes tight. Like the story Maggie told us, about the queen who fed on her unborn baby and her tortured mate for 200 years.
Yes.
Willow shivers.
I'm pretty sure we'd already be living in that reality if Kelly were able to conceive. She said it was because I would make a better queen than she would, but...
And you would have, I say, correcting myself as I catch Willow's gaze across our junk food feast. You will. If we can't find another way, then we will take control and rule, Willow. And we'll do a damned good job of it. Her brow furrows, and her gaze falls to the table.
But
She picks at the top of the package of snack cakes.
I don't think we're pregnant, Maxim. As soon as I left the tower, I went to a pharmacy and bought the morning after pill, and I took it.
Good, I say stiffly, hating the reminder of that dark night when I crossed lines that I never should have crossed. That wasn't my decision to make for you. It was yours, and again, I'm so sorry. If I could go back and undo it, I would. It is the greatest regret of my life. She's quiet for a moment before she says,
And I wish I'd told you the truth about Pax before you found out the way you did. He did try to rape me. That was the truth, but I managed to fight him off and get away. I lied about it because it seemed like the only way to convince you to let me stay in the tower where I had a shot at safety.
I sigh. You were right. It was. After the poisoning, I was so afraid of someone hurting my father or someone else under my protection that I was becoming just like them.
Like who?
She asks. I push the bag of chips away and swipe the back of my hand across my salt-stung lips. All those men I had such disdain for when I first started attending alpha meetings with Dad to negotiate territory and alliances. They were such smug, narrow-minded bullies. They never seemed to listen when anyone else talked. Their own voice was the only one they cared about. They thought they fucking knew it all just because they'd scared their subordinates into silence. Willow pulls out one of the pink cakes, sets it on the plastic the treat came in, and slides it in front of me.
I know you feel like shit right now, but it really is okay. We all have learning curves in life. What matters is that you see where you were going wrong and correct course.
I swallow hard, fighting tears for who knows what time today. My eyes are broken, and I'm not sure my soul is up to the challenge ahead. I'm really honestly fucking not. But what if I can't, Willow? I ask softly. What if I'm just like them? What if I'm the kind of man that power corrupts, no matter how hard I try to fight it?
Eat your snack cake, she says. It's scientifically proven that men who eat pink snack cakes are incapable of becoming evil alpha bully warlords.
My lips try to lift, but the fear rampaging through me won't tolerate a smile right now. I'm serious. The Council could remove me as alpha, but they won't. They've never recalled a pack leader, not in thousands of years of North Star history. There are basically no checks on my power except those I impose on myself.
Then we revise pack law to put more meaningful checks and balances in place,
she says, lifting her snack cake.
But first, we have to make sure there's still a pack around to reform, which means figuring out if Cam has warped the memories of our people too, or if we still have a chance to root him out before his cancer grows. Now, seriously, eat your cake. I want to watch you eat something pink. I'm easily amused.
I take the soft, almost sickeningly sweet-smelling confection and pop it into my mouth in one bite, then chew soberly, holding her gaze until I swallow. How was that? All you imagined and more? Her lips twitch.
Not quite, but pretty good. Next time I'll bring you a pink cupcake with a unicorn horn on it covered in sprinkles and make it so big you won't be able to eat it in one bite. That will be even better.
She nods and takes a bite of her cake, only to pull a face and immediately set the thing back down on the square of cardboard in front of her.
Oh, God, that's awful. It tastes like poison.
The thought spurs something in me. We could try poison. Not enough to kill Cam, but enough to knock him out long enough to get him locked in a cell with something covering his mouth so he can't confuse anyone else. But she arches a brow as she reaches for her water bottle.
But
you'd have to do it. Not only will he be less suspicious of you than me, but Baines said something when I was in the pit. About you and Kelly probably being immune to the forgetting gift because your mother has it. Willow shakes her head.
But I wasn't, remember? My mom did make me forget until...
I wince again, wondering if I'll ever be able to do enough good for this woman to make up for all the pain I've inflicted. Fuck, I hope so. I'm certainly going to try. But it wasn't easy, right? I ask. You said she had to work with you for a long time to make the memory disappear. Her lips press together as she nods.
Yes, several months at least. I know I had nightmares for a long time. I kept getting in trouble at school for falling asleep in class because I wasn't sleeping well at night.
Misery flashes through my chest, and I want to travel back in time and comfort that little girl so much it shocks me. I've never had feelings like this about a lover before. But with Willow, I reach under the table to rest a hand on her knee. I'm sorry about that, too. She cocks her head and lifts a shoulder.
It's actually okay, truly. If given the option, I wouldn't have chosen to remember, but I'm glad I did. It's part of my life and what shaped me into the person I am. And I always felt like there was something at the bottom of my mind, something lurking in the dark that I spent so much time and energy avoiding.
She shakes her head.
And avoiding it gave it power. Now that the truth is out, it's not as scary as I imagined, and I'm stronger than I thought. And both of those things are good.
They're very good. I give her leg a gentle squeeze. And I think that supports my theory, too. You never fully forgot the attack, and it took so long for your mother to suppress the memory. It makes me think that if you were only exposed to Cam's forgetting gift for a short amount of time, it wouldn't have an effect on you. Willow nibbles her bottom lip.
It's at least worth a shot. Assuming he hasn't already convinced everyone in the tower that we're evil and they should shoot us on sight the second we walk through the door.
We'll do some scouting first. I'll discreetly make contact with some of my most trusted people and see what I can sort out. I rub the back of my aching neck. Though probably not my father or Hermione.
In a coup-type situation, Cam would go to work on them first.
Willow agrees. Exactly. But there are others, people who will probably slip past Cam's radar, but who are loyal to the bone and will do what I ask without question. She takes another drink of water, smiling as she swallows.
See? You're not all bad. You wouldn't have people who loved you like that if you were a big bad alpha bully all the time.
Her words make me wince, and shame rises inside me again. You don't have to try to make me feel better, Willow. You don't have to comfort me. I hurt you. If anyone needs to be comforting and lifting someone up, it's me. Willow nods, her expression sobering.
Maybe. But my heart doesn't work that way, Maxim. You were brutally tortured, and you still look like a flick of my fingers could shatter you into 1,000 pieces.
I'm fine. I insist through a tight jaw.
You've had tears in your eyes on and off pretty much constantly since the second you woke up on that table,
she says, not backing down.
And I know you well enough to know that's not normal for you. You are hurting and damaged, and I don't kick people when they're down.
She covers my hand with hers under the table as she adds in a softer voice.
And I don't want to kick you anyway. I don't want to hate you or resent you or resist you. I just want to let go and trust that it's safe to finish falling in love with you, and that you won't hurt me again.
The tears she called me out on streamed down my cheeks as I promise. Never. I swear on my father's life, on Diana's life, on the memory of my mother. I pull in a ragged breath. Who would have loved you, by the way? Your heart and your humor and your bravery. She would have been a big fan. Willow sniffs, tears streaming down her face, too.
Then let's do this, okay? Let's take that big, scary jump together. Let's trust each other and be there for each other. Because I think Maggie was right about that, too. If we stick together, we can have peace. Not just for us, but for our people.
I can't remember which of us reaches for the other first, but suddenly Willow is in my lap, in my arms, her tears mixing with mine as we kiss. And like everything with Willow, it's different than other kisses. Better, sweeter. It's a brutally honest conversation, a confession. And by the time she finally pulls away to ask,
I'm not hurting you, am I?
I'm so full of feeling, my chest is about to explode. No, I tighten my arms around her, needing her to stay right where she is. You feel beautiful and terrifying and perfect. She brushes her fingers gently across my cheeks, swiping away the damp. The tenderness in her eyes makes me believe I am more man than monster, and that I can become something even better, as long as she's here beside me.
I feel the same way,
She whispers.
but you don't have to be afraid of me, Maxim. I won't hurt you. I promise.
But someone could take you away, I say in an equally soft voice, the possibility too horrible to speak at full volume. Maybe even forever. Understanding and pain flicker in her eyes.
Yes, they could. And they could do the same to you. So I guess we'd better make the most of every day we get, huh?
She kisses my forehead, making me feel safe in a way I can't remember feeling since my mother died. And the one person who loved me unconditionally was taken away. My father loves all his kids, but it's not the same, and it never was. I cup her cheek in my hand. Whenever we decide to have children, if we decide to have them, they will be so lucky to have you as a mother. They will never doubt that they're so loved. She blinks faster.
Stop or you're going to make me start crying again, and I'd really rather get naked. If you're up for it, even fraught, super emotional sex is probably pretty great, right?
Wonder blooms in my chest. I wouldn't know. I've never had that kind. I think it's called making love when you do it that way. She holds my gaze, nodding slowly.
I think so too.
She threads her fingers gently into my hair.
Would you like to try it? With me?
More than anything in the world, I promise, standing and lifting her into my arms, ignoring the hot pain that flashes through my still wounded leg and foot. I'll nurse my injuries tomorrow. Tonight, I have to prove to my mate that we're both still alive, and that no one can take this bond away from us. I carry her to the closest of the two beds in the room and pull down the ugly flower bedspread to reveal the sheets. They smell of bleach and laundry detergent and other civilized scents that seem to promise we'll find a way to bring order to a world gone mad. But before we bring our people together, I need to fall apart with my woman.
Chapter 19. Willow. The chemistry that ignites in my blood when we touch is the same as it was before, but so different too. I don't know if it's the perspective I've gained in the past few days, or the fact that Maxim and I are finally being honest with each other, but as he lies me on the bed and lengthens himself on top of me, just that small, sweet closeness is enough to make my heart feel big enough to hold the entire room. I cup his face in my hands as we kiss, slowly exploring each other, taking our time with each slip and slide of our tongues and press of our lips. And all the while, I'm fluttering madly beneath my skin. A swarm of moths has been set loose from my bones, and Maxim is the bright, beaming light they can't bear to be parted from for another instant. How can you make me want you so much? I murmur against his delicious mouth. Just with a kiss. He groans softly, shifting until his hips are nestled between my legs, and the thick, heavy ridge of his erection presses against where I ache for him. All you have to do is look at me, little wolf. One flash of those green eyes, and I'm helpless. He cups my breast in his hand through my sweater, and his breath rushes out. As I suspected. I smile against his lips. What's that? No bra, he says, squeezing me through the soft wool. You should never wear a bra. Ever. You should never wear clothes, I say, tugging at the bottom of his sweatshirt. Especially not clothes like these, he says, as he strips the shirt off and tosses it on the floor, before bringing his hands to my waist and gliding both under my sweater. They definitely gave you the nicer things from the charity box. I bite my lip, breath coming faster as he captures both my breasts in his hands and sweeps his thumbs back and forth over my nipples. It's Colette's, actually. She insisted on giving me something from her closet. We're going to make an enormous contribution to their charity. He abandons my breasts long enough to strip the sweater over my head and toss it aside, and then his mouth is where his hands were a moment ago. He drags his tongue over my electrified nipple, sending hunger pulsing between my legs as he adds, massive amounts of money, and several vehicles, and a Harley with a sidecar. Arching into his mouth, I pant, why a Harley with a sidecar? Felicia mentioned in passing that she'd sold hers to pay off the mortgage on the building. That's sweet, Big Bad. I fist my fingers in his hair, rolling my hips against his waist as he licks and sucks my nipples like he's never tasted anything as delicious. You're sweet. I want to devour every inch of you, he growls, nipping at the underside of my breast, summoning an answering rumble from my throat. Then get to it, mister, I say. My pussy isn't going to kiss itself. He glances up, surprise and pleasure mixing in his gaze. What was that? I grin. I want to know what it feels like. I heard it's pretty great, but if you're not into it... I shrug, before adding in a faux casual voice. Or not good at it. He smiles. That big, fearless Maxim smile I've only seen a few times, but already love so much, it's probably dangerous. I could become addicted to that smile, willing to do whatever it takes to make him flash that grin my way. But it looks like all it takes is being myself. Because he's still grinning when he promises, I'm a man with many flaws, little wolf. I'll grant you that. But being selfish in bed isn't one of them. He curls his fingers into the waist of my jeans, and eating pussy happens to be one of the things I'm best at. After being insufferably bossy and looking really good naked, I tease, as he pops the button on my jeans and drags the zipper down. His dark eyes glitter. Yes, after both of those. But before grilling steaks so damned succulent, your taste buds will come nearly as hard as I'm about to make your body come right now. I bite my lip and murmur, promises, promises. That sassy mouth of yours is going to earn you a spanking one of these days, he says, stripping my jeans and panties down my legs in one swift movement, leaving me completely bare to him. Oh, I hope so, I whisper, as he settles between my legs and brings his warm hands to my thighs, dragging them farther apart. He meets my eyes across the landscape of my body, his breath coming faster. Fuck, Willow, you smell so good. He glances between my legs, an almost pained expression on his face as he adds, You're so sexy like this, so wet and ready for me. I squirm beneath his gaze. You make me crazy. I want you so much. But you want me to pull out this time, right? He asks, reaching up to rub my nipples as he presses a kiss to my thigh that makes me shudder and my womb tighten. I need you to tell me now. As soon as I feel you coming on my mouth, I'm not going to be able to get my cock in you fast enough, baby. And I'll probably be past the point of stopping to ask these kinds of questions. No, I break off with a gasp as his mouth moves to my pussy and he presses the softest kiss to my clit. Even that gentle touch is enough to make me moan and arch my back, shamelessly bringing my sex closer to his mouth. No, you don't want me to come inside you, he murmurs, his tongue tracing slowly around the top of me, making my head spin and my nipples pull even tighter beneath his fingertips. Or no, you don't want me to pull out. No, I don't. I exhale, rocking into the firmer, skilled strokes of his tongue. How can that feel so good? How is that even possible? God, Maxim, your mouth. My mouth belongs to you, little wolf. He cups my ass in his big hands, lifting me off the bed and angling his head so he can get even closer to where I ache. But I need an answer. Now. Yes. Oh, yes, now, I pant, as his tongue presses into my channel and does this rippling thing that's probably unnatural, but who cares when it's so mind-blowingly good? My blood rushes faster and the tension coiling low in my body becomes a swirling storm. And then he covers my entire sex with his mouth and begins to suck with deep, rhythmic pulls. and I shatter. Heels pressing into the mattress, I grind into his brilliant, perfect, talented mouth as pleasure rampages through me, twisting and pulling and reshaping me in ways that bind me even closer to this man. I don't need to have direct experience with other mouths to know his is the best. And even if there is someone out there better at this than him, I don't want to meet them. This bliss is already so intense, it's almost more than my nervous system can handle. By the time I start to come down from my pleasure spiral, I'm trembling all over and my heart is about to burst from my chest. And then Maxim shifts his position, focusing all his attention on my clit as he pushes 2 fingers deep into my core, and the wheels inside begin to wind tighter all over again. I'm seconds away from coming a second time when he pulls away and swats the side of my ass hard enough to make me yip and my closed eyes fly open. "Tell me what you want, Willow," he demands, his breath nearly as ragged as mine. "Am I pulling out or not? Tell me now. Because all I want is to come so deep inside you, little wolf. I want to put my baby in you so badly it's making me fucking crazy." I prop up on my elbows, watching the way his eyes rake hungrily from my breasts to my pussy and back to my eyes as I move, leaving no doubt he thinks I'm beautiful and sexy and oh so desirable. But we're going to need more than raging mutual attraction to make it for the long haul. And I don't want to make a decision like this because of a prophecy or fear or even the biological drive to reproduce with my fated mate. Do you really want to? Really, I ask? Or do you just think it's the best strategic move? "I've wanted to breed you since that night in my apartment, after the attack in the theater," he says, without a beat of hesitation. "Long before I knew about the prophecy, or thought I wanted kids, or was ready to admit that what I felt for you was a hell of a lot more than lust." "Even then?" I ask, tingles of awareness dancing across my skin as he presses his thumb to my sensitized clit and begins to move it in gentle circles. "Even then," he says softly, "I missed the entire show. I only wanted to watch you. Everything you felt was right there on your face, and I reach down, brushing his hair from his forehead, silently willing him to say whatever he's holding back. He swallows and adds, "I wanted you to feel things for me. I wanted you to trust me, to take you on an adventure the way you trusted the people on that stage. This adventure is going to be bigger than anything on any stage," I say, bliss swelling inside me again as his thumb moves faster. "So much bigger," he agrees. "I want everything with you, little wolf. That includes babies and a family and proving to everyone who sees us that you are the most important thing in my world, and that hurting you would be the stupidest and the last thing they could ever do." Breasts rising and falling faster, I put my hand over his, stopping him before he can make me come again, needing my wits about me for a few more seconds. "Then come inside me, Big Bad. I don't think the timing is right for conceiving, but that shouldn't stop us from trying." Wonder and uncertainty mix on his face. "Really? Even after everything?" I nod. If we're pregnant, then other people will have to stop trying to get me pregnant. His brow furrows, but I push on before he can speak. And there is no one in the world I want to have a baby with other than you. I want your baby, Maxim. I want you in my bed and by my side and in my life for as long as we can make each other happy. "Then I guess I'm going to have to keep you happy," he says, lengthening himself on top of me. "Because I want forever." He kisses my forehead, my cheek, and I'm very fucking stubborn when it comes to getting and keeping the things I want. "So I've heard," I say, lifting my chin, "but I'm just as stubborn." He kisses me, his lips moving against mine as he says, "Thank the stars for that, or I wouldn't be in this bed with you right now. You saved my life." "And you saved mine," I say, threading my fingers into his silky hair. He smells like the river we plummeted into what feels like ages ago, and fresh air from having the windows down as we drove, and home and safety, and all the adventures waiting around the bend. I want him inside me so much, the hunger gnaws at my heart like a starving beast. But before we make love for the first time, I need him to know one more thing. Also, when all the madness is finally over, I want a big wedding. The biggest, he promises. With the weekend after party in the woods, like they used to do in the old days, I say, helping him pop the button on his jeans and boxers and shove them lower on his hips. I'll rent a private island. And my parents will come live with us, I say, gasping as his newly freed cock brushes against where I need him so badly. For keeps, and you have to be really nice to them. Best son-in-law ever, he says, kicking his jeans off and settling fully between my thighs. He rocks against me, rubbing his fever-hot length between my folds, but not making any move to push inside. Is that all? And a cat, I breathe, as I wrap my legs around his waist. I want a cat. I'll find one that isn't afraid of shifters, and it will live with us and love us and sleep in our bed. Hard no on the cat in my bed, he says, reaching between us to rub my clit, making me moan and beg, inside me, please. Not until you promise. This is the only pussy allowed in my bedroom, he says, the feel of his erection teasing at my entrance, making me dizzy with need. All right, it's a deal, I say. Let's fuck on it. Yes, let's, he says, a smile in his voice that becomes a groan of pleasure as he positions his cock and drives inside me, filling me with one delicious thrust. Oh, yes, I say, relief and bliss throbbing through me in equal measure as we begin to move. Yes, this is it. All I need. All I'll ever need. Everything, he agrees, kissing me hard and deep. You are everything, he promises. And then he makes me believe it.
Chapter 20. Maxim. Fucking hell. Sex has never felt this good. Nothing has ever felt this good. Making love to Willow is intense and incredible and so damned hot I find myself fighting the urge to come almost immediately. It's like I'm 17 again and in bed with my first woman, but even more overwhelming because I have the experience to know how special this is, how special she is. My heart is in her hands and my cock is hers for life, so I'd better make sure she's pleased with it. Forcing myself to slow down, I pull in a breath and hold it as I roll over onto my back, carrying her with me so that she's on top with her hands braced on my chest. You set the pace, little wolf, I say, squeezing the delicious fullness of her hips. Show me how you like it.
I like it all,
she says, rocking forward and back, finding the rhythm she prefers.
Oh, yes, this is... God, Maxim, you're so deep inside me. I love feeling you so deep.
So damned sexy, baby, I say through clenched teeth as I begin to recite multiplication tables in my head. Because this, her on top, riding me with her breasts bouncing and her cheeks flushed with pleasure, it's even hotter than having her under me. Fuck, Willow, I say, biting my lip hard enough to send pain flashing through my jaw as she begins to move faster. You destroy me, fucking destroy me.
No, never,
she pants, her nails digging into my chest as her thrusts grow almost frantic.
Never. I won't destroy you. I love you, Maxim. I love you so much.
So much, I echo, crying out with her as she comes, her bliss so intense I swear I can feel it vibrating in my bones. As she collapses on my chest, I cradle her head in one hand as I squeeze her ass tight in the other. I love you so fucking much, baby, I say, continuing to pulse against her with my hips, rocking into her clit, wanting to draw out her release as long as possible, to prove to her that her pleasure will always come first for me. You are all I need, all I want. Oh, fuck, sweetheart, your pussy feels so good squeezing my cock. I love making you come. She whimpers and bites down on my pectoral muscle, making me growl and smack her ass before squeezing it again. Bite me as much as you want, little wolf. I like your sharp little teeth on my skin. I fist my hand in the hair at the nape of her neck, pulling her head back until I can watch the expression on her face as I add, I'd also like to fuck you from behind while I put my teeth on you. Permission to mount you like my little bitch, baby girl? Her breath rushes out through parted lips as she says,
Yes, make me yours, Maxim. Mount me, mark me.
She doesn't have to ask twice. In seconds, I have her on her belly on the bed, and I'm behind her, pushing back into her slick heat as I guide her hair to one side and fist my hand there again, holding on tight as I drag my teeth lightly over her shoulder. She shivers, and I begin to move, whispering against her skin as I fuck her. I've got 5 more minutes in me, baby, if that. I'm so close to coming in you, so damn close. I haul in a ragged breath. So if you want to come again, you'd better listen up and follow instructions. Spread your legs wider and put your fingers on your clit. She moans and obeys, her thighs parting as she moves her hand, allowing me to drive deeper with my next thrust. She cries out in response, pushing her ass back against me as I trap a mouthful of her shoulder muscle in my teeth and bite down.
Yes,
she pants, the fresh heat slicking her pussy and the way she writhes beneath me as I move faster, proving this is getting to her as fast as it's getting to me.
Oh, yes, yes, Maxim, give me everything, all of you.
I growl against her sweet flesh and obey, slamming into her cunt, hammering her so hard the sounds of our bodies colliding fill the room, underscored by Willow's sexy as hell whimpers and moans. And then she screams my name, and her pussy grips me so tight I have no choice but to join her at the edge of oblivion. I come with a guttural cry of pleasure and possession, ecstasy flooding every cell as my balls tighten and my cock jerks deep inside her. Wave after wave of sweetness washes over me as I fill her with my release, the animal part of me savagely pleased that she's taking my seed and covered with my scent. This is how I want to keep her. Bedded and sated and filled with my cum, and hopefully soon heavy with our child. My wolf is a Neanderthal when it comes to you, I confess against her damp, sweat-slick neck after, as we lie catching our breath. She hums against the sheets.
How's that?
He wants you under him and filled with cum at all times. She laughs softly.
And how about you?
I consider that for a beat, then confess. Also pretty on board with you under me and filled with cum. Sorry, not sorry, I say, smiling as she glances over her shoulder, her glittering green eyes filled with pleasure that makes me so damned happy it's probably sinful. My pack and people are still in so much danger, and my little sister is being held captive by 2 very dangerous people and their equally insane allies. But when Willow looks at me like that, like I've made her dreams come true, I can't help feeling hopeful, grateful.
How about pressed up against the wall in the shower and filled with cum?
She asks.
Because a shower followed by a hard sleep sounds like heaven right now.
I think I can make that fantasy come true. I pull out, only for my wounded leg to remind me it's not in the best shape as I sit back on my heels. Though you might have to keep at least 1 foot on the ground, I'm still not 100%, and I don't want to drop you. She rolls over, concern tightening her features.
Is your leg hurting?
Some, I confess.
I grabbed pain reliever at the gas station, too.
she says, sliding off the bed and padding over to the table naked. I lie on my side, enjoying the view. I like the way your ass jiggles when you walk. She shoots me a narrow look over her shoulder.
Is that a nice way of saying you don't mind that I'm a little overweight?
You're not. You're perfect, I say. And that's my way of saying I like your ass. Especially when it jiggles. Especially when I'm making it jiggle because I'm fucking you from behind. She turns, a hand propped on her hip.
You're not talking like a man who needs pain pills.
She glances pointedly to my crotch and then back to my face.
And are you hard again already?
My cock just wants you to know I mean what I say. And that I'm not all talk. I roll onto my back, linking my hands together behind my head. In fact, why don't you come hop on my dick and we can worry about those pain pills later? She huffs.
Hop on your dick? What am I, a sex bunny?
No, you're a sex goddess, I say, urging her closer with a nod of my head. Now get on my dick, little wolf. I need to be balls deep in you again.
Bossy,
she chides, but I can tell by the flush spreading from her cheeks to her neck that the dirty talk is turning her on. But you like it when we're naked. If I told you to get on all fours on the floor and get ready to get fucked hard by your alpha, you'd be on your hands and knees in a hot second. She stalks toward the bed.
And if I told you to eat my pussy until your tongue goes numb, you'd obey without question.
I smile. I will eat your pussy until the seas run dry and every creature on this planet turns to dust. She laughs, and I add, but first, you're going to straddle my hips and put my dick where it belongs. Right now, little wolf. Don't make me ask again.
Impossible. That's what you are,
she says, but she's already climbing on top of me and fitting the tip of my cock against his favorite place in the world. We make love twice more in the bed, then again in the shower before collapsing naked into the other bed and falling into such a deep, hard sleep that I don't hear the car pull up in the middle of the night. I am dead to the world, completely oblivious, until Willow awakens me with a shake of my shoulder and terrified whisper,
It's Bane, Maxim, outside. I can smell him.
Instantly, I can too. Get to the car, get away, I'll find you later, I say. I'm already shifting as I roll off the bed, but I'm not quite fast enough. By the time my paws land on the thinning carpet, my brother's large brown wolf is already crashing through the window, sending shattered glass exploding into the room. Maxim and Willow's love story concludes in Wolf Mate.
This has been Wolf Queen by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Copyright 2022 Bella Jacobs. Production copyright 2022 Bella Jacobs. This is Wolfmate by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Chapter 1. Diana, 14 years earlier. Don't be member, nope, nope. I chant the words beneath my breath, turning them into a little song as I push my toy tugboat through the bubbly bathwater. I'm delivering a load of tiny milk bottles to the other side of the tub. If I'm not careful, they'll tumble off the side, and I'll have to start again. Those are the rules of tugboat milk delivery service. You have to get the 6 full bottles all the way from the back of the bath to the front without spilling any, feed the milk to the plastic cats waiting on the edge of the tub, and then get the empty bottles safely back to the beginning or you lose the game and have to start over. Also, the cats will get super mad and start yowling for their supper, and no one wants to put up with that racket. Mom says there's nothing worse than a hungry cat. Unless it's a hungry baby wolf, whining that she wants pizza instead of grilled fish and veggies for dinner. Mom. Don't be member, nope, I chant more firmly, tightening my grip on the boat until the tips of my fingers turn white beneath my nails. I can't think about that, or I'll go back into that dark tunnel where I was before Maxim showed up and pulled me out from under the coffee table. It was so cold in the tunnel. Cold and lonely, with only my wailing cries to keep me company. It felt like I was blind, like Aunt Emily, who feeds the birds on the tower roof on Sundays. She puts seed in her hand and holds real still until one of the braver birds comes and sits right in her palm to eat. Then she'll stroke its feathers, very gentle and slow. She says that's how she sees them, with her fingers. I don't want to see things with my fingers. I want to see things with my eyes, but only good things. I want to see my bath toys and my favorite unicorn pajamas folded in a pile on the sink, and then, later, my bedroom with a nightlight on and the covers turned back. As soon as I'm done with bath time, I'm going to go right to sleep and stay in my room until morning. And then I'll ask Maxim to bring breakfast into my room on a tray, like Mom did sometimes, for a special treat. He's never done that before, but I bet he will if I ask real nice. Maybe he'll bring my breakfast to my room every day from now on. I'll have breakfast in my room, run straight through the apartment to the door to go to preschool, and then have dinner with Daddy downstairs in the atrium while he works on business until it's bedtime again. That way I'll never have to be in the kitchen or the living room or Mama and Daddy's room ever again. Mama and Daddy's bathroom, especially. Don't be member, I whisper. But my voice is weak and shaky, and bad pictures are already popping up in my head. Images of Mama, wrapped in a towel. She'd just popped into my room for a second to tell me to clean up my block mess while she was having her bath, and then she promised she'd make me a snack as a reward. I'd said I'd wanted apple slices with peanut butter, and she said that sounded like a healthy choice. Then she said she loved me bunches and started back to her room, but only a few seconds later, someone slammed into the apartment. It was my biggest brother, Bane, yelling so loud it made the picture frames rattle on the walls in the hall. When I peeked out of my room to see why he was angry, his colors were so pitch black, it looked like there was a shadow monster crouched on his shoulders. The monster had a huge head like a goblin and long shadow teeth. Its fingers dug into Bane's throat, making the veins in his neck bulge like angry worms as he shouted Mama's first name in the meanest voice I'd ever heard. He wasn't talking to Mama like she was a grown-up or his mom. He was talking to her like she was a bad little kid, and he was the one in charge. For some reason, that scared me even more than his mean colors. On whisper feet, I dashed into my closet, dove into the pile of stuffed animals in the corner, and burrowed down deep to hide. I grabbed Yub Yub, my favorite round beaver stuffy, that's the perfect size for hugging, and curled into a ball beneath a pile of animal friends. I closed my eyes and wished I could close my ears too. I didn't like what I was hearing. Bane was shouting that Mama was a liar and a bitch, and some other words I didn't know, but I could tell they were super bad. I only knew bitch because when I'm at his apartment for a visit, Maxim lets me watch a show about teenage vampires, and the girls in the show are always fighting and calling each other the B word. Maxim tried to turn the TV off the first time I heard it, but I begged him to let me watch and swore I wouldn't tell Mama or ever use those bad words. I just had to know if the girls were going to stop fighting long enough to realize there was a coven of bad boy witches out to destroy them. It was so obvious. But they were too busy fighting over the cute boys they liked and who was going to be the next vampire queen to notice. At the end of season 1, when all 3 of the vampire girls were locked in a cage because they hadn't seen trouble on the way, I told Maxim I was done with that show, and that I was never going to be a girl like that. When I grew up to be a teenager, I wasn't going to fight with my friends over boys or anything else. I was going to be a good friend and keep my eye out for trouble so it couldn't sneak up on me or any of my peeps. Maxim smiled real big at that, like I was making a joke, so I had to tell him, I'm serious, Zim. This isn't a funny thing. This is a serious thing. His lips turned down at the edges, but his eyes were still laughing when he said, I know, and I think you'll do a great job at that, Dee. Because of my pat gift, I said with a sniff, trying not to act too proud, but I'm one of the only wolves in recorded history to develop a pat gift before age 9. I'm super special. That's not being cocky or sassy, that's just a fact. Because of your pat gift, yeah, Maxim said. But not just that. You're really smart, too, and you've got a super good heart. Any gang of bad boy witches who came after you and your girls would be sorry. I grinned and crawled up onto the stool beside him in his kitchen. Does that mean I can watch season 2 next week? I thought you were done with that show. But I have to see if they get out of the cage and who Darren falls in love with. I think it's going to be Sorsha, don't you? He exhaled. I've already done some asking around about season 2, and there's going to be way too much kissing and violence in that one for a 4-year-old kid. Sorry, but we're going back to cartoons for a while. Until you're, say, 8 or 9. Maybe 10. My lips parted in an outraged huff. No! That's forever, and I'm not scared. I can watch it. I'll just cover my eyes if it gets to a bloody part. I'm not a baby. I know it's just pretend. It was just pretend. But this, the shouts and then the scream coming from the bathroom, those were not just pretend. And several long, terror-filled moments later, Bane's heavy footfalls on the carpet in my room weren't pretend either. Hugging Yub so tight my arms began to tremble, I squeezed my eyes shut again, willing Bane to go away. Bane isn't like Maxim. He's always busy and doesn't like to play with me or talk to little kids. But I've never been afraid of him before. Usually his colors aren't bad, they're just bored or annoyed. Bane doesn't like hanging out with Mama and me, and he's jealous of Maxim. But why wouldn't he be? Maxim is way nicer and funnier and smarter than Bane, and Maxim would never yell at Mama or make me feel afraid. Maxim would protect me from bad guys, no matter how big and scary they were. I crossed my fingers, willing Maxim to come through the door. He'd make Bane go away, and everything better, I just knew it. Diana. Bane called out my name, followed by a soft, sniffing sound. Dee, are you here? I didn't answer, and I didn't move. If I stayed buried under the animals, maybe Bane wouldn't be able to track down my smell. My whole room smelled like me, even more than usual because Mama was too tired to clean my sheets on Sunday and said it was okay to skip a week every now and then. As my brother stalked around outside, trying to catch my scent, I was so glad Mama was tired. As soon as Bane was gone, I was going to tell her she should always be tired and never wash my sheets again. Diana, if you're here, don't be freaked out, okay? Bane said. Mom and I just had a little disagreement. Everything's fine now, and we're going downstairs to get ice cream. You want to come with us? Get a double scoop on a waffle cone? I love ice cream. I love waffle cones maybe even more. The sweet smell of them toasting in the back of the ice cream shop in the atrium makes my mouth water every time I walk by. But I still didn't move. I could taste the lie in Bane's voice, so sour and rotten, not even ice cream sounded good. I just wanted him to go away. That's all I wanted. I crossed my fingers and my toes and wished for him to vanish so hard that eventually he did. His footsteps faded away down the hall and the door to the apartment opened and closed, and suddenly the air was very, very quiet. But I didn't come out right away. My belly was hurting, and my heart was pumping hard in my chest. I was too scared that Bane was pulling a dirty trick to leave my hiding spot. He could be waiting by the front door to see if I would come out once I thought he was gone. He could be waiting, watching, and as soon as he saw me step out of my room... I didn't know what would happen after that, but my churning stomach said it would be bad. Very bad. So I waited a long, long time, until the fear finally began to fade, replaced by impatience. Where was Mama? Why hadn't she come to get me? Was she still in her bath? Surely she didn't go get ice cream with Bane without me. That wasn't something Mama would do. She doesn't leave me alone in the apartment. She doesn't even leave me alone in my room for long, not without checking on me to make sure I'm okay, and that I haven't stolen real food to use in my play kitchen, even though that only happened once. But it was spaghetti sauce, so it was pretty messy. As I crept quietly out of the closet, I could still see the faint stain on the carpet where the sauce didn't quite come out, no matter how hard Mama scrubbed. For some reason, that made me feel better. The stain was still there. Things were just like they were before. But they weren't. And they never would be again. Never, ever, never, I whisper as I tilt the tugboat to one side, sending all the milk bottles sliding off into the bubbly water. One part of me studies the bottles as they sink to the bottom of the tub. The other part is standing in the door to Mama's bathroom, watching blood spread around her body. The two parts are like summer and winter, opposites that don't belong together. They can't exist at the same time. It's against the laws of nature. One of them has to go away, or I'm going to melt like a snowman left out in the sun, and when Maxim comes to check on me, there won't be anything left in the bath but water and toys. I can't do that to my brother. I can't leave him. He can't leave me. We have to stick together. By the time he comes to get me out of my bath, asking if I want to have a sleepover at his place, I've pushed all the bad thoughts away again. I do that every time they rise inside me. I pop them like bubbles and turn my face back toward the sun. And at some point, I forget that Bane was there before Mama died. My mind edits him out of the story of the day I lost my most important person. But deep down, I know the truth. 14 years later, after Bane kidnaps me, cages me, and threatens to marry me off to one of his evil minions with a taste for assaulting teen girls, the look in his eyes making it clear he won't hesitate to hurt me if it suits his purpose. It all starts coming back. Chapter 2. Diana. Present day. It's time. Past time. Pulling in a deep breath, I release the mental walls I erected to protect myself when I was a little girl, too overwhelmed with grief and terror to know what to do with these memories. One part of me sits here, playing cards with Kelly on an old quilt spread out on the cabin floor, studying the lump on her head from where Bane slammed her skull into the fireplace. The other part is busy fitting memories from the past together like a puzzle, until they form the picture I've avoided seeing for so long. Did Bane kill our mother? I don't know for sure, but he was definitely there just before I found her on the bathroom floor, and he was definitely angry with her about something. Really, really angry. I rack my brain, but I can only understand what 4-year-old me understood, that he was angry and using bad words and accusing our mother of something. But what? Finally, the not knowing becomes so torturous, I can't help but ask, do you know anything about my mother, Kelly? About what happened the day she died? Between her and Bane? Kelly stills, her hand pausing mid-reach for the draw pile. What do you mean? I mean, Bane was there right before screaming at her, I say, figuring that, at this point, I have little to lose by telling the truth. Kelly seems to be on our side, working against Bane. But even if she's not, I'm already Bane's prisoner and under his control. Even if he realizes I've remembered that he might be guilty of murder, it won't matter. The people here are his creatures, completely loyal to him, and he's not about to let me contact anyone back home who would actually care. Please, I press after a moment. If you know anything, I'd like to know too. I hid in my room while he and Mom were fighting. I heard some things, but I was too young to make sense of them. And now all those memories are kind of making me crazy. Kelly sets her cards down and laces her fingers together with a sigh. I didn't suspect anything at the time. Back then, things were still good between Bane and me. The way he cried when he found out. She trails off with a shake of her head. He was so broken, so shattered. I believed he was devastated. I would never have imagined. She fixes her gaze on mine as she adds in a flatter voice, he told me the truth last year. That he killed her. I'm not sure how he didn't elaborate, but he wanted me to know that he was responsible. She swallows. He wanted me to understand that he wouldn't hesitate to destroy anyone who stood in his way, even someone he loved, like a mother or a mate. I press my lips together, not sure what sound I'll make if I give the swarm of emotions churning inside me a voice. Your mother was lobbying for your father to make Maxim his next in line and train him to become Alpha, Kelly continues. Mara didn't think Bane had the temperament to lead the pack. Seems she had a pretty good idea her oldest child was a sociopath. Psychopath, I force out, my throat so tight I can barely breathe. There's been so much horror these past 2 days. I suppose I should be prepared for something like this, but I'm not. I'm still reeling. My brother killed our mother. Killed her. He took her away from me and everyone who loved her, all because he wanted power so desperately. But what kind of power is that? Power that you gain from stealing people's lives and breaking other people's hearts. It's certainly nothing to be fucking proud of. Yes, he is, Kelly agrees. But he used to do a much better job of hiding it. I'm sure your mother had no idea he would do what he did. If that's any comfort. At least she didn't have to live with the knowledge of just how evil her son was for very long. I need to kill him, I whisper, even more eager to spill Bane's blood than I was before. I need to be the one to do it. For her. We'll try, Kelly says. But the most important thing is keeping you alive, Diana. That's what your mother would want. She would want you to live a long, healthy, beautiful life filled with hope and happiness, doing good work for your people. You're going to be one of Willow's top advisors, and maybe Queen yourself someday if she decides to pass the torch. My brow furrows. I don't want to be Queen. I didn't want to stay with Bane long enough to facilitate Willow's rising, Kelly says. But sometimes we're called to do hard things for the greater good. A shadow passes behind her eyes, and she hesitates for a moment before she adds, Not everything about this is going to be easy, Diana. This kind of power, what we're gaining for Willow, it doesn't come without sacrifice. We're all going to have to make sacrifices to ensure the safety of our people and our world, and some of them are going to be really, really hard. But this is the only way. Much better minds than mine have looked at this from every angle, examined every option, and this is our best shot to do the most good. Just try to remember that, okay? Before I can reply, her cell rings, but not the one she keeps in her dress pocket. The one I've had fantasies about stealing and using to call Maxim and beg for help. This new cell is tucked into her fluffy suede boot, and is so tiny it fits easily between 2 fingers as she pulls it out. She glances down at the screen, her expression growing guarded once more. Sorry, I have to take this. I'm going to step outside for a moment, okay? Deal has another hand. We'll start fresh when I get back. Okay, I say, reaching for the cards and beginning to shuffle. But I only stay seated long enough for Kelly to step outside before I'm on my feet, dashing after her. I press my ear to the back door in time to hear her answer the call, but she's still walking away, and I can't make out her exact words. Chewing on my bottom lip, I do my best to remember what kind of cover I might find outside. There isn't much, just a few trees and an old watering trough that hasn't been used in ages. But it's worth the risk. What's the worst that happens if I'm caught? Kelly tells me to get my ass inside and refuses to play cards with me anymore? That would be fine with me. I'm tired of games. Nearly as tired as I am of being kept in the dark. Moving slowly, I push down the handle and open the door just far enough to sneak a peek outside. The day is still bright and sunny, making Kelly easy to spot. The sun picks up the red streaks in her dark hair, making her head shine like a beacon as she paces back and forth not far from the old trough. Her back is turned to me and there's no one else around, so I make a break for it, dashing on silent bare feet to the trough and dropping down behind it. I squat low, hugging my knees to my chest and ducking my head as I strain to hear what's being said. After a moment of silence, where I assume the person on the other line is speaking, I do. I hear Kelly talking to someone about not wanting to drug Willow until tomorrow night, And then, after a little persuading, agreeing to go ahead and drug her today. To drug her, and then to bring her to a cell where she and this other person are holding a man prisoner. She doesn't say the man's name, but even hearing just one side of the conversation, it's pretty easy to connect the dots. Willow's only got one fated mate, after all. My brother. The man is Maxim, I'd bet my hands on it, and it sounds like they're planning to force her to get pregnant by him today and complete the ritual with the sword tomorrow. But he isn't going to be part of Willow's rise. He's going to be kept in that cell for the foreseeable future. Maybe even forever. Which means my brother won't be swooping in to save us. Willow and I will have to save ourselves. Her words from earlier, encouraging me to run if I have the chance, even if I have to leave her behind, drift through my head, making my heart race. I could run now, sneak around Kelly, get to the woods behind the porta-johns, and keep going until I find that cliff Willow was talking about. I might even run into her on the way and be able to take her with me. Yes, it would be better to sneak away at night when we'll probably be able to get more of a head start before anyone notices we're gone. But sometimes you have to take what opportunities you're given and make the most of them. Better to go while I have the chance than wait around to see which bad guy is going to tighten their grip on me first. I'm about to dash toward a sagging shed and animal pen about 50 feet away when a deep voice calls Kelly's name from nearby, scaring the hell out of me. I flinch, but manage to swallow the startled sound rising in my throat and talk my heart back into beating at a reasonable pace. Once I've regained control, I peek over the trough, watching Kelly spin to greet Bane with a smile as she calmly slides the phone into her cardigan pocket. "Hey there. I didn't think you'd have any more time for us this morning." "Clearly," he says, making me shiver. But it isn't his tone that makes my skin go cold. His aura is a churning mass of nightmares swirling around his head and shoulders that makes me want to shout for Kelly to run. I don't like or trust Kelly, but no one deserves to be treated the way Bane treats her. And his colors weren't nearly this bad before. In fact, his aura this morning, when he slammed his wife's head into a hunk of wood, was positively cheery in comparison to this shit show. I have no idea what he'll do to her in his present state, but I know it won't be good, and I really, really don't want to watch it go down. Abandoning her is cowardly, maybe, but it's also the only shot either of us has at making it out of this camp alive. If I can get back to my people, warn them about what's happening, and gather my own forces, I'll at least have a chance of freeing Maxim, Willow, and Kelly. And once she's in custody in a North Star cell, we can take our time figuring out what she was planning out here, and how much trouble she should be in for it. At least then she'll get a trial by a jury of her peers. Here, there's only one judge, jury, and executioner. And he clearly isn't a fan of hers right now. "You really thought I didn't know about your spare phone?" Bane says softly. "And that I didn't have it tapped? And that I didn't know all about your plans?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Kelly says, in quite a convincing, confused voice. She really is an excellent liar. Hopefully, that will be enough to keep her alive until I can get help. Bane says something about how he was only waiting to root out her allies before he shut her down. But I'm already on the move. I creep slowly toward the old shed without looking back. That children's song about crocodiles playing on a music loop in my head. Never run, walk away. Say goodnight, not good day. Dad used to sing the song to help me remember the rules about predators. If you find yourself being hunted by something bigger, stronger, or meaner than you are, never run. Walk away. Never cry out or breathe too fast, and never, ever look back. You'll only attract their attention. So I don't look back, not even when I hear the sickening thud of a fist colliding with flesh and Kelly screams in pain. I keep moving, slowly but surely, making my way around the pen to hide in its shadow while I weigh my options. A quick glance around the side of the graying wood wall reveals the porta-johns are busier than they were before, with enough people coming and going that there's no way I'll get past them without attracting attention. Best case scenario, I reach the woods and the cliff, but someone tells Bane exactly where to start looking for me. Worst case, I'm stopped before I can get past the glen and tossed into a cage to await my forced marriage to one of Bane's creepy friends. Biting my lip, I glance back to my right. I have no idea what lies beyond this old homestead, but the woods on the other side of the abandoned fields are thick and quiet. And if I run that way, I'll be running away from New York, something Bane might not expect, at least at first. And what other choice do I really have? As if to answer my question, Kelly lets out another pained cry. That's the other choice. To wait here and be beaten and destroyed by the man who killed my mother. Hands curling into fists, I take off for the woods, moving slowly until I reach the tree line, and then breaking into a sprint. I run like I've never run before, fists pumping at my sides, lungs bellowing strong and sure in my chest. Each breath a vow that I won't let Bane win. I won't let him kill me. I will live, and I will avenge my mother's death, and save my brother, and Willow, and Jacob. Bane won't let him live. Willow and Maxim still have some part to play in Bane's game, but Jacob... As soon as Bane realizes I'm gone, he'll kill my boyfriend, just for spite. The certainty rises inside me, summoning a sob from my chest and tears from my eyes. But I don't turn around, and I don't stop running. I can't save the only boy I've ever loved. Not right now. Turning around would only doom us both, and I know Jacob would want me to keep going. I swear I can almost hear his voice in my head, telling me he loves me and to keep running. Fast. Fast and then faster. Because time is growing short, and the end is already closer than I think. Chapter 3. Willow. Later that night. I should have known better than to relax my guard, even for a few hours. Our escape was going far too well, and that's not the story of my life. The story of my life is being in the wrong place at the wrong time, born into a despised family in a violent pack in an age when it's easier to die of a gunshot wound than grow up safe and happy in parallel Brooklyn. And that was all before I realized the moment of my birth basically guaranteed I'd be at the center of the biggest upheaval to hit the shifter world in thousands of years. I was just so grateful for, and exhausted by, our escape, and so blissed out by how incredible it felt to make love to the man the universe made for me, that I allowed my focus to slip. But thankfully, my instincts are smarter than my conscious mind. I wake up with my heart slamming against my ribs, insisting I do something before it's too late. I bolt upright in the hotel bed, my breath coming fast, and almost instantly catch the scent of wolf. But not just a wolf, a shifter. One whose fecund earth and petrol scent I know means nothing but trouble. And possibly death. Pulse rushing in my ears, I shake Maxim awake, whispering, "It's Bane, Maxim. Outside. I can smell him." He moves swiftly into a seated position and reaches out to squeeze my thigh. "Get to the car. Get away. I'll find you later," he says, fur already beginning to replace skin as he rolls off the bed. But before he can finish shifting or get his paws firmly settled on the ground, the window above the small dining table explodes. I flinch backward on the mattress, lifting my arms to shield my face from the flying glass as a massive brown wolf bursts into the room. He lands on the table but immediately vaults off of it, flying across the small space to land on Maxim's back. Maxim's head has just gone fully furry seconds before Bane's teeth dig into his throat. With his thick fur and strong wolf muscles in place, it's a survivable battle wound. But if Bane had locked his jaw a second earlier, Maxim would be dead. The realization sends my already surging adrenaline levels skyrocketing, the terror shoving me into a vision the way it did that morning at the pharmacy. The scene of Maxim and Bane fighting in the shadows is instantly replaced by splintering wood and crumbling plaster as a giant yellow claw crashes through the room's door, impaling Bane on its sharp edge. No, it's not a claw. It's the front of a bulldozer, a small one, My brain throws up a memory from earlier tonight when we were pulling into the motel, of the small post office across the street with the torn-up lot and the construction equipment parked beside it. A beat later, I come fully back into my body with a gasp and sharp pain spreading through my midsection. But it's not as bad as it was at the pharmacy. I can still breathe, and when I jump off the bed and run naked across the room to the demolished window, I have no trouble bracing my hands on a glass-free patch of windowsill and vaulting over the edge. I land on the other side with a wince and a curse as pieces of something sharp dig into the bottom of my foot. But I don't stop running. I know that visions don't always come true. What I saw happening to Diana and Jacob didn't come to pass. I can't take for granted that I'm going to be able to save Maxim just because I saw it in a vision. By the time I dash across the street and aim myself toward the bulldozer, I'm limping and bleeding freely from the bottom of my right foot, but I don't stop. I climb up into the seat of the machine, hands trembling with gratitude as I reach for the key still sitting in the ignition. I have never driven a piece of heavy equipment. I've only rarely driven a car, seeing as my parents and I were both too poor to afford one. But thankfully, the controls are fairly intuitive. By the time the light flicks on in the apartment over the hotel office and a man shouts, "What the hell is going on?" from an open window, I'm trundling back across the street, tugging at the lever that lifts the sharp digging apparatus into place. The machine moves so slowly that it makes my jaw clench with anxiety, and the guy from the window has plenty of time to shout several more things at me before I reach our room. But I don't stop or allow anything to divert my attention. I have to get to Maxim in time. This has to work. If I don't save him, he's a dead man. There's no way he'll be able to beat his brother in a fight right now. He's still injured and weak from being tortured. And from making love to you all night. I swallow hard, praying my insatiable lust for Maxim hasn't put his life in further danger, even as I swear to all the gods in the heavens that I won't touch him again until he's fully healed. Just let him live. Just let us get out of here, and I'll go back to my celibate ways for as long as it takes. You can't do that, the man shouts from his window as it apparently becomes clear what I intend to do with this bulldozer. Stop! Stop it! I'll sue! If only getting sued were the worst thing I had to worry about. Instead, I'm terrified I'm going to be too late. Or maybe even too soon. What if I crash into the hotel room a few seconds too early and cut Maxim in half with the claw instead of Bane? The thought zips through my head, and I mentally cry out, "Maxim, I'm coming in! Watch out!" I doubt he'll be able to hear me. Since my Pat gift came online, I've been able to hear other wolves in my mind at times, but so far I haven't had any luck talking back. But I have to try. If I accidentally kill him, at least I'll know I did everything possible to keep him out of harm's way. The door, Maxim! Push him in front of it! As high in the air as you can! Breath held, and my heart slamming in my chest, I burst through the door and part of the wall, pieces of the ceiling crumbling into my hair as the bulldozer slams into something soft but heavy on the other side. A strangled howl echoes through the night, followed by horrible guttural whimpers. But there's too much plaster in my eyes to see who I've hit. Swiping at my face, I smash my foot down on the only pedal on the floor, assuming it must be the brake since the levers control speed and direction. After a heart-lurching skid across the carpet, the brakes rock the machine to a stop. I pitch forward, my chest colliding with the control panel, reminding me that I'm naked. I'll have to find something in the wreckage to throw on before Maxim and I make a run for the car. Please let Maxim be in one piece and able to run for the car. Please don't let it be Maxim dangling from the front of my makeshift murder weapon. Willow, are you hurt? I can't get you over these fucking wheels. Maxim, he's alive. I turn with a sob of relief, shifting onto my knees on the bench seat. Maxim is back in his human form, with his hand braced against one of the large back wheels. He's pale and still bleeding from the wound at his throat, but the blood isn't coming fast, and otherwise he appears to be in one piece. But I'm pretty sure the same can't be said for his brother. Swallowing hard, I glance back over my shoulder. The plaster drifting through the air has cleared enough to make it easy to see Bane hanging from the front of the machine. The claw hit him right under his ribs, nearly slicing him in half. Just like in my vision. The sight of him hanging there, soulless and empty, like a pig ready for butchering, hits me in the gut. My stomach pitches, and I lean over just in time to avoid vomiting all over myself. I'm sick for several seconds. By the time it feels safe to sit up straight again, the man from the hotel office is outside the demolished room, shouting at the top of his lungs. "What the fuck have you done? What the fucking fuck?" he shouts, dragging a shaking hand through his thin brown hair as his eyes do their best to leap out of his head. "Is that a fucking wolf in there?" "The animal was rabid," Maxim says, limping around the bulldozer to the overturned table, wincing as he steps on shattered glass. "It must have smelled our food or something. It jumped through the window and attacked us while we were sleeping. But don't worry, we'll pay for all the damages." "Fuck," the man says, his head shaking numbly back and forth as he squints at what's left of Bane. "That's the biggest wolf I've ever seen. It's like something from a fucking video game." "And unfortunately, it bit me before my wife killed it," Maxim says, as he locates our bag and his jeans on the floor. He steps into them as he adds, "So we need to get to the hospital as soon as possible." "But we'll leave you our number in New York," I say, as I climb over the seat and hop down onto the carpet. "All right," the man says, glancing my way, then quickly averting his gaze, clearly more uncomfortable with my nudity than Maxim's. "We'll be home in a couple of days, and can wire the money right away," Maxim adds, pressing my sweater into my hands. By the time I pull it over my head and twist my wild hair into a knot at the nape of my neck, he's found my jeans, too. No panties, but at this point, rough denim, irritating my tender parts, is also low on the list of things I'm worried about. "Doesn't seem fair for you to pay for damages when you were attacked in your sleep," the man says, moving deeper into the room to get a closer look at Bane. "I'll talk to my insurance rep. This might be covered by my policy. Nothing about people driving construction equipment through the walls in there, I'm sure, but what else was a tiny woman supposed to do against a monster like that? Not like you could have fought that thing off with your bare hands." "No, I couldn't have," I agree, appreciating his understanding, but knowing we don't have any more time to waste with small talk. Bane seems to have been alone, but there could be other members of his army nearby. "Let me give you our New York number, and then we really have to go. I want to get to the hospital as soon as possible." Right, of course." The man reaches for the pocket of the jean jacket he wears over his sweatpants and t-shirt, pulling out his cell. "I'll type it into my notes." Maxim gives him the number, tells him to ask for Carrie in accounting, and then wraps an arm around my shoulders, leaning on me as we start for the car. "Did he hurt your leg again, too?" I whisper in a rough voice, my throat raw from being sick. "No, I'm playing it up so the guy will let us go," he says. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're still bleeding from puncture wounds on your neck," I say, tears rising in my eyes. "He almost killed you." "But he didn't," he says, squeezing my shoulder as we stop beside the car. "Because you saved my life again. You really have to stop that, or I'm going to be in your debt forever." "No way," I say, wrenching open the passenger side door with a rush of breath. "I'm never going to stop, but the sooner we can get back to something closer to normal, the better." I make a show of holding onto Maxim's arm and helping him into the car as I add, "I don't know how much more of this I can take. When Bane jumped on top of you, I thought my heart was going to punch a hole through my chest. How the hell did he find us so fast?" "I have an idea, but we should drive first." He nods subtly toward the ruined hotel room. "That guy is going to come down from the adrenaline rush and realize how strange this is pretty soon. We should be gone before that happens." "Right." I stand as Maxim buckles his seatbelt, lifting a hand to the man watching us from the shadows inside the room as I jog around to the driver's side. "Thank you, and sorry again." He lifts a bewildered hand and says something I can't quite make out, but that sounds like, "Its eyes look almost human." Almost human. It's an accurate description for Bane. Almost human, but not quite. Not enough to grant him compassion or empathy or any of the things he would need not to become a power-hungry psychopath. But now, he's dead. "Why don't I feel better?" I ask, as we pick up speed, zooming down the abandoned country highway with nothing but our headlights on the road ahead of us. He's gone. I should be relieved. It's over, right? That would be nice, Maxim says, pushing up the sleeve on his sweatshirt. But I don't think so. Not yet. Maybe not even close. He lifts his hand, making me gasp as he shifts just one finger into a sharp claw. I swerve into the other lane before I recover and guide the car back onto my side of the road. You can do that? Shift just one part of yourself? I can. I'm an extraordinary specimen, he says dryly, as he traces the claw over his muscled forearm. You really are a lucky woman. I really am, I agree, in an equally dry voice. What are you? I break off with a gagging sound as he digs his claw into his skin, slicing a half-inch cut that immediately begins to bleed onto his jeans. A beat later, his fingers are all human again and he's digging a tiny gray pellet from his torn flesh. Tracking device, he says, holding it up between two fingers. I thought I dreamt that part, but guess not. He sighs as he rolls the window down and tosses it out of the car. Which means I nearly got us both killed. No, you didn't. Bane did, I say, reaching out to rest a hand on his shoulder. You were tortured, Maxim. It's okay that you can't remember everything that happened to you. And I feel partly responsible for how unprepared we were. I shouldn't have worn you out the way I did. You were already weak and I... Don't you dare, he says, capturing my hand and squeezing it tight in his. Don't apologize for that. That was the best sex of my life. If I'd died tonight, I would have at least died a happy man. I fight a smile. This isn't the time to smile, but I find I can't help myself. There's still the hint of a grin in my voice as I ask, Really? The best? Even better than with supermodel fairies with legs as long as my entire body who can tie themselves into pretzel shapes? Way better. No one can hold a candle to you, little wolf. He squeezes my hand. My dick and I are yours. For life. My grin spreads. Well, shit. All right. I guess I can find a way to put up with that. You're good to me. Benevolent, some might say. I nod. Charitable, even. Absolutely, he says. The Mother Teresa of fucking. I snort. Then immediately feel horrible about it. A man is dead. A horrible man, yes, but it still isn't time for flirting and laughing. I pull in a shaky breath and ask, Are you okay with what happened? I know he was a monster, but he was still your brother. I don't feel anything, he says in a softer voice. Not sadness, not happiness, just relief, I guess. He wasn't my brother anymore. He hadn't been for a long time. I'm so sorry, I say, my chest tight. I don't know if my sister is my sister anymore either. I guess we'll see. If she backs down now that Bane is gone and agrees to make peace, then maybe there's still some good left in her. And if she doesn't, we'll have to fight her and Bane's army. He might prove even more powerful dead than he was alive. Fanatics love a martyr. I shake my head. No, Kelly will put a stop to this. She will. I'll talk to her and convince her that her plan isn't necessary anymore. I'll prove to her that you're not a monster and everything is going to be okay. I hope so, Maxim says. I really do. But I can tell he doesn't believe an easy out is in the cards for us. And as much as I hate to admit it, I don't either. I think tonight was just the beginning, not the end, and that there's still far more blood to be spilled.
Chapter 4. Maxim. I wake to the sound of a deep horn blaring in the distance and the screech of seagulls. My eyes open to dark gray sky visible through the back glass of the station wagon, and the events of the night before come rushing back. Willow and I found a safe place to stop in a diner parking lot near the ferry station in Hoboken, New Jersey, but we can't stay here long. Soon the diner will open and people will begin to arrive. We need to be on our way to the ferry before we're spotted. There aren't as many shifters living on this side of the Hudson as in Lower Manhattan, but there are enough that if we linger too long, we'll risk someone seeing us. and I don't want rumors of our return getting back to the tower until we know that Cam hasn't turned our pack against us. I start to sit up, only to find my arm pinned to the thin blanket beneath me. I turn to see Willow curled up beside me, her head on my bicep and her hands fisted in my sweatshirt, clinging to me in her sleep. The sight of her holding on so tight goes straight to my chest, making it feel too small, too full, but also perfectly right. This tiny, fierce, brilliant woman is really mine. My mate, my partner, my defender, my missing piece. Gazing at her sleeping face, I vow again to do whatever it takes to give her the peace and happiness she deserves, even if it means giving up my place in the pack. We can start with organizational changes and see how that goes, but I don't ever want to have to choose between my people and my mate again. I can no longer trust myself to make the choice that serves the greatest good. I sense, from now on, I will choose her. That I will always choose her, from today until my last day. I just hope we live long enough for me to prove to her that I deserve her trust and this second chance. Wake up, little wolf, I whisper, brushing her hair from her cheek. Time to save the world. She moans sleepily.
5 more minutes, Dad.
Not your dad, thank goodness. I roll on top of her, grateful for the spaciousness of this awful car. It smells like mildew and drives like a tank, but with the seats folded down, there's plenty of room for 2 people to sleep side by side. And plenty of room for me to nudge Willow's thighs apart and settle between them. I nuzzle my face into her neck. You smell good, all sleepy and warm.
And with vomit mouth,
She says, turning her head away.
God, I'm disgusting. Move away.
You're not disgusting, you're delicious, I say, kissing my way down her neck as I skim a hand under her sweater to cup her breast. And I think fucking you is the best way to start the day.
Not a chance, psycho,
She says, shoving at my shoulders.
You're wounded and we're in a public parking lot. We have way too much to do to risk getting arrested for public fornication.
Humans, I sigh and continue to play with her tight little nipple. So uptight.
Also, you smell like dried blood,
Willow says, slapping at my hand.
so stop that, before you make me too turned on to think straight.
I reluctantly withdraw my fingers. Fine, but if we're lucky enough to end up in my bed tonight, I want a rain check. I'm not too wounded to make you come, woman, at least 4 or 5 times. She smiles and nods before lifting her hand to hover in front of her mouth.
Agreed, but right now I need to pee and brush my teeth. Is the diner open yet?
Turns out it isn't, but the liquor store across the street is. They apparently close at 5:30 a.m. and open up again at 10. Using the last of the money Felicia gave us, I purchased 2 small bottles of decent quality whiskey while Willow uses the bathroom. Then I take my turn using the facilities and brushing my teeth, thanking my past self for having the presence of mind to put our meager toiletries back in the duffel after our shower last night. If I can't get to my secret money stash, I may have to walk into the tower in blood-spattered clothes 3 sizes too small, but at least I'll have decent breath and brushed hair. That is, assuming it's safe to return to my pack. If it's not, I shake my head at my reflection in the paint-speckled bathroom mirror. I can't think about that now. I'll cross that bridge if or when we come to it. Back in the store, I find Willow chatting with the clerk, a man with a large belly straining the front of his Led Zeppelin t-shirt and a graying beard that hangs all the way to the center of his chest. He's beaming at her like she's the most delightful thing he's encountered in years, and though I can't say I care to see another man looking at my mate like that, I can't fault him. She is delightful. So fucking delightful that by the time we board the ferry and are standing at the railing watching the city skyline creep closer, I'm beginning to have serious doubts about our plan. We should get a hotel room, I say, tightening my grip on the metal beneath my hands. I have some money and a weapon stashed with a friend who works in luggage storage at Grand Central. We can fetch it, get you locked up somewhere safe, and I'll handle Cam alone. I'm already so much stronger than I was yesterday. If he tries anything, I can handle him.
Unless he makes you forget why you're mad at him,
Willow counters.
or where you've been for the past few days, or that you and I are on the same team now.
I glanced down, assuring her I wouldn't forget that. Her brow furrows.
You might not want to forget it, but Cam is powerful, Maxim. Clearly, if he's managed to bring entire packs around to Bane's way of thinking in just a few weeks, we would be stupid to underestimate his gift.
She nibbles her bottom lip, making me want to do the same. But sadly, there's no time to indulge those feelings, and we don't want to attract any more attention than we have already. Willow and I are easily the most striking people on this ferry, and driving the most hideous car, even with the scarf I purchased at the ticket counter wrapped around my neck to hide the wound Bane left behind last night. The combo has drawn more than a few curious looks.
Honestly, I'm still not sure I'm up for the challenge,
she adds.
What if his gift is stronger than my mother's and I can't resist it at all? Or what if I'm just so tired and worn down that I'm not as resilient as I usually am?
She grabs the end of my scarf and gives it a light tug.
I don't want to forget that we're friends.
Friends? I wrap an arm around her waist, drawing her closer. Is that all we are? Her lips twitch, but she doesn't smile, and her green eyes remain clouded with fear.
Fine. I don't want to forget that your cock is my favorite new toy, and I want to kiss you and laugh with you and have babies with you and give you shit every day for the next 5 or 6 decades.
7, I insist, curling my fingers into the small of her back under her sweater, loving the way she shivers beneath my touch. I want to wake up naked next to you on my 100th birthday and show you I've still got what it takes to make you scream.
In terror?
She asks, arching a brow.
No offense, Big Bad, but not even you are going to look good naked when you're 100.
Oh, ye of little faith. I bend, pressing a kiss to her forehead, but she pulls away before I can transfer my attention to her lips.
Seriously, we don't have time to flirt,
she says.
What if I fail? What if Cam does a head job on me and convinces me to turn against you? I know I look relatively harmless, but Maggie was right, Maxim. I am ruthless, especially when it comes to protecting the people I love.
I know, I say. It's one of the things I like best about you.
Thank you, but there's a dark side to that. You know there is. All Cam would have to do is convince me that you're a threat to Diana or Hermione or my parents or something, and that's it. I would be your enemy again. And I would be a bad enemy.
Her lips tighten, shifting to one side before she adds in a softer voice.
Not long ago, I was having some very serious thoughts about taking over as Alpha of North Star and locking you away in a cell so you couldn't mess things up. I wasn't going to torture you or steal your life essence or whatever Kelly wanted, but I wasn't going to be nice or fair either.
My brows creep higher on my forehead. Really? And you think you could have pulled off a coup? She shrugs a shoulder.
Maybe, with Diana's help. And if I'd had time to turn the women in my focus group against you by deftly and subtly pointing out all the ways their lives would be better with me in charge.
I laugh, I probably shouldn't, but I can't help myself.
What?
She challenges.
I'd be a good alpha. I can empathize with the powerless people in your pack way more than you ever could. I know what it's like to be one of them. I see what they need and how they're being overlooked and silenced in ways you don't.
I believe you, I say. It was just the way you said it, so matter-of-fact. No one else talks to me like that, Willow. No one else would dare. I brush her hair from her face. I think you're stronger than you think, and that you'll be able to handle Cam just fine. But if you're really worried, I have an idea where we might be able to secure some backup. Hope sparks in her eyes.
Really?
I nod. Secure backup and give your mother her first taste of North Star Pack living at the same time. Kill two birds with one stone. Her jaw drops.
My mom? But how? I'm not even sure where she is. I mean, I have a general idea, but I haven't dared reach out to her or Dad since they left. I was afraid it would put them in Pax and Victor's crosshairs.
Understandable. The St. Louis Pack is inclusive, but relatively defenseless. I push on before the question in her eyes can pass her lips. When it became apparent our allies were becoming few and far between, Hermione reached out to the St. Louis Pack. They pledged their loyalties so long as you remained under North Star's protection. I couldn't see any reason for that request, unless...
My parents were there,
she finishes.
Yeah, they are.
She tightens her grip on my scarf.
Do you really think it's safe to bring them into this? And would we be able to get them to the city fast enough?
I have a friend who runs a chartered plane service who owes me a favor. As long as your parents are willing, we could probably have them here by early this afternoon. I hesitate, glancing toward the dock, now just a dozen yards away. As far as whether it's safe, I don't think that's something any of us can take for granted anymore, no matter where we are. Not until we ensure Bane's army is no longer a threat. I turn back to Willow. And having your parents here with us would be an important strategic move as well. Her expression falls, the excitement summoned by the thought of seeing her mom and dad vanishing as she remembers why their support has become a political matter.
To show they stand with me, not with Kelly,
she says softly. If it comes down to it, yes.
But maybe they won't have to choose,
she says.
Maybe we'll get home today and find a message from Kelly offering a full surrender. Maybe Diana is already on her way back to us and everything will be fine.
She glances up, sighing as her eyes meet mine.
And maybe I'll grow 6 inches before we reach land.
I wouldn't want you to grow 6 inches. I like you just the way you are, snack-sized and small enough to fit in my pocket. Her eyes narrow.
Snack-sized? Did you really just go there?
Fun-sized? I tease, hoping to lighten the moment. Is that better? She shakes her head.
What if I called you Sasquatch, because you're big and hairy and have a funny-looking forehead? How would you like that?
I grin wider. You can call me whatever you want to call me, Short Stack, as long as you call me. Her nose wrinkles, but when I pull her in for a hug, she wraps her arms around my waist and holds on tight.
You don't have a funny-looking forehead,
she mumbles into my sweatshirt.
You're gorgeous.
I know, I say, earning myself a sharp pinch at the waist. Ouch, and you are ruthless.
I am, and there's more where that came from,
she says, tilting her head back.
Better stay on my good side.
I plan on it, I promise, and then I kiss her. I'm still kissing her when the ferry bumps into the dock. Our teeth knock together through our lips, and we both laugh. And for a moment, everything is simple. If only we were what we appear to be. 2 people in love headed into the city to enjoy the autumn colors in Central Park, hit a museum or two, and end the day with dinner and a show. As we head back to the station wagon, I silently vow to make at least part of that fantasy come true. We might not have time for a walk through the park or a night at the theater, but even generals prepping for battle have to eat.
Chapter 5. Diana. I run until my bare feet are scratched and bruised and the sun sinks low in the sky, and keep running after darkness falls. I consider shifting so I can move faster and heal the minor injuries on my feet before they get any worse. But if I do, I'll have to leave my dress and cardigan behind, and I'm going to need clothes when I reach the human world. I've only been caught naked by humans once. My cousin Pepper and I went for a late-night scamper down the beach near her family's home on Martha's Vineyard. By the time we got back, a frat party was raging on the sand right in front of her house. We had no choice but to shift and try to sneak past them up the steps to her place. But we were only 14, and pretty shitty at sneaking around. And I swear frat boys have some kind of sick radar when it comes to spotting vulnerable young women. A couple of the guys caught up with us halfway up the steps and started teasing us, asking if we'd been skinny dipping, and if we wanted to go again. I'd never been embarrassed about being naked before. But that night, I was mortified and scared. The way those boys looked at me made me feel like a roasted chicken they couldn't wait to pull apart with their bare hands. Pepper's dad came looking for us before things could get too creepy, but ever since then, I've been super careful not to end up naked around humans, especially human men. I'm already going to be running out of the woods all alone and seemingly helpless. If I'm naked to boot, that might be too much temptation for whatever mountain man I happen to encounter to resist. And I really don't have time to rip a man's throat out for trying to sexually assault me right now. But then, there's always a chance I'll cross paths with a woman instead. As I keep walking through the night, slowing my pace as I grow dehydrated and my muscles weaken with exhaustion, I mentally will a friendly, helpful old lady to pop up into my path along with the morning sun. But morning dawns and I'm still so far from civilization that I can't hear any traffic noises or smell the slightest hint of human habitation. And I'm so weary, I know I have to stop to rest. At least for a little while. Making my way down into a nearby valley, I find a river. I'm guessing the same one that flows close to Bain's camp, and get a long drink. I splash water on my face and soak my aching feet for a few minutes while I ponder my options. If I follow the river, I'm likely to reach civilization faster. Humans, especially in earlier times, tended to build close to rivers for water supply and easy access to water-based shipping and transportation. But if Bain has sent a tracking party to find me, they'll be more likely to follow the river too. They'll know that I'll need water to keep going and will be searching for signs of civilization. But if I head back up onto the ridge, I could end up wandering the woods for days and starve to death. As if agreeing that's something we should be worried about, my stomach lets out a long, low grumble. I'm already starving, and wishing I'd forced down more of Kelly's breakfast. Yesterday, I was too upset by all the domestic violence to eat, but I should have realized that I needed my strength. But I wasn't thinking that far ahead. Because I'm freaking 18, and until a week ago, I was positive telling my controlling older brother that I'm dating a cat shifter was the biggest drama bomb that could explode in my life. But I was so wrong. And now Jacob is likely dead, and maybe Maxim and Willow too, and I'm lost, and probably going to die alone in the woods, and there will be no one left to warn everyone in the tower what's coming for them. The backs of my eyes begin to burn, but I'm too dehydrated to cry. All the water I just drank hasn't had time to get to my eyeballs, I guess. I sit there on the bank, my face stinging and my shoulders shaking, but no tears coming out. And then I pull myself together, get back on my feet, and suck in a deep, head-clearing breath. I don't have time to fall apart. I have to keep going. I start back up the ridge, deciding to split the difference. I'll follow the river, but at a distance, so I won't be easily spotted by anyone else doing the same. And I'll look for edible plants as I go. It's too late in the season for dandelions, which I know are safe to eat. but I might be able to find some blackberries still on the vine or grubs under a log. I just need something in my stomach to keep it from snarling. 3 hours later, I found nothing to eat. The cuts on my feet are throbbing, and I'm on the verge of shifting and giving up on my clothes in hopes that my wolf's nose will be able to catch signs of civilization my human one is missing. When I catch a low, thunking sound on the breeze, I pause, my ears pricking as I strain to hear where it's coming from. Up, I think. I leave the ridge, climbing higher on a nearby mountain, following the thunk. It starts and stops, establishing a pattern that makes me think it must be an axe. Someone is up there cutting wood. And they're probably a solo someone, not an entire lumber crew, or there would be more than one axe working at a time. Heart fluttering in my chest, I force myself to keep going. I'm so tired and hungry I feel like I'm about to pass out, but I have to get to that person before they leave. They might be my only shot at getting help before I grow too weak to keep searching for it. At the top of the mountain, I'm forced to climb straight up a small rock outcropping. My arms and legs tremble as I find handholds and toeholds, but I manage to drag myself up and over the ledge. There I find a wide clearing, a cabin with a killer view of the valley on the other side, and a man in a brown flannel shirt and black knit cap, hard at work splitting a pile of firewood. He's a big man, tall and broad-shouldered, with thighs so thick they strain the seams of his jeans. But his colors are okay. His aura is mostly brown and gray, a sign he's probably lonely and at least a little sad, but with touches of yellow and orange that hint at a creative, hopeful side. And who wouldn't be lonely living up here on the mountain in the middle of nowhere? That's normal, right? And he has a Jeep, I see, as I push to my feet and creep slowly across the clearing. The vehicle is parked in the small shed by the house and is an older model, one I could probably hotwire if I tried. In addition to hacking my brother's security protocols at the tower and picking the lock at the gym at school so my friends and I could use the pool and hot tub after hours, I'm pretty good with a hotwire. I've never stolen a car, only practiced on my friends' cars, mostly to maintain my rep as the girl most likely to become a spy. But I could do it. I wouldn't even feel bad about it. After all, I would bring it back. And this man surely has enough food and supplies to survive for a few days, stranded on the mountain. I'm about to reverse direction and head for the Jeep when the axe goes quiet. I glance over just as the man turns, and his nose lifts into the air. I have a moment to realize the guy isn't human. The flash of animal awareness in his eyes gives him away, and that he looks weirdly familiar. Then he's running toward me, his axe still in hand, and I figure it's better to get the hell out of here first and worry about whether he's going to cut me in half later. I turn to run, sprinting for the ledge, hoping I won't break anything when I make the jump to the forest floor several yards below. But before I can make it 10 feet, I'm flattened by a wall of lumberjack. I hit the ground hard, the wind rushing from my lungs, but not rushing back in again. So I'm basically helpless and frozen, gasping for air when the guy rolls me onto my back and says, "Why are you all the way out here? Where's Jacob?" Confusion claws at my forehead, but I can't breathe, let alone start asking questions. I really, truly can't breathe. A fresh wave of panic hits, and black spots begin to throb at the edges of my vision. Then the center, pulsing larger with every passing second. I'm conscious long enough to realize the lumberjack has the same brown and gold-flecked eyes as Jacob. And then I'm out, sinking into the black fuzz wrapping around my brain. Chapter 6. Kelly. I pace the floor in the cabin as my wolf, letting my animal form heal the damage Bane left behind, and begging the universe for mercy, for a sign that I'm still on the right path. I was nearly unconscious when a team of fairy soldiers came running from the camp, interrupting Bane before he could finish the job of beating me to death. My ears were so full of blood, and my breath wheezing in and out of my lungs so loudly I couldn't make out exactly what they said. But it was something about the prisoner, and vanished, and jumped into the river. And then they said Willow's name, and Bane let out a scream of rage and vanished, leaving the other men to drag me into the cabin. One of them, Kieran, was on our side. He whispered that he'd send Elspeth with medicine, and that they had a plan, and I shouldn't worry. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I was in no condition to question him. I had at least one broken rib, bruises blooming all over my skin, and something in my lower back felt like it was leaking poison into my blood. By the time Elspeth arrived, I was shivering and moaning, so lost to the pain I couldn't understand a word she said as she washed and nursed me. That was a day ago, maybe more. All I know is that it was morning when I woke up a few hours ago, feeling miraculously improved. I drank the mug of herbs by my bed and felt even better, well enough to shift and walk. And walk, my thoughts racing but unable to settle on anything for long. There are too many variables. The dice are still in motion, and I have no idea where they'll land. Whatever plan Kieran was talking about, did it work? Where are Willow and Maxim? Was their escape successful, or have they been recaptured? And if they haven't, how on earth are we going to recover them before the full moon? Assuming we haven't already missed our window for this month. If I've only been asleep for a day, then the moon will be full tonight. If I've been asleep for longer, we'll have to wait another lunar cycle, and only the stars know if our alliances will survive until then. We're losing our hold on the other packs. Cam's gift works incredibly well on individuals, but less so on large groups. Cracks are already beginning to form. Doubt seeping into the minds of the people we manipulated into believing Maxim is a monster. Bane making personal visits to coordinate battle plans with the other alphas hasn't helped things. No matter what they've been tricked into believing, most shifters can sense there's something wrong with my mate. Fairies and witches don't seem to notice it, so maybe it's an animal instinct. Like that feeling you get when you come across something dead in the woods and know it's been there too long to be safe to eat. Wolves will eat carrion if fresh meat isn't available, but we know better than to snatch up a mouthful of poison. That's what Bane is. Poison. He's a plague that has to be stopped before he spreads any further. And I was so close to stopping him, so fucking close. And then I made one tiny mistake, took one wrong step that may have ruined years of sacrifice and doomed our hopes forever. I come back into my human skin with tears already flowing from my eyes and immediately try to shift back again. I want to remain a wolf. Wolves can't cry or see the bruises turning their skin purple, blue, and green. But I'm too weak to make the transformation again so soon. I stretch my legs in front of me, studying the fist-sized mark on my thigh, not even remembering when Bane hit me there. After a while, I tend to go numb to everything but the blows that hit tender places. My stomach, my lower back, my head and neck. I stretch my neck to one side, wincing at the pain that flashes into my shoulder. But I can tell I'll be all right. I'll live through this beating and come out whole on the other side, the way I have so many others. At least, physically whole. My soul hasn't been whole for a while. My soul is like the venom addicts that haunt the dark corners of Prospect Park in the Parallel. Empty-eyed, traumatized and numb, stumbling around on stick-thin legs, waiting for the hit that will snuff them out for good. I thought secretly filling that bomb we set off in the North Star Pack's theater with venom, sold exclusively by Victor, the alpha of my old pack, might start a war between our alliance and the packs loyal to Victor, slowing Bane's rise. But Victor isn't as tough as he pretends to be. After one quick conversation, he let it go. swallowing the explanation Bane gave him, that the bear shifter who'd placed the bomb must have done it. And since Bane burned that kid alive not long after, well, bygones could be bygones, and Victor was happy to give Bane his loyalty and support. So far, things have been so easy for Bane. Even with his mate and dozens of his supposed followers working against him from within, his rise to power has been swift and smooth. Deep down, I've never really believed that we could stop him. I've worked as hard as I could to bring about his downfall, but always with the sense that I'm shoveling shit against the tide. No matter how many times Elsbeth assured me that the stars are on our side and that a queen will rise, when I close my eyes, I see Bane on the throne. He's loomed too large in my life for too long. He will always rule me, haunt me, even if by some miracle I manage to live to see him burn on a funeral pyre. And that exact thought is what I'm turning over in my head when Elsbeth opens the door to the cabin and says, "He's dead, Kelly. Bane's dead." My stomach begins to fizz, and the hairs lift at the back of my neck in silent celebration, but my brain rejects the information outright. No, I shake my head slowly back and forth. He's not. I would know. I'd be able to feel the severing of our bond. "He hasn't been your mate like that in a long time, sweet girl," she says, crossing to crouch beside me on the floor, moving with strength and grace, despite her age. And when she takes my hand in both of hers, I can feel her determination flowing across my skin. "The retrieval team just returned with his body. But it was just Kieran, Wesley, and Hamish. The rest of the Fae team were killed in fighting with Maxim and Willow." I look up sharply, meeting her gray eyes and widening mine. She answers my silent question with a nod. Most of the Fae were loyal to me to begin with, and now the few who might have stood against us are out of the way. And if Bane really is dead, the rest of the Alliance will look to you to fill the void your mate left behind, Elsbeth says. They'll support your rise and your need for vengeance. We'll do the ritual out in the open now. Let all of our people see you pledged to the sword and to uniting our people under just and humane rule. She tightens her grip on my fingers and lowers her voice. This will be even better than what we planned. You we can count on. Willow was always going to be hard to control. She's too sheltered and innocent. She doesn't understand what's at risk. She would have shied away from the sacrifice. She would have seen only the horror, not the hope. But you weren't just born for this, sweetheart. You were bred for it. Every time he laid his hands on you, every time he showed you the monster in the hearts of men, he was preparing you for this moment and what comes next. I pull in a breath, hope and despair warring in my chest. But if he's dead, I can't use him as a sacrifice to bind my fate to the swords. And even if he were still alive, we wouldn't be able to conceive. We've been trying for years, and even with the fertility charm, we couldn't. You don't have to worry about that, Elsbeth says, a smile curving her lips. When I was healing you yesterday, Kelly, I felt it. Another heartbeat, soft, but strong. What? I stammer. Elsbeth nods. Your scent was different too, but I wanted to be sure before I said anything. I took a small blood sample to the medical tent. They confirmed it this morning. Her smile widens. You're pregnant. Tears spring to my eyes. I press my free hand to my belly, wonder and revulsion rushing hot and cold through my veins. I've wanted a child for so long. I've begged the universe for a miracle more times than I can count. And now my wish has finally been granted. At the worst possible moment. If I go through with the ritual, this child will never be born. I will never see it smile or laugh or hold its sweet, heavy body warm in my arms. It will remain locked inside me, a power source for the sword, The third point in the trinity of connection needed to make me a queen it will be almost impossible to overthrow. Trinity. That part of the puzzle is still missing. But will it be enough for the ritual, I ask? Just the child? No. We'll still need your mate bound and suffering, she says. But leave that to me. We don't need him to be the man he was before. We just need him in the land of the living, and there are ways to make that happen. I frown. What do you mean? Our witch allies from New Orleans are preparing the body for the pyre, she says. They'll switch Bane's corpse for another the same size before they wrap it in linen and remove Bane to the underground cell. They assured me that summoning him won't be a problem, as long as we don't mind if he comes back with a taste for brains and the IQ of a slab of rotting meat. A zombie? I croak, shocked, though I suppose I shouldn't be. Elsbeth has dedicated her entire, very long life to the rise of a queen. She isn't about to let something as minor as a supernatural treaty banning the creation of zombies stop her now. Yes, she arches a brow. Do you object to the plan? Do I? If I'm willing to sacrifice my own child, is there any line I won't cross? No, I don't object, but the tea I drank earlier rises in my throat. I swallow it down and tighten my grip on her hand. We have to make sure he never gets out, Elsbeth. Never. If he does, he'll do nothing, she assures me. Once he goes into that room, he's never coming out. And even if he managed to escape, as long as the ritual is complete, we can put a bullet through his head before he causes any trouble. If that happens, you'll begin to age faster, but you'll still lead a much longer than average life and have all the power of the sword on your side. We need him to start this fire. That's all. Him. And my baby. My baby. There is no baby. The spark in my womb is tender, and that's all it will ever be. It's a power source I'll hold inside me, my perpetually swollen belly a testimony to what I've sacrificed for my people. For power. And for the knowledge that no one will ever put me on my knees again. I release Elsbeth's fingers and stand, accepting the long-sleeved black gown she's brought for me to wear. The mourning dress will hide my bruises, and the baby bump that will begin to grow quickly once the ritual starts tonight. Once I'm dressed, I let her comb my hair and arrange it to hide the ear that's still red and angry from Bane's fist. I still can't hear from that side as well either. Elsbeth has to repeat herself twice before I finally understand that she's asking about Willow. Will I be able to do what needs to be done? Will I be able to kill my sister and her mate to appease the bloodlust of my people? They won't settle for Bane's murderers being banished or locked away. They will want blood, and I will be obliged to supply it. Unless... Reach out to Victor, I tell Elsbeth. My old alpha. Tell him I have a proposition for him. There may still be a way to save Willow, and if there is, I mean to find it. I will keep her alive if I can, even if she comes to hate me for it. Chapter 7. Willow. The Palladium is the swankiest hotel in Manhattan. So swanky it doesn't even have a sign on the building or a public lobby. Those rich and fabulous enough to secure a reservation are met at the curb by a personal concierge who ushers them through the plush, spa-like lobby to an elevator that delivers them to their suite. Rooms start at 4 figures a night. I never fathomed that I might be a guest here, but if I had, I'm sure I would have imagined arriving in a swanky SUV, or maybe a limo. Instead, Maxim and I roll up in our ancient station wagon. The valet's eyes nearly bulge out of his head. But to his credit, he rushes to accept the keys from Maxim and asks what luggage we'd like sent up to our room. No baggage. Just this, Maxim says, nodding toward the duffel on his shoulder, now filled with treasure collected from his connection in luggage storage at Grand Central. In addition to several thick wads of cash, we now have credit cards and a handgun made entirely of plastic, so it wouldn't set off the sensors in the luggage handling area. Maxim also has a fake ID he used to make the reservation. Still, when our concierge, a gorgeous redhead in a clingy green dress, greets us on the carpet outside the hotel with a soft, "Welcome to the Palladium, Mr. Campbell," it takes me a second to remember who she's talking to. Maxim, however, is on point. He inclines his head her way, managing to pull off king of all he surveys, even in ill-fitting jeans and a grungy sweatshirt. "Thank you, Greta. I assume you've taken care of the things we discussed on the phone?" What things? I knew I shouldn't have left him alone, even long enough to hit the bathroom at Grand Central. My brow furrows, but I force a smile as Greta's attention shifts my way. "Of course," she says in her silky voice, as she skims me up and down with an assessing glance. "The correct sizes were ordered, and should be delivered to your suite within the hour." She turns back to Maxim with a smile. "And Bartleby's is happy to make an exception to their no-takeout rule for a special guest. There are menus in your room. As soon as you make your selections, you can dial my private number, and I'll take care of everything." She turns, motioning for us to follow. "Come. You must be exhausted after filming all night. Let's get you settled." As she pushes through the heavy silver door, I shoot Maxim a sideways glance and mouth, "Filming all night?" "Mr. Campbell is a filmmaker, shooting a documentary on modern nomads who live in their vehicles," he says softly. "I explained we'd be arriving in the car we've been using to go undercover." I hum beneath my breath. Impressive, but I think someone already shot that documentary. "But Mr. Campbell doesn't know that," he murmurs, as we follow Greta across a lobby decorated in muted browns and blues that smells of fresh laundry and clean sea air. "I'm a wealthy, privileged man who assumes all my ideas are original and amazing." I snort. Ugh. "Wealthy, privileged men are the worst." "We really are," he agrees. "But we do know where to shop and to eat." His eyes dance as he adds, "By the time your parents arrive this afternoon, you'll be so rested, well-fed, and impressively dressed, they won't recognize the ragamuffin they left behind." I shake my head, fighting a grin. "Hope you ordered clothes for yourself, too, Big Bad. Hate to break it to you, but right now, you're winning the Ragamuffin Award." He smiles, but doesn't answer. It's time to join Greta in the elevator and be whisked away to a place above all the grit and grime of the city. As we shoot into the air, excitement shivers across my skin. A part of me feels awful for looking forward to something, even something as necessary as clean clothes and a proper meal, when so many of the people we love are in danger and the fate of the world hangs in the balance. But the other part of me insists life is sufficiently hard at the moment. There's no need to make it harder by refusing creature comforts. If it comes down to it, I know both Maxim and I are willing to die to protect our people. But playing the martyr won't do anyone any good. In fact, until we're back in the line of fire, I mean to savor every not horrible thing that crosses my path. Up in our room, I turn in slow circles, taking in the details of the sumptuous pale blue and muted orange furnishings, upscale kitchenette, and incredible view of Manhattan. I accept Greta's offer to make me a drink before she leaves, and take my strawberry lemonade with fresh mint into the gloriously appointed bathroom to sip as I soak in the tub. The tub, a monstrosity big enough to fit 3 of me, is carved from a solid slab of marble and one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. Impressive and strangely comforting. I swear as I float on my back at the center of it, I can feel the stone silently assuring me that everything is going to be all right. The earth has made it through harder times than these. Once, lava bubbled on its surface and poison filled the air, and no one looking down from above would have imagined life could ever thrive here. But it did. And it has, and it will continue to do so long after my fragile body and even this noble stone has turned to dust. And adversity can be a good thing, I mean, take this stone. It was hacked from a mountain, hauled away from its home, and tortured by a sculptor for thousands of hours, I tell Maxim, when he steps inside to announce that the food has arrived. And look how it turned out. It's even more beautiful than it was before. He arches a brow and murmurs something I can't understand, as his gaze tracks up and down my floating body. What was that? I ask. I can't hear you. My ears are underwater. His lips twitch, and he repeats himself in a louder voice. Nope, I sigh and swish my hands, sending myself on a slow, circular spin. Still can't hear you. Guess you'll just have to leave me here alone in this lovely warm water, wishing I had a special friend who liked taking baths together, and washing my back, and sex before brunch. The words are barely past my lips when Maxim splashes into the water fully dressed and scoops me into his arms. I laugh and squirm free, chastising him for making it harder to get his clothes off now that they're soaking wet. But we get them off. We do. And then Maxim's mouth is hot on mine and his hands are all over me, touching me in the places he already knows I like best. I think you missed a spot or two here, he says, bringing his soapy hands to my breasts. Best give these another wash. Good catch, I say, moaning as his slippery fingers tease at my nipples, building the ache already fisting between my legs. I've been ready for him since the moment he walked into the room. Meeting his gaze is enough to make me wet. But I don't rush the foreplay. Instead, I arch into his talented hands, moan into his mouth, and do my best to memorize every second of making love to this beautiful man. He really is glorious. Almost too good to be true. Thank goodness for your chest hair, I pant, clinging to his shoulders as he works his fingers against my clit beneath the water. Why is that? He asks. You like chest hair? Well, yes, I say, my teeth digging into my bottom lip as the ball of heat he's building low in my body begins to give off sparks. But it's the patchy places I like best. If it weren't for the patchy places, I wouldn't believe you were real. You're just too hot, too perfect. My breath hitches. Oh yes, like that. So perfect. God, Maxim, don't ever stop doing that. Don't ever stop. And he doesn't. Not until I've come so hard, sparks are still dancing in front of my eyes as he stands with my legs wrapped around his hips, bringing us both out of the water before he impales me on his cock with one long, smooth stroke. Oh, yes, I sigh as he cradles my ass in his big hands and begins to fuck me hard and fast. Just like that. Harder. Oh, please, harder. Bossy little wolf, he chastises against my lips as he kisses me. But he gives me exactly what I asked for, pounding into me so hard it hurts a little. But it hurts in a sweetly wicked way. And the bliss that floods through me a moment later is even more intense than my first release. It's so intense that I'm still making loud, shameless coming sounds nearly a minute later when Maxim follows me over the edge. Yes, he growls as his cock pulses and jerks inside me. So good. So fucking good. Love how your pussy milks me. Every fucking drop. I tighten my legs around him and moan my agreement. With Bane out of the picture, we probably don't need to worry about the prophecy or being the first couple to conceive anymore. But I don't regret skipping protection again. I love the feel of Maxim inside me bare, and I want his baby. I want to be pregnant with his child, my swollen stomach assigned to any woman dumb enough to think she might be able to tempt him away from me, that he's mine. My mate, my man, the father of my children, and everything else a man and a woman are to each other when they've made the promises we've made. I'm going to tear that steak apart with my bare hands, I say, after he's dried me off and wrapped me in one of the complimentary robes. I sit, weak-kneed on the edge of the tub, watching him dry his own gorgeous body, and hoping for dozens more memories like this. Hundreds more. He arches a playful brow. Feeling savage after a good fuck, are you? Yes, I confirm. I'm going to devour my meal, and then I'm going to run my steak juice-covered fingers all over your cock and lick it off. A touch too cavewoman for my taste, but I appreciate the offer, he says, fighting a smile. Turn down my cavewoman side at your peril, I warn. She seems like a good time. She's probably into butt stuff and all kinds of other kinky shit, in addition to steak juice play. He snorts. It's cute that you think butt stuff is kinky. He meets my gaze in the mirror as he shrugs into the other robe. I could show you kinky, little wolf. And then some. Oh, please do, I murmur, giggling as he tosses me over his shoulder and carries me into the suite. Chapter 8. Willow. We eat our $200 steak and lobster dinners on the floor in front of the windows, soaking in the view and each other, playfully fighting over the contents of the bread basket, though I can tell Maxim doesn't find the pretzel bread nearly as fascinating as I do. Just before we transition to dessert, dark chocolate mousse with some promising-looking whipped cream that has me rethinking my steak juice plans, there's a knock on the door. I'll get it, I say, but Maxim motions for me to stay where I am. No, let me. Just in case. He stands and strides across the room, fetching the deceptively playful-looking yellow plastic gun on his way to the door. But I felt the heft of that thing and saw the bullets Maxim loaded into the chamber. It's a real weapon, and seeing him tuck it discreetly into the pocket of his robe is a reminder that this isn't a romantic getaway. This is a brief respite from the real world, a protective bubble that could pop at any moment. Thank you, I hear Maxim murmur in his normal, relaxed, talking to customer service people voice. Some of the tension eases from my shoulders. He walks back into the room, carrying 2 massive bags from a luxury department store known for their 6-figure evening gowns, and I arch a brow. You decided on obscenely expensive jeans and sweaters, I see? I did, he says, setting the bags on the couch and beginning to unpack them. I need to see your ass in some quality denim. And your spoiled skin is traumatized after a day spent in ill-fitting hand-me-downs? I stretch my legs out, pointing my toes. You know, some of us look just fine in fashion from Target. He casts a narrow-eyed glance over his shoulder. Do you want me to send your clothes back then? He pulls a cream-colored, cowl-necked sweater that looks soft enough to swaddle angel babies in it from the bag. I could do that. No problem at all. I bounce to my feet. Nah, that's okay. Really? I don't mind. He holds the sweater up, out of my reach. I wouldn't want to pressure you into fashion choices that don't. Just give me the pretty softy and no one gets hurt, I cut in, moaning as the sweater drops into my hands. Oh my God, it's even softer than it looks. I press it to my cheek. I want to sleep with it, like my blankie when I was a kid. Maxim grins as he reaches down to squeeze my ass. Wear it a few times first. The color is perfect with your hair. He kisses my forehead before motioning toward the still mostly full bag. Everything in there is for you. I'll get dressed in the bedroom and you can have the bathroom. There's makeup and perfume in the bag as well, but no pressure to use it. You look and smell delicious, just as you are. I tilt my head back with a sigh. You certainly have changed your tune. When we met, you thought I was a disaster. I thought you looked like a half-drowned rat. I was very stupid. Agreed, I say, accepting the kiss he drops on my lips. I'm glad you've come to your senses. Me too, he murmurs against my mouth, kissing me again. Now go get dressed, woman. But I have steak juice plans, I say, wrapping my arms around his waist. Shouldn't we take care of that before we get dressed? Wouldn't want all that lovely juice to go to waste. Before he can answer, the burner phone he bought at the pharmacy in Grand Central rings on the table beside the couch. We both sober, and Maxim hurries to retrieve the phone. Only a handful of people have the number, and all of them are allies who shouldn't be kept waiting. Maxim glances at the screen, his jaw clenching as he says, It's Dara. I bite my lip and lift crossed fingers. This call should tell us whether or not it's relatively safe for us to return to our people. If it is, our future just got a whole lot brighter. If it's not, I cross my fingers even harder, not wanting to imagine that dark version of the world just yet. "Hello?" Maxim says, the tension in his features easing almost instantly as excited chatter sounds from the other end of the line. I can't hear what Dara's saying, but she's obviously thrilled to be back in touch with her alpha. Maxim briefly explains where we've both been and what's happened to Diana, before treading into a few careful questions about his father, and the advisory council, and finally, Cam. If Dara thinks any of the questions are strange, she doesn't let on. Her tone remains helpful, upbeat, and concerned. Until Maxim asks about Hermione. Dara hesitates, and her volume drops until I have to strain to hear the faint drone of her words. Instantly, I know she's delivering bad news, and that it has something to do with me. Maxim's eyes jerk to mine, widening slightly before he regains control and looks away. But it's too late. I already know something has gone terribly wrong. I can barely force myself to wait until he ends the call with Dara before I blurt out, "What happened? Is Hermione hurt? Did my sister do it? Just tell me, fast, like ripping off a Band-Aid." "Hermione is fine," Maxim assures me before amending. "She isn't hurt. But Dara says she's been acting strangely, more distant than usual, and that she said something last night at the pack meeting about considering other options if I don't return, and hard choices have to be made." "Other options like Bane and Kelly?" I ask, my stomach cramping, making me wish I'd stopped with one piece of pretzel bread. Maxim shakes his head. "No, Kelly. Just Kelly. As queen." My eyes widen and my breath rushes out, but I'm not really surprised. Maybe this was always her plan, or maybe she shifted course after I ran away. Either way, deep down, I always knew my sister would rather be on the throne than working behind the scenes. "But as far as I could tell," Maxim continues, "no one there seems to realize that Bane is dead. They're still thinking they'll have to fight him to put Kelly in charge. And Dara said most people seemed pretty shocked by Hermione's suggestion, even if it was couched in worst-case scenario thinking." I curse, which means Cam could be responsible. He might have been loyal to Kelly all along. Unless you think Hermione would turn on you of her own free will? He shakes his head. "I don't think so. Not to support a stranger. But if Cam made her forget all the good things I've done and remember only the bad," he sighs, "then yes, I could see her supporting someone like Kelly who appears to be well-intentioned on the surface." Which means all the bad stuff is still in motion. I pace away from the couch, dragging fingers through my still damp hair. I have to talk to Kelly. At least try to make peace before this goes any further. "I agree, but..." He trails off, the wariness in his eyes making it clear whatever he's thinking isn't something I want to hear. "Just tell me," I say. "We're a team now, right? That means we're honest with each other, even when it's hard." Maxim pulls in a breath, holding it for a beat before he nods. "All right. What about your mother and father? Are we sure Kelly hasn't already gotten to them, too? She seems to have quite a network, and is way ahead of us when it comes to strategy." I shake my head, earning a challenging look from Maxim. No way, I insist. She hasn't spoken to them in years and has no idea where they went when they ran. When we were talking at the camp, she hinted that she'd like to reach out to them, but I didn't tell her anything. My gut kept insisting something was off with her, even before I found you. I pace faster, back and forth across the thick carpet as my mental wheels turn. And Mom and Dad wouldn't side with her. They know better. Kelly talks a great game, but we're her family. We see through her in ways other people don't. My parents would be able to tell that she's gone off the deep end. I press my lips together, brow furrowing as I add, though honestly, I can hardly blame her, Maxim. Bane was so awful to her, just relentlessly, psychotically abusive. She's probably so traumatized, she's not thinking straight. If I can just get her on the phone, or even better, a video call where she can see my face, I might be able to get through to her. Especially if I explain our plans to check your power as Alpha and that it was all your idea. She'll see that you're not like your brother and that there's no reason for me to become a dark queen who feeds on your life force. All right, Maxim says. First order of business after we shut down Cam and restore lost memories. We get you on the phone with Kelly. You don't sound hopeful, I say. I'm not, but it's worth trying. If there's any path out of this that doesn't involve all-out war and bloodshed, I want to find it. I nod. Me too. I don't want our people to die, or their people. They're not all bad. A lot of them have just been manipulated and deceived by a very talented liar. 2 very talented liars, he corrects. But now there's only one of them left, and Kelly isn't crazy or a monster. There's a chance we can reach her, Maxim. I believe that. And I do. But an hour later, as Maxim and I leave the hotel dressed in our fancy clothes and order a car service to take us to a prearranged location to pick up my parents, who have just touched down on a private airfield outside the city, I can't help feeling like I've missed something. My gut insists I'm overlooking a vital piece of information. A piece of the puzzle that could doom our efforts before we even get started. But no matter how I rack my brain, I can't put my finger on it. It isn't until my parents emerge from the back of a limo behind a Bubba's barbecue not far from the highway and rush to embrace me, happy tears in their eyes, that the light dawns. My mother has kept her pack gift a secret from almost everyone, including my father. My sweet dad has no idea his wife of 40 years has been lying to him for nearly half a century. I'm either on the verge of dealing a serious blow to my parents' marriage or watching my mother deny that she has the power to help save the world. Either way, this reunion just got a hell of a lot more complicated. Chapter 9. Diana. I dream of water cool on my lips and lunge forward on instinct, pressing my mouth against the edge of the glass. It tips forward, and I guzzle thirstily at the sweet, mineral-tasting liquid. But I've barely begun to slake the thirst, turning my throat into a barren wasteland, when the glass is suddenly pulled away. Lids flying open, I try to reach for the water and realize 2 things simultaneously. 1, this isn't a dream. And 2, my hands are bound, and the man looming over me with a now empty glass of water is probably the one who bound them. Narrowing my eyes, I jerk at the ropes looped around my wrists. Let me go. Now. I will, he says, in a deep, rumbly voice. But we need to talk. And I didn't want to waste time fighting you. Or chasing you down if you tried to run again. Fuck talking. I'm not talking until I'm not a prisoner. I'm tied to a bed in the corner of a dimly lit cabin, propped up in a seated position against 2 very soft pillows. I appear to be unharmed, but I don't trust this guy, even if he does look weirdly familiar. Familiar. The man's words before I passed out echo in my head, and I ask, "How do you know Jacob?" "He's my brother," the guy says, making me snort. Jacob doesn't have a brother. He's an only child. Something that looks like pain flashes behind the man's eyes, but it's gone by the time he says, "That may be what he was told, but it isn't the truth. Our pride has an arrangement with a local coven. They provide our compound with spells that protect and conceal it from our enemies. In exchange, once a generation, our Alpha sends them a child to raise as a familiar." I don't buy it, I say. I've met Jacob's dad. He would never have agreed to that. "He didn't have a choice," the man says. "Without magical protection, our pride would have been destroyed decades ago. We're outgunned, outnumbered, and other shifters have always felt entitled to take what's ours." His full lips press into a judgmental line. "Especially wolves." I bite back the retort on the tip of my tongue. I'm not a fan of being tied up, but I'm not a fan of the way most wolf packs currently operate either. If that's the truth, then I'm sorry. A lot of wolf packs suck, but that doesn't justify holding me prisoner. I have to go. I have to get back to my pack before my brother destroys the world. I'm not holding you prisoner, he says. I'm protecting you, and I'm prepared to untie you as soon as you agree to my terms. I scowl up at him, hating how much his eyes remind me of Jacob's. I can't think about Jacob, or what has probably happened to him since I left the camp, or I'll fall to pieces and be of no use to anyone. That's not how being friends works, friend, I seethe. I'm assuming you want to be friends, right? Since you gave me water and are sharing your life story with me and stuff. And you apparently know Jacob and I are dating. The slip of the tongue makes the back of my eyes sting, but I shove the wave of emotion away and concentrate on glaring holes into my captor's skull. But he's no dummy, and my quick word swap clearly hasn't gone unnoticed. His gaze softens, even as worry tightens his features. They won't kill him. Beat him, maybe, but he's too valuable to kill. At least not yet. I try to swallow, but the lump forming in my throat is too big. You don't understand. I ran away from the camp. When my brother finds out, he'll want to punish me. And Jacob's the best way to do that. Bane's crazy. He won't care that he needs soldiers to fight his war or... Bane's dead. The man cuts in, making my jaw drop. What? I finally stammer. He's dead. They brought his body back to the camp early this morning. How do you know that? I have my ways. And my spies, he says vaguely. And a little magic of my own. You don't grow up around witches without learning a thing or two. I exhale, relief making my arms tremble at my sides. So Jacob's okay? He's still alive? For now, he says, not looking nearly as hopeful about Jacob's future. But the spell they're planning to work with that sword tonight is pitch black magic. Even if they manage to pull it off, it's a tripod, an unbalanced spell. It will need to be shored up with additional sacrifices. I shake my head. No, they can't do the spell. Willow and Maxim escaped. I heard Bane talking before I ran. That's why he was beating Kelly. I thought he was going to kill her. He didn't, the man says bluntly. She's planning to bind herself to the orphan's sword tonight. Tomorrow, they'll start picking off virgins from their ranks to keep the baby in her belly alive. The water in my empty stomach churns, and acid rises in my throat. What? Virgin sacrifice. It's a thing. A big thing, and the witches down there on Kelly's side know it. They've paid close attention during recruiting, working binding spells on the virgins to keep them close. He heaves a tired sigh as he sets the empty glass on a small wooden dining table behind him. I kept hoping you and Jacob would go ahead and act like normal teenagers and take care of the problem. At least for my brother. But he motions toward me. You're still a virgin, so I'm assuming he is too. How the hell would you know? I demand, the acid in my throat climbing higher. Did you do something to me while I was passed out? Did you... I didn't do anything, he cuts in. I'm not a bad guy, Diana. I'm on your side in case that isn't clear by now. Nothing is clear. All I know is that I'm tied up and you're telling me you know I'm a virgin and... Your energy signature. That's all. I would never... His gaze lifts uncomfortably to the ceiling. I wouldn't do that to anyone, ever, but especially not my brother's girlfriend. I'm just trying to keep you safe. I'll untie you right now as long as you promise to stay here and stay hidden, at least until tomorrow morning. I'm going to the camp tonight to try to stop the spell before it's too late. But it isn't safe for you to come with me. I can't stay here, I insist. I have to go home and get help. Just point me toward the nearest town where I can find a phone and maybe a bus station. I'm sorry. I can't let you do that, he says. It's too dangerous. I sent my birds to scan the woods. Kelly has 3 teams out searching for you. It's a miracle you weren't captured before. But I've destroyed the trail you left leading up to the cabin, and I have shielding wards in place. You'll be safe here as long as... I'm not staying here, I say, raising my voice. That's not fucking happening. I'm either going to get help, or I'm coming with you to free Jacob. Those are the two choices. His gaze narrows, making the golden flecks in his eyes seem to sparkle even brighter. I realize you're accustomed to getting your way, but you aren't in charge here, and you're in no shape to help Jacob. You could barely walk a few hours ago. If you came with me, you'd be a liability, not an asset. All I need is some food and the chance to shift, and I'll be ready to go, I say. I'm stronger than I look, I swear. And I'm not trying to get my way. I'm trying to save my boyfriend's life. Jacob wouldn't want you to put yourself at risk, he says, especially if he knew what's about to happen to every virgin in that camp. I start to protest, but he cuts me off in a sharp voice. They won't just kill you, Diana. They'll do it slowly. They'll cut off pieces of you while you're still alive and let you smell them cooking. The queen will need to eat almost constantly at first to keep the baby inside her viable, and she won't be eating pigs or chickens. I wince and know I would be throwing up right now if there were anything in my belly but water. Oh my God, we have to get him out. We can't let that happen. I'm going to try my damnedest, he says in a gentler voice, and my allies too. But you can't be one of them. There are spells active in the camp to make the virgins easy to spot. The moment you walked through those wards, every witch there would know about it. We'd lose the element of surprise and any chance of getting in unnoticed. My thoughts race, but despite my exhaustion, my brain comes to the only logical next step with alarming swiftness. It's alarming because this man is a stranger, and Jacob's brother, and a full-grown man, and not even close to my type. I like men with a sense of humor, who ask before they tie people up. I also like to know a guy's name before I consider getting naked with him. But Cranky's the only other human around. So I guess he'll have to do. Then let's go, I say, pushing on with more bravado than I feel when his brow furrows in confusion. Let's take care of the virgin thing, genius. Should take what, 5-6 minutes tops? And then I'll be able to help Jacob. Problem solved. But the problem is not solved, of course. I've known this man all of 10 minutes, but it's already obvious that he's a bossy control freak who will not be giving me what I want without a fight. But I'm not about to give up on Jacob, just because Cranky says no the first time around. I will do whatever it takes to save the boy I love. Even sleep with his brother.
Chapter 10. Maxim. Willow's parents greet me with a warmth that makes me hope even harder that my father hasn't been permanently damaged by his long association with Cam. Because Dad would love these people. I don't have Diana's gift for reading auras, but from the moment Willow's mom pulls me in for a big hug and her dad slaps me on the back with a grin, I know I've won the in-law lottery.
Thank you for loving our baby girl,
her mom, Wendy, says, pulling back to gaze up at me with teary green eyes the same color as Willow's.
And don't even try to deny it because I can see it all over your face. You're crazy about our Willow.
She nudges her husband, Harvey, in the ribs.
Isn't he, honey? It's just like that day in the park when we first met. You remember? How your friends teased you for having hearts in your eyes?
I do, Harvey says, his grin widening. Still have 'em 42 years later. Wendy laughs, beaming as she wraps one arm around her husband and one around her daughter, squeezing them both tight.
I'm so glad we get to be a family again. Who would have imagined? I feel so lucky.
Willow, who was already a little green around the gills, looks like she's about to lose our very expensive lunch.
Well, Mom, the truth is...
She pulls in a breath, but I cut her off, wanting to take this blow for her. She's certainly taken enough for me. The truth is, we're in a hard spot, I say to Wendy. My pack is in danger, and we're pretty sure you're the only person who can help us. I briefly explain the situation, pushing boldly ahead when I mention Wendy's pack gift, pretending I don't know she's apparently kept it a secret from her husband for their entire, very long hearts-in-their-eyes marriage. By the time I'm finished, Wendy is the one who's green, and Harvey has gone so pale I can trace the path of the veins on his round, bald head. "I'm so sorry," he says in a tortured voice, "but we can't help you. There must have been some misunderstanding. Wendy doesn't have a pack gift." Willow catches her mother's gaze with a meaningful look. Wendy shakes her head and swipes a trembling hand across her upper lip.
"No, I don't. I thought I might have had one once, but it was a mistake. No, it wasn't, Mom,"
Willow says, her eyes beginning to glow, causing both her parents to stumble back a few steps.
"You have a gift, and you're going to use it to save the North Star Pack. And Dad will forgive you. He loves you too much to hold a grudge."
"Is that what I—" Her father trails off, glancing between Willow and myself before pointing to her eyes. "We haven't had a Pathfinder parallel side in decades."
"You're not parallel side anymore, Dad,"
Willow says, her eyes still bright.
"And you won't ever be again. You're going to live with us."
Her voice hitches as she shifts her attention my way.
"So you can spend lots of time with your grandbaby."
My heart stops for a second, and my stomach does a series of acrobatics that none of my other internal organs appreciate. "Do you mean, are we—" She nods, tears replacing the glow shining in her eyes.
"Yeah, we are. I mean, I should take a test to be 100% sure, but I saw him, Maxim. It's a boy. He'll be born next summer."
A shadow passes over her face, but before I can ask her what else she saw, her mother bursts into tears.
"Oh, Willow, baby, I'm so happy and so sorry. I'm so sorry, Harvey. I was just so afraid. I never told anyone. Well, almost anyone."
She continues to cry as Willow and Harvey huddle around her, murmuring comforting assurances that it's all right, they understand, and that there's no reason to hide now.
"Maxim and I will protect you, Mom,"
Willow says.
"We promise."
Wendy swipes at her eyes.
"That's not what I'm worried about, honey. That was never what I was worried about. I was afraid someone would use you to get to me, that they'd hurt you or Dad or Kelly in order to force me to do what they wanted. Can you imagine if Victor had the ability to make people forget things?"
At the mention of her sister's name, Willow looks sick again, but she doesn't hold back. She explains what's happening to her parents gently, but thoroughly, pulling no punches. To my surprise, neither of them seems overly shocked by the revelations.
"We lost her years before she ran away,"
Wendy says.
"The first time she brought Bane home to meet us, I knew things would never be the same."
"And that the two of them wouldn't end well," Harvey adds in a pained voice. "I knew that boy would be the ruin of her the day I laid eyes on him." He glances up at me. "I'm sure you're grieving him, but your brother wasn't right, Maxim. There was something missing in him. Something people shouldn't be born without." "I agree," I say, my throat going tight as I realize that Harvey's right. I am grieving Bane. Not the man he became, but the boy I remember. The one who was just my big brother and my friend. But hopefully it isn't too late to bring Kelly back to you. Willow puts a hand on my arm and subtly shakes her head, but it's too late. Her parents aren't fools, and they've already had a glimpse of her gift.
"You've seen something, haven't you?"
Her mother asks.
"About Kelly."
Willow nods, misery clear on her face.
"I'll tell you about it on the way back to the city, but we should go. We don't have much time. Kelly's going to attempt that ritual with the sword I mentioned tonight. We'll have to move fast to be ready to face her in time."
Wendy and Harvey load back into the limo. I confer briefly with the driver, directing him to park several blocks from the tower in the garage of another office building I own, and then turn back to Willow. "Anything you want to tell me before we get in?" I ask, holding her tortured gaze.
The good news is, no matter what happens, our son is born healthy,
she says.
And he's beautiful. He looks just like you.
I put my arms around her, the need to hold her a visceral thing I can't resist. And the bad news?
The other good news is that the ritual is going to fail,
she says, tears slipping from her eyes to stream quietly down her cheeks.
There's something wrong with it, something twisted. I don't know what it is exactly, but no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to make Kelly queen. One way or another, this ends with a thorn on the throne, leading the united packs of human side.
I cup her face in one hand, gently wiping the tears away as I insist. And the bad news? It's okay. I can take it, little wolf. You don't have to protect me from the truth. In fact, I would prefer you didn't. She swallows hard, more tears gliding along the paths traced by the others as she whispers.
If we don't stop Kelly tonight, you don't live to see our son, Maxim. You don't live to see morning.
Chapter 11. Willow. The plan is simple. I pretend that I've been in St. Louis fetching my parents, and that I have no idea Maxim was gone until we returned to the city. Then, I insist to anyone who questions my appearance at the tower that I'm there to talk to Jimmy about his grandchild. That's it. I don't want anything to do with Maxim or the North Star Pack. I just want my son to know his paternal grandfather. And I'd like Jimmy to meet my parents, since they'll be sharing grandparent duties. That should get us an audience with Maxim's father, and by default, Cam. Cam is Jimmy's shadow, and I doubt he's letting the former alpha out of his sight these days, even to talk about something private like baby news. Baby news. My baby. He's barely the size of a single poppy seed right now, but he's so real to me. I've seen his cherub face and dark, clever eyes. I've watched him laugh and kick his chubby little legs. I fell so deeply in love with him during the course of a 30-second vision. I can only imagine the love that will fill my heart to bursting once he's born. My son is as real to me as the trembling hands that grasp the thick door handle at the main entrance to the North Star Tower. As real as the footsteps of my parents following close behind me as we step into the lobby. As real as the line of enforcers that wait to greet us a few yards ahead. I pull in a bracing breath, reminding myself that my son is counting on me to make sure his father lives to hold him, hug him, and help him grow up safe and strong, as I meet Hermione's cool gaze. Instantly, it's clear something isn't right about my friend. She's distant, and when I greet her with a warm, "Hey there, Hermione. Good to see you," she seems confused by my familiarity. But she plays it off well. "Hello, Willow. How can we help you? Maxim isn't here right now." "So I've heard," I say, "which is why I'm here." I motion over my shoulder. "Hermione, meet Wendy and Harvey, my parents. We're here to talk to Jimmy." I press my hand to the still, mostly flat expanse between my hips. "About the baby." Her brows lift, and pity fills her eyes, making me think she still remembers what happened my last night in the tower, when Maxim drugged me. He warned me that most of the enforcers know the story, thanks to the chatty guard who led me back to my room, and that Hermione had been pissed about it, to the point that she threatened to cut ties with Maxim if he behaved that way again. "Oh, well, congratulations," she says in a strained voice. "Let me call upstairs, see if Jimmy is up for visitors. If you'll excuse me." She steps away and pulls her cell from her pocket, pacing toward where the lobby opens up ahead, filling with light from the large windows that flood the first 3 stories with sun. Dimly, I can make out the sounds of conversation from the restaurants in the atrium. It's still lunchtime for normal people. Maxim and I had our feast just after 10 a.m. I cling to the thought, wringing every bit of hope from it that I can. We still have nearly 12 hours left to put our house to rights and get back to the forest to face Kelly. Maxim assured me that he can have a fleet of helicopters and a cargo plane ready to fly in less than an hour if needed, and more than enough warriors to fill them to capacity. And Mom seems pretty sure that her pack gift will work over the phone, at least the canceling out part. She's never tried anything like it personally, but she's had her ear to the ground since she found out about her gift while she was in high school. Banishing memories is something that has to be done face to face. But revealing what another person's forgetting gift has erased is allegedly much easier. Apparently, it's like throwing water on cotton candy, Mom said on the walk over from the garage, where Maxim is waiting for the all-clear signal. All you have to do is question whether their memories have been tampered with, and the architecture of the lie dissolves. I pray she's right. It looks like we'll have a chance to test her theory sooner than we thought. Hermione returns after just a few minutes, says Jimmy is happy to receive us at his apartment, and offers to escort us up to his floor herself. Mom and I lock eyes as we follow her to the elevator. She nods, and my heart beats even faster. So fast I have to fight to keep my breaths smooth and even as we wait for the car to arrive. This is it. In just a few seconds, we'll be alone with Hermione. Time slows to a horror movie crawl as the elevator dings and the doors slide open. Hermione reaches out her arm, holding the doors as my parents and I step inside. Then she punches the button and steps back to lean against the wall of the car, her arms crossed in front of her, but never far from the weapon strapped onto her belt. All the enforcers are more heavily armed than I remember, and clearly on edge. I seriously doubt Hermione would fire a gun in an elevator, but as soon as we step out, we're fair game. And who knows what Cam has done to her head? If he's erased enough of her memory, she might not trust me at all. She might even think I'm a spy. Or something worse. Kelly might have convinced her that I'm the enemy somehow. I'm well on my way to a full-blown panic attack when Mom says, "So, Hermione, how long have you been Maxim's second-in-command?" "Over a decade," Hermione says politely. "Oh, that's wonderful," Mom enthuses. "A woman in such a senior leadership position? That wouldn't happen in my old pack, I can tell you that. I'd love to hear more about how you rose through the ranks, if you have clear memories of your time with Maxim. I assume you can recall everything that happened between the two of you, especially recently?" Hermione's forehead furrows, and the muscles in her throat work harder as she tries to swallow. But she's clearly still struggling when she says, "I think I do. At least I did until..." She presses a hand to the side of her head with a soft curse. "What the hell is happening?" I risk touching my fingers to her shoulder. "Are you okay? Feeling sick?" "No, I'm feeling crazy." She looks up, her wide eyes meeting mine. Instantly, I can tell the woman I knew before is back and that she remembers me. "What's going on, Willow? A second ago, I didn't remember how we met, or our talk in the atrium, or..." "It's Cam," I say, hurrying to explain as the car begins to slow. "He's been using his pack gift to alienate our allies, manipulate Jimmy, and maybe even support Kelly's bid to rule." I motion toward her chest, and to get you on his side, apparently. But my mom has the same pack gift. Hers cancels his out. Hermione curses again, but rolls her shoulders back as the car comes to a stop. "All right. Hopefully her mojo will work as well on Jimmy as it did on me, and we can get Cam in a cell with soundproof walls ASAP." "Cutting out his tongue would also work," my mom says softly, but cheerfully, as we step out into the wide hallway on Jimmy's floor. I turn to her, my brows shooting up my forehead. "What?" She blinks innocently. "That's what they did to all the wolves who manifested this gift in the Middle Ages. It's one of the reasons I always hid it." She sniffs. "Though, I can't say I really blame them. A person shouldn't abuse a gift like this. With great power comes great responsibility. And if you can't respect that, maybe you don't deserve a tongue." "Wow. That's dark, Mom," I say, as we follow Hermione down the hall. But an excellent point, Hermione says, stopping in front of Jimmy's door. She lowers her voice as she says with a smile, "Go get him, Wendy. We've got your back." And we do. As we join Jimmy in his sunny sitting room, the one where I convinced him Maxim and I should be married, my heart is still doing its best to punch a hole through my ribs. I'm scared to death, but the entire thing is over in just a few minutes. Cam, who's standing by the window, lurking as always, realizes something's up with Hermione right away. While he's distracted, trying to get her out of the room, presumably to reassert control over her memories, my mom swoops in and frees Jimmy. It takes Maxim's dad a little longer to recover. He's older and not in as good health as Hermione. But once he does, he's righteously pissed. And Cam is destroyed. "Please, brother," he says, falling to his knees in front of Jimmy's wheelchair. "Please forgive me. I didn't see another way. I did what I thought I had to do to protect you from Bane. And then Kelly contacted me, and she seemed like the lesser of two evils, and—" His breath shudders out. "It all got out of control so fast. But I swear, you were in my heart the entire time. I only wanted what was best for you." "I'm a grown man, not a child," Jimmy says, anger and grief warring in his tone. "And I was your alpha for decades. I'm not a man who can't handle hard choices, Cameron. And I'm certainly not a man who appreciates having my choices and my memories taken away." His hands curl into fists, no matter how ugly they are. "Permission to take this man into custody, Alpha?" Hermione asks. Jimmy nods, then glances over to my mom, who's been sitting quietly beside Dad on the couch since the shit hit the fan. "Can you go with her? Make sure he doesn't influence anyone else." Mom nods and pops to her feet. "I can and I will. And I'm so sorry," she adds in a softer voice. "I don't know what came back to you, but I could feel that it was hard. Very hard." Jimmy nods, tears in his usually dancing eyes. "It was. Bane was the one. He's the one who did this to me, who put me in this chair, who nearly killed his own father." "No father should have to remember something like that," Cam says, as Hermione pulls him to his feet and secures his hands behind him with metal ties from the small pouch on her belt. "It's too much for a man to bear. I was trying to protect you, Alpha. I suggest you turn your attention to protecting yourself, Cameron," Jimmy cuts in. "You're going to need protection. And mercy. Get out of my sight and I'll do my best to find some in my heart." Cam starts to speak again, but Jimmy shouts in a surprisingly loud voice, "Go! Now! Before I decide to listen to the part of me that wants to revive public hangings." Hermione drags a softly sobbing Cam from the room. My mother follows, squeezing my hand on the way by and whispering, "It's okay if you want to share the news while I'm gone. I think Jimmy could use something to look forward to." "What's that?" Jimmy asks, his voice rough as his attention shifts from my mother's departing form to my face. "Good news, I hope?" I nod. "Yes. Maxim and we're pregnant." A pained expression flashes behind his eyes. "Oh, He sighs. "I heard about what happened, Willow. The night before you left. I'm so sorry. I didn't raise my son that way. Either of them." No, it's okay," I assure him. "Truly, it's better than okay. A lot has happened since then, and Maxim and I hold up a hand, willing myself to stick to just the most important pieces of information. We don't have time to hash through everything that's happened in the past 2 days. We've worked through all that and put it behind us. We're committed to moving forward as a couple and in a really good place, actually." I gulp air. "Which is why we have to get ready to face Kelly. There isn't any time to waste. If we don't stop her tonight—" I force out the rest of the information, hating every second of hearing the horrible truth aloud, and hating the soft, smug glow of my eyes even more. I don't want this to be true. I want to be wrong with everything in me. But my pack gift isn't me. It's magic working through me, and it has no hidden agenda. It's simply offering the truth about what's most likely to happen, if we're brave enough to face it.
And what about Bane?
Jimmy asks when I'm finished.
Why has he suddenly decided to step aside and allow Kelly to rule? That doesn't sound like my son.
My jaw drops, and my thoughts stutter for a moment. But of course, he has no idea. No one in the tower does. How could I have forgotten that? Bane is dead, and I'm the one who killed him. And now I have to tell his father what I've done. Chapter 12. Willow. Even though Jimmy is well aware his oldest son is a monster, this is still so hard. He attacked us. Maxim and I say in a halting voice. We were asleep at a hotel on the way back to the city. He was trying to kill his brother, and Maxim was already so weak from being tortured, I dampen my lips and push on. I only saw one way to stop Bane, so I did what I had to do. He's dead. I wish I could say I was sorry, but even in the short time I was at his camp, it was clear he was beyond redemption, Jimmy. I don't like to think that about anyone, but with Bane it was the truth. There was too much darkness inside him. The back of my nose stings as I add. He was like a black hole. Jimmy reaches a hand my way. I cross the room and take it, holding tight as he says,
"It's okay, Willow. You did the right thing. And I'll always be grateful to you for saving my son. And I don't just mean last night. Me too."
A soft voice sounds from the doorway to the sitting room and goes straight to my heart. I turn and run into Maxim's arms, not stopping until he's holding me so tight my feet lift off the floor.
"You did good, little wolf."
I was scared to death, I confess against the warm skin at his neck. I'm probably going to wet myself the second I set foot on the battlefield. Maxim stiffens against me for a moment, then hugs me even tighter and presses a kiss to the top of my head before putting me down.
"You're not going to the battlefield, Willow."
My lips part, but he raises his voice and pushes on.
"I've already talked it over with your mom just now in the hall. You'll stay here with your parents, Hermione and Dad. That way, if anything happens to me, we have a solid team in place to take care of things here until Diana is old enough to take over."
I shake my head. No, I'm not leaving you. You need me. You'd be dead right now if it weren't for me. Twice. You'd be double dead.
"I know that,"
he says, capturing both my hands and leaning down until his eyes are level with mine.
"But you're having our baby. Even if you weren't, knowing you were there in danger with zero combat experience would be distracting as hell. But now," he trails off with a shake of his head, "I can't have you there, little wolf. I just can't. Please. I need to be able to lead my team without worrying about your safety."
My eyes fill with tears so fast, his face blurs in front of me. I hate that you're giving orders again. And I hate that you're right, and I don't know if I can do it. Just sit here while you're so far away and in danger, and I know if... I sniff, but I can't stop the tears or the words shoving up my throat. When I know there's a good chance that I'll never see you again. That when you leave, it will be goodbye. Forever. I lose my shit after that. I break down and sob my heart out against Maxim's chest. Even though we don't have time for this. We don't have time for feelings and fears and doubt. But then, maybe we don't have time to ignore them either. If this is the last day, the last few hours I'll ever have with the man the universe in all her wisdom made for me, I don't want to waste a second of it. I don't want to hide what I feel. I don't want to pull away and shut down. I want to get as close to Maxim and make as many memories as I can. Finally, I cry myself out and step out of Maxim's arms, accepting the tissue my dad has waiting for me. Because that's the man my dad is. He has always anticipated what people need and done his best to provide it. And that's who Maxim is too, though in a bossier alpha way. But that's part of what I love about him, that his love feels familiar, but also brand new. You'd better come back to me I tell him, swiping at my dripping nose. If you don't, I'm going to name the kid Fergus.
I hate that name,
Maxim says in a voice that says, I love you, always, no matter what. Fighting to keep it together, I lift my chin. Then you'd better get your ass back here safely tomorrow. I prop my hands on my hips. Now, how do we do the whole getting ready to fight the bad guys thing? Are we going to need snacks? Pep talks? Maybe a montage? Jimmy smiles through his own tears.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need a montage. And lots of good music to get the people ready to fight. I'll call the guys and gals in the band and get them down to the atrium.
He glances my dad's way. You look like a guy who can play a harmonica, Harvey. Dad smiles.
I'm tone deaf and dance like the whitest white man ever born. But I love live music.
Jimmy laughs.
Perfect. You'll provide the comic relief. Come with me.
Meet you in half an hour in the boardroom, son?
Sounds perfect, Dad,
Maxim says, leaning down to catch Jimmy on his way by and hugging his shoulders.
I love you. And I'm grateful to you. And I always will be.
Jimmy embraces his son so tightly, it breaks my heart all over again.
And I love you, son. And I'm proud of you. Even when you make mistakes. Because you learn from them. And you try so damned hard. You're going to be twice the alpha I was. I can't wait to see you grow.
He pulls back, cupping Maxim's face in both of his hands.
And that son of yours will be a lucky boy. No doubt in my mind.
By the time Jimmy and Dad leave, I'm crying again, but at a sustainable rate of tears per minute. When Maxim asks,
Do you want me to take you up to the apartment before I head to the war room? You can take a nap or...
Nope, I say, cutting him off with a shake of my head. I'm coming with you. I'll stay here when you leave, but until then, I'm your shadow. Just in case you need my expert advice on battle formations or sneak attacks or something. His lips quirk as he brushes my hair from my forehead.
I think you have more important things to offer than that. I'd like you to share your vision again with the full council. See what our prophecy experts think about it.
I sniff and swipe my cheeks dry, determined to pull myself together and stay together. Yeah, it doesn't really gel with the prophecy, does it? But the vision wasn't like anything I've seen before either. It was like the future was split. Like there were two versions of everything happening at once. And there was a strange shadow over the version where Diana rules. Not like there's anything wrong with Diana or she won't do a good job. Just like the world was really stressful in that version of events, but very chill in the other. The contrast was a little nauseating to experience. I sigh. But maybe that's a normal thing that happens for Pathfinders? I honestly don't have enough experience with my Pat gift to know for sure.
We'll talk to Dad. He should be able to shine some light on that, he says, his features softening as he adds. That was really good to hear. What he said before. If this is almost the end, I'm glad we said goodbye that way.
I take one of his hands in mine and give it a shake. No more of that. Positive thoughts only. Your people are counting on you. Not to mention your son. Because I wasn't kidding, I'll do it. I'll name him Fergus. Or something worse. I'm sure, given the time to mull it over, I will be able to think of something worse. Maxim arches a brow.
Then I'll have to come back and haunt you. As punishment.
He pulls me into his arms, hugging me tight.
That's another reason I need to live. I really need to spank you.
I nuzzle my face closer to his soft sweater and the rock-hard chest beneath, trying to take comfort in how strong he feels right now. Like in a sexual way, I'm assuming, not a punishing my disobedient wife way.
Right, we should do that,
he says, tensing as he pulls back to gaze down at my face.
After the meeting, but before I leave.
I arch a brow. I mean, if spanking me is on your bucket list, I guess
No, not that. Get married. Say our vows. That way, if I don't make it back, there won't be any doubt about your position in the pack. You'll be treated like any other widow. You'll be given my property and all assets not belonging to the...
I press 2 fingers to his lips. I don't want your property or assets. I want you. And I want a big, cheesy wedding with a party after. I want to celebrate this choice. not rush through it because a bunch of assholes are being assholes. I nibble my lip. Speaking of assholes, there's something I forgot to tell you about my vision. It's not a big deal, but Pax is going to parachute onto the roof of the tower sometime later this afternoon. Maxim's eyes widen. What? I wave a hand. It's fine. He'll get tangled up in the playground equipment and taken into custody without hurting anyone, even himself. But we should have someone ready to interrogate him. See if there's any other trouble coming from Victor's direction. I shake my head, adding in a wry tone, it's hard to imagine I was ever terrified of either of them. There are so many scarier things to be afraid of now. Just because someone's holding you at gunpoint doesn't mean a knife can't kill you, Maxim says. Every threat should be taken seriously, and we should establish some sort of protocol for cataloging everything you see as soon as you see it. That way, nothing gets lost. I nod. You're right. I was so overwhelmed by everything else, and certain Pax wasn't going to hurt anyone that his part fell by the wayside. But it shouldn't have. And if we have a procedure in place, something I do automatically every time I experience my pack gift, that will be less likely to happen. He grins, his chest puffing up as he crosses his arms. What? I ask. Nothing. I just enjoy those two words on your lips. He sighs, then adds in a squeaky, high-pitched voice, You're right, Maxim. That's 3 words, jerk, I say, swatting his arm, and I don't sound like that. My voice is a melodious song. He laughs as he grabs my ass and gives me a playful swat in return. It is, especially when you're coming. He swats me again, sending a prickle of excitement across my skin. I could listen to that on repeat for hours. I squeeze his biceps through his sweater, humming low in my throat. We should definitely explore sexy spanking, I think. As soon as you get home. I tip my head back, welcoming the kiss he presses to my lips. Home. That's what he is to me now. This tower is a beautiful place to live, but Maxim is my home. I can't lose him. I just can't. But I might. And I will have to keep on living, thriving even, when he's gone. I owe our son a mother who's fully alive, not lost to grief. Even if I end up raising this baby alone, I will never regret bringing him into the world. At least that much of Maxim will remain, no matter what. The thought offers some comfort. Just not nearly enough. Chapter 13. Diana. As expected, Cranky isn't amenable to helping me ditch my V-card. He turns me down with a hard eye roll and a no way in hell. Unexpectedly, he unties me without further debate and heads back outside. Thanks? I rub at my wrists and stare at the open door through which he disappeared, expecting him to stomp back inside any minute. But he doesn't. I'm alone in the sudden silence for several minutes, and then I hear the crack of his axe hitting wood. He's splitting logs. He's out there splitting fucking logs while the fate of the world hangs in the balance and his brother is being held prisoner by a pair of sociopaths. With a huff, I swing my feet off the bed, but instead of charging across the room, my legs buckle and I end up in a trembling tangle of limbs on the rough wooden floor. I curse and squeeze my eyes shut. I have to eat something, or I won't have the energy to give Cranky a piece of my mind, let alone save Jacob. Crawling over to the table, I drag myself to my feet, focusing on pulling in long, deep breaths as the world spins around me. I'm not the kind of girl who faints. I run almost every day, I play field hockey, and back in the old days, before Maxim started treating me like a prisoner, I could dance from midnight to sunrise without a break. The fact that I can barely stay upright as I toddle over to Cranky's primitive kitchen to poke around in his cupboards should give me serious pause about my fitness to fight. But it doesn't. I refuse to give up that easily. I'm sick of sitting on the sidelines or being locked away in my tower while everyone else calls the shots. And sure, in hindsight, maybe helping Willow escape wasn't the best idea, but I pulled it off. I liberated a woman from one of the most fiercely defended pieces of property in Manhattan. I'm smarter and more capable than most of the people in my life give me credit for. And I'm not some spoiled, naive, useless little virgin. Jacob's brother is seriously underestimating my value as an ally. So change his mind, I mutter, as I drag a loaf of what looks like homemade bread and a jar of hippie nut butter off the shelf and locate a knife. I make myself a quick sandwich and eat, moaning in a mixture of pleasure and relief as the sweetness of almonds and the faintly sour taste of the bread explode on my tongue. A beat later, my aching stomach starts a party in my midsection. I don't know if this is the best sandwich ever, or if I'm just half-starved, but I swear I can feel it giving me life, and hope, and ideas. I demolish my first snack, pour myself a glass of water from a jug on the counter, and make another sandwich, this one with extra almond butter. I pace the room on stronger legs as I chew, putting together my argument. After a third sandwich and an apple I find in a cool storage area beneath the sink, I tidy up and head outside. Lifting a hand, I squint into the sun, relieved to see it's still high in the sky. There's plenty of time before nightfall. Plenty of time to either win Cranky over or escape from his clutches. Though he doesn't seem to be too interested in holding me prisoner anymore. As I wander outside, he glances up from his wood splitting for only a moment before getting back to business. He has his flannel shirt off now, and his skin gleams nut brown in the sun, his powerful muscles rippling as he swings the axe. He is an impressive specimen, no doubt about that, but not my type at all. I like lean, cocky, smart-ass boys who know what to do with a skateboard, not socially backward hermits. And I like boys I have a connection with. I want to sleep with Jacob because I love Jacob, his soul and his heart, not just his body. But the fact remains that if I have to lose my virginity in an only available human type of situation, I could certainly do worse as far as humans are concerned. At least in the looks department, Cranky is, objectively, hot as hell. I circle around his woodpile, my hands propped on my hips through the hideous linen dress I was given at the camp, wishing I had my tracksuit. I feel so much more powerful in pants, and a sports bra. Though my lack of undergarments might serve me well if I'm forced to seduce Cranky. I left my cardigan at the end of the bed inside, and I can have this dress up and over my head in 2 seconds flat. The thought sends an unexpected and shocking, ticklish feeling fuzzing between my hips. A part of me is horrified that I'm getting a little turned on by this miserable situation. The other part of me, the ruthlessly determined part, says this is good news. Cranky doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would have sex with a woman who wasn't genuinely into it. My only chance of getting him on board with my plan is to make it clear I won't consider getting naked with him a hardship. Can we start over? I ask in the silence between axe falls. You can do whatever you'd like, he says, his attention fixed on positioning his next log. I wash my hands of you. Do whatever you want. I huff. Well, that's certainly a serious change of heart. I thought you wanted to keep me safe, for Jacob, and to keep me from messing up your plans. In a perfect world? Sure, he says, cracking the log in two with one graceful swing of his tool. But we don't live in a perfect world. He tosses the 2 pieces of split wood onto a growing pile nearby. And you can't reason with crazy people. I learned that the hard way. I fight the urge to tell him to go fuck himself, and that he's clearly crazier than I could ever be. Instead, I clench my jaw and remind myself that I need in on this man's plan. I know I'll be more effective working with a team than charging back into camp alone, a fact that proves I'm not crazy. We'll be stronger together, I say calmly. I realize that, And after some thought, I've also realized you must have a phone somewhere on this property, or some way to communicate with the outside world. One I would really love to make use of, pretty please. After all, you wouldn't be out here all alone without a way to call for help if you need it. He looks up from the piece of wood he's positioned, his eyes narrowed. You don't even know my name, but you assume you know what I would or wouldn't do? I force a tight smile. I just meant that you seem like a smart, careful person. And it's hardly my fault I don't know your name. You didn't offer it, and we kind of had more important things to talk about, don't you think? He props the business end of his axe on the thick, wood-splitting stump and rests his hand atop the handle. Axe. I nod slowly, not sure how to respond to that. Yes, that's a very nice axe. You're good with it. Though if I were you, I'd probably be saving my energy for tonight instead of giving it all to the firewood. He grunts. No, my name is Axe, and I don't need to conserve energy. I'm not a half-starved little girl who's been lost in the woods. I just ate half your almond butter and bread, buddy, I say, continuing to smile, refusing to let him get a rise out of me that easily. I'm not starving anymore, and I'm not stupid. I know what you're doing. He arches a brow. Oh, yeah? Enlighten me, princess. I ignore the flash of pain the words send stabbing through my chest. Jacob calls me princess, too, but never in a mean way. On his lips, the word is sweet, loving. I just hope he'll still love me when he realizes how far I had to go to ensure I wasn't left out of the mission to save his life. You're being hard and dismissive to push me away, I say, moving closer, holding his gaze, as I come to stand on the other side of the stump. You figure if you're mean enough, you won't have to deal with what I put on the table in there. But I'm not that easily deterred. Not when there's no good reason for you to turn me down without even discussing things. And not when the life of the person I love is on the line. His jaw works back and forth for a beat before he adds in a softer voice, I understand where you're coming from. But I'm not that kind of man. What kind of man? I challenge, pushing on before he can answer. As far as I can see, you aren't a man at all. You're a shifter. And most shifters I know don't take sex so seriously. We're not human, after all. We know that sex doesn't always have to be serious and is never wrong or dirty, as long as both people are into it. But you take it seriously, he challenges. If you didn't, you wouldn't still be a virgin. And that matters to me. I'm the kind of man who respects those boundaries. His disinterested gaze flicks down my body and back up again, before he adds in a cool voice, and I'm into fully grown women, not children. I smile, a real smile this time, because as hard as he's trying to prove he finds me repulsive, his biology is betraying him. I can smell the salty, sweet scent rising from his skin, and I haven't dated a cat shifter for as long as I have without knowing what that means. Good try, I say in a husky voice, holding his gaze as I bunch the bottom of my dress in my hands, drawing it slowly up my legs. But we both know I'm 18, and nowhere near a child. And we both know you like what you see. How about I let you see a little more, and see what you think then? Don't, he warns softly. But he doesn't reach out to stop me as I draw the dress up and over my head. He doesn't move at all, in fact. Doesn't breathe. He stands there as my dress floats to the ground, frozen like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz after he was caught out in the rain. Complete with axe. But I can feel the storm rising inside him, churning and building, like clouds about to burst and pelt the earth with rain. And I want that, I realize. I want him to lose control. I want him to touch me, take me. I want to give in to the simple, carnal hunger I feel right now, so much less complicated than what I feel when I'm with Jacob. With Jacob, I've always known that sex wouldn't just be sex. It would be so much more, demand so much more. Being with him would be the first step on a road that would tear my family apart. Being with him would set me up for a big, ugly fight with my family and my pack, and most likely lead to me being alienated from everything I've ever loved. Maybe forever. But with Axe, it's just sex, I say, meaning it as I step closer, my nipples tightening, tingling, as his eyes drop to my chest before returning to my face. It's just a split second, but I feel the gaze like a caress, and I can tell I'm not the only one. The sexy scent of turned-on cat is so strong, I'm already wet. Something I'm sure he can smell too. And I want it, I add in a whisper, so close to him now that I can feel the heat radiating off his skin. I want your hands on me. It's going to be more than my hands, princess, he grits out through a clenched jaw. It's been so damned long. If I touch you, if you don't put your clothes on right now and walk away. What? I ask in a breathy voice. You'll do exactly what I'm asking you to do? My lips push into a faux pout. Oh no. That would be terrible. Just terrible. Sweat droplets slide from his temple down the side of his face, and I swear I can feel the tension vibrating in his bones. I step around the stump between us and close my fingers around the axe handle below his. But why don't we put this down first? The only thing I want splitting me in half is your... My words end in a rush of breath as Axe turns to me, snatching me up in his arms and claiming my mouth in a deep, hungry kiss. No, not just hungry. Starving. He's starved for me, for touch, for release, and he's right. There's no turning back now. The storm has broken, and we have no choice but to let it rage.
Chapter 14. Axe. This is so wrong, so fucking wrong. I don't want to do this to my brother, or Diana, or myself, but I can't stop now. She tastes too damn sweet, feels too fucking good with her legs wrapped around my waist as I carry her into the shade beside the wood pile. I fall to the grass with her still tangled all around me, groaning as the smell of her wet pussy fills my head. I reach between us, a pained, hungry sound wrenching from my throat as I feel how slick she is. I curse against her lips as I slide a finger inside her. She's so wet, so hot, but tight too. I'm going to hurt her if I rush, but I can't seem to slow down. Not when she's wiggling beneath my hand and her tongue is meeting mine stroke for stroke.
Your body feels so good on top of me,
she says, raking her nails down my back. I cling to the words. My body. Just my body, not me. She seems to be doing a decent job of keeping this in perspective. This is just sex, just bodies, nothing more. But she has no clue about the shit that's swirling around in my head or how long it's been since I've even kissed a woman, let alone anything more. 2 years ago, the leader of my coven put a binding spell on my cock. Eloise had been trying to get me into her bed for what seemed like forever, since I was barely 15, but I preferred her younger sister, and Aaron preferred me. It was just a friends with benefits situation, nothing more, but I should have known better than to think that would matter to my coven leader. When Eloise found out Aaron and I were sleeping together, she banished her sister to a much less desirable coven on the West Coast and bound me with a sex spell. From that moment on, I would only be able to fuck 2 kinds of people. One, someone I loved deeply. None of that casual affection shit for me anymore. It was true love or my cock would remain limp and useless between my legs. 2, my fated mate, should I manage to cross paths with her while sequestered away from the shifter world, working as a familiar. Needless to say, I haven't come across either of those options. Eloise had kept me so busy I rarely have time to leave Coven lands, and I've known every witch there since I was a child. Aaron was the only one who held any sexual interest for me, and even that wasn't love, just a friendship that gradually became something more for two lonely people without many other options. As I bring Diana over with my fingers, it's the first time I've heard a woman come or been this close to bare feminine skin in 2 torturous years. My head is spinning with it, but I know somewhere in the depths of my lust-addled mind that the fact that I'm hard means something. Something big. I don't love this girl. I'm not sure I even like her, which leaves only one possibility as to why having sex with her is even possible. And it's something that could change both of our lives. Forever. Most likely not for the better. We should stop. I murmur against her lips, even as my hands find their way to her breasts and her tight pink nipples. We should talk. Don't want to talk, she says, squeezing my ass.
I want you inside me. I want to feel you so deep in me, Axe. I need it. I've never felt this empty.
She moans as I tweak her nipple and squirms beneath me.
I want you so bad, like a crazy fucking amount.
I know the feeling. Crazy. That's what I feel as her smell, her taste, and the heat of her pussy rocking against my erection gets to be too damned much. I lose control. And the next thing I know, I'm fitting the head of my throbbing cock to her slick, swollen flesh and sinking into the best place I've ever known. The very fucking best. God, I thought I knew what amazing sex felt like, but this... She's so hot and tight, a paradise I never want to find my way out of. Fuck, Diana, so good. I cry out as I seat myself in her, the feel of her virgin barrier giving way as I thrust deep, so subtle I would have missed it if I didn't know it was there. And she certainly isn't acting like she's in any pain. Her lips are parted, her eyes glazed and sexy. Turned-on sounds escape the back of her throat as I begin to ride her. She bucks into me, giving as good as she gets.
Oh my God,
she says, clinging to me as I roll my hips at the end of each thrust, grinding against her clit.
God, Axe, God, you're the best thing I've ever felt. This is the best thing I've ever felt.
I groan and grunt my agreement, past words now as my orgasm gathers at the base of my spine and my balls drag heavy between my legs. I'm going to come so fast it's goddamn embarrassing. But thank the stars she seems close to. If I can just hold on for a few more seconds, just a few more... I fuck her harder, deeper, a growl building in my chest as she digs her nails into my biceps and arches her spine. And then she cries out, and her pussy locks down around my cock so hard I see stars as I come. Fuck do I come. I shoot my seed inside her so fiercely it's almost painful. Things low in my body that have forgotten what pleasure feels like jerk and twitch, and my arms are shaking. There's no doubt I would have collapsed on top of her, but at that very second, just as I'm coming down enough to realize I should have pulled out, Diana vanishes. She just disappears. Or so I think at first. A beat later, a furious ball of feathers and claws explodes near my bare thigh. I roll over to see a snowy white owl on the grass where Diana was a moment before. Shit, I mutter, sensing foul play, even before Diana turns her now golden gaze to mine and lets out a startled squaw. A beat later, I hear her panicked voice in my head.
What the fuck, Axe? What the unholy fuck? Why do I have wings right now?
I drag a hand through my sweat-damp hair. I'm guessing my coven leader has something to do with it. She's a jealous witch with a sick sense of humor. Diana totters on to her new feet, blinking her big eyes in a way that would be kind of funny if I had any idea how long this curse was going to last, or how to change her back.
Shit, Axe, what am I going to do now?
She asks, sounding so young and scared. I immediately feel even worse about what we've done. What I've done. She's just an 18-year-old girl. At 27, I should have known better. We're going to fix this, I promise, silently hoping it's a fixable curse and not something Eloise engineered to make sure my fated mate and I never live happily ever after. My fated mate. As rare as it is for a cat shifter and a wolf to be that to each other, it has happened before. Rarely. And it almost always ends badly for one or both of the parties involved. Knowing that makes it relatively easy to keep that part to myself, as I tell Diana. But on the bright side, now no one at the camp will suspect you. Shifters only take mammal forms, and most of our kind tend to ignore our feathered friends. It's one of the reasons I use them as my spies. And you can do things my birds can't, I continue, hope easing the tightness in my chest. This could be an amazing opportunity if we take this curse and make the most of it. Diana cocks her head menacingly to one side, as if considering whether or not to rip my throat out with her new beak. But finally she says,
Fine, we'll make the best of it. For Jacob. But as soon as he's safe and this is all behind us, getting me back to normal is our first priority. And we never tell Jacob we did what we did. Agreed? It's our secret, forever.
I nod, even though I know the truth will come out sooner or later. The truth always does. And when Diana learns she's most likely my fated mate, not Jacob's, she's going to be pissed. Or worse, heartbroken, because I seriously doubt Eloise is going to make it easy for either of us to move on with our lives, even if Jacob can forgive and forget. That's not the nature of my coven leader's magic or her spiteful, clutching heart. But I don't tell Diana any of that right now. Now I tell her about my plan to bury the enemy forces alive by ambushing their ambush. She agrees it's a solid strategic move, especially if she flies in the explosives, and we prepare to leave the cabin soon. The sun is still high in the sky, but I want to be close to the settlement well before dusk. We don't talk about what happened between us, not one word the entire afternoon, but occasionally I find my thoughts drifting, unbidden to those unspeakably hot moments in the grass. But only once or twice. Any more dwelling on a woman who will never be mine would be masochistic. And despite what Eloise seems to think, I don't enjoy pain. Not even a little bit.
Chapter 15. Kelly. I descend the stone stairs leading down into the tomb slowly, willing my racing heart to slow. That's what this room is now, a tomb, not a torture chamber. If I think of it as a tomb, I'll be able to make it through what comes next. If Bane were alive and capable of feeling pain, mental or physical, things might be different. I might actually be excited to face him one last time, to look him in his inhuman eyes and inform him that I'm the one responsible for the living hell his existence is about to become. To inform him that he isn't nearly as clever or all-powerful as he thought, and that underestimating me was his biggest, final mistake. But as it is, I almost feel sorry for him. He's a monster, no doubt, but even monsters deserve the release of death. I want the release of death. Not now, but eventually.
And in a reasonable amount of time, not several hundred years from now, after carrying the burden of my unborn baby with me every step of the interminable journey. I don't want to be queen. I don't want to fight Maxim and kill hundreds, if not thousands of his people. I just want to be left alone to raise my child in a world where it's safe to be weak or vulnerable, or simply small or young or unlucky. But sadly, there is no such world. That place will only exist after I sacrifice everything to create it. Elsbeth says I will be worshipped as a saint for centuries or longer. She says I'll know I made the right decision as soon as we've washed the blood from our hands and started to build the world anew. She says the sun will shine brighter and the air will smell sweeter than it ever has before. She says I will be filled with a joy so intense it will send tears of gratitude streaming down my face. I hold tight to that image, that hope, as I push the door open and step into the small, circular room where the witches have been hard at work. 3 gray heads turn my way as I step inside, a mixture of weariness, excitement, and pride on their faces. But I can't focus on any one of them for long, not with their handiwork strapped to the wall behind them. It's Bane, but not as he was. He's been stripped of his veneer of humanity, and his innate monstrosity is on full display. His bloodshot eyes meet mine across the room, and a roar rumbles from his chest. The sound vibrates my bones, but only the faintest sound escapes his lips. They've been sewn shut, with thick black thread, and likely spelled with some sort of magic. His mouth doesn't move at all as he bellows. The entire bottom half of his face is still and slack, almost as if the witches elected to leave that part of him dead while they brought the rest of him back to life. "Don't worry, he can't hurt you," a surprisingly youthful voice says. I glance over to see a woman not much older than I am at my elbow. Her hair is as gray as that of the 2 older women a few feet behind her, but her face and body are clearly no older than 35, 40 tops. "He has the same hunger for human flesh as all the undead, but we bound his mouth with a forbidding spell," she explains. "Even if he manages to escape, he'll never be able to feed or infect anyone with his bite." "But he won't escape," the taller woman behind her assures me. "He's locked tight. Elsbeth has the only key, which will only work when held in her own hand. And she certainly won't set him free. And eventually he'll grow too weak to cause any trouble," the shorter, older woman supplies. "You'll be able to literally bury him alive down here and forget about him." "Or bury him undead," the younger woman says, setting off a round of giggles. I stare at them until they're finished. I can't imagine laughing like that, so light and carefree, ever again. I can't imagine laughing at all. I think he'll require a bit more maintenance, unfortunately. His torture is required for the ritual to work, I say. At least at first. "Oh, he'll suffer. No need to worry about that." The youngest one, the apparent leader, motions toward Bane. "We didn't do anything about his hunger, just his ability to feed. He will be in perpetual, unceasing torment, and you won't have to lift a finger. It's really a pretty brilliant solution, if we do say so ourselves." And as Janice said, he will eventually grow so weak he won't make any noise or move around much. Her dark eyes dance as she lifts a finger in the air. But that doesn't mean he's not suffering, just that he won't have the strength to complain about it. Bane groans, an imploring sound that makes me seek out his eyes again. They're milky, like I'm seeing them through a fog. But they're not completely empty, the way I thought at first. There's still a spark in there, an echo of the man he was before. Faint, but loud enough to hear. He's still in there, isn't he? I ask, my spirits lifting a little. "He is," Janice, the shortest one, says, a hint of regret in her tone. The deepest kernel of his soul, anyway. But don't feel bad about it, the leader says, waving a breezy hand. Believe it or not, a zombie body is way better than where he was before we brought him back. Pieces of shit like him end up in the lowest levels of the netherworld, and the rehabilitation process is brutal. She exhales with a shake of her head. No way am I ending up back there again. I'm keeping my karmic load light this time around, and sticking around for at least another 80 years. I glance back to her, studying her face more closely than I did before. She grins. Youth spell. It's my specialty, so don't worry, Your Majesty. If you start feeling your age in a couple decades, I should still be around to help you out. She gives my arm a gentle squeeze. I'm Ola, by the way, and I want to thank you personally for what you're doing for us and for a better future for all women and children. We won't forget it. Not a one of us. The two other women murmur their agreement, and I do my best to release the resistance still dragging at my heels, making every step feel heavier than the one before. Bane makes his begging sound again, almost as if he can sense my weakness. I snap my attention back to his face, my eyes narrowing as I promise him, no matter what happens next, this is how you end. Even if Maxim's forces overpower ours, he won't save you. No one will save you. You're just a battery now, a power source to be used by your betters. He growls again, straining against his bonds, rage making every vein in his bare neck stand out. I smile as I add, you'll finally be useful, for the first time in your wretched, arrogant, wasted life. I hope that makes it easier to not sleep at night. I turn, moving slowly back toward the door, as my former mate rages impotently behind me. At least this feels good. This feels really, really good. It feels so good that I'm still smiling when I emerge into the chilly, early evening air to see two of our battalion leaders running toward me from the camp. Helicopters, Harmon says, jabbing a thumb over his shoulder. Our spies in the city saw them leave a few minutes ago. They're cloaked with a spell, but moving fast. At least 20 of them. They should be here by nightfall. Maybe sooner. My smile fades, but so does my resistance, replaced by determination not to be on the losing side of this battle. I'm no angel. I just proved that down in the pit. But I'm going to make the world better than Maxim ever will. He's not a terrible man. He's just not good enough. And our poor planet has suffered more than anything should have to. It's time for change on a massive scale. It's time to give all creatures, no matter how much power they wield, a reason to feel hopeful about the future. Standing straighter, I give the order. Launch the Phoenix offensive, I say, nodding when Harmon looks surprised. It's our best chance to disable their forces with the least loss of life on either side. We'll make the camp look like it's been destroyed by fire, lure them in to capture the few people left behind, and then emerge from the portals surrounding them and hopefully triggering a swift surrender. We don't want to obliterate these people. We just need them to understand it's time to step aside and embrace something better. Harmon salutes me. I'll give the order, he says, then adds, my queen. For the first time. The pride in his voice, pride for being on the right, kinder, gentler side of history, strengthens my resolve. I can do this, and I will. And when it's all over, I'll know that I've done the right thing when I look into my people's eyes and see their confidence in me. Ignoring the softer voice in my head whispering that people are masters of contradiction, accomplished at being both proud of their choices and completely misguided at the same time, I let the witches lead the way back to my cabin to prepare for the ritual. The moon is already rising, and Ola has promised to help Elsbeth bind me to the sword. I want her magic and her stabilizing faith in me close until the deed is done. And it's too late
for any of us to turn back. Chapter 16. Willow. I intend to honor Maxim's wishes and my promise to remain at the tower. I really do. When I say goodbye on the roof, clinging to him a few extra seconds as we kiss, then memorizing the way his dark hair whips around his face as the helicopters fire up for flight, I do so without a single disobedient thought in my head. I stand, waving as the helicopters take off, and praying for the safe return of all our people, and my person in particular. Then I turn and head down to the enforcer offices. Pax was so amazing at kidnapping that he managed to knock himself unconscious on his way to getting tangled in the monkey bars, so no one was able to interrogate him before the troops had to leave. But on my way up to the roof, Hermione told me he was awake, and I promised to come lend a hand with his questioning. As a former member of Pax's pack, I know him better than anyone around here, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. Pax is a shitty liar, not to mention a coward, and I fully expect him to cave under the slightest pressure. They could probably send a few toddlers from the atrium play yard down there to threaten him, and he'd crack at the first sign of bared baby teeth. But still, it's something to do to keep my mind off the fact that Maxim is flying off to face an enemy army twice the size of his own. Mom worked her magic on the other packs this afternoon, undoing Cam's brainwashing, and our allies are working to assemble their own forces as quickly as possible. Boston will be ready to offer backup by early tomorrow morning, and the others not long after. But for the first offensive, we're on our own. I understand they were blindsided, but I can't help thinking that if they truly believed what my pack gift has foretold, they'd figure out a way to hurry up already. I mean, sure, a thorn ends up in control, but the version of the world Diana was left to rule felt pretty scary. But I'm a stranger to them, a nobody. Despite the fact that I'm engaged to marry one of the most influential alphas in the eastern United States, I'm easy to ignore. Would that still be the case if I were a man? Maybe. Maybe not. Wolf culture is still as misogynistic as ever, but if Maxim and I have our way, it won't be for long. At least not in North Star Tower. He's completely on board with my plans to form a women's advisory board and instigate other changes that will make this pack a kinder, more inclusive place for people who have typically been overlooked. I honestly believe that. When I look into Maxim's eyes now, I see all the way to the heart of him. He won't lie to me or deceive me again. Because he loves me and respects me, and because he fully understands that if he fucks up again, I'm going to wrap his balls in fishing line and hang him upside down from the atrium staircase. So, when I walk into the interrogation room to hear Pax weaving some bullshit story about Maxim asking him to snatch me so he wouldn't have to marry a loser, I just laugh. Hermione does too. "Shut the fuck up," Pax says, scowling as he slouches lower in the metal chair he's chained to. In his bright yellow tracksuit, with the white stripes down the arms, and shiny new sneakers, he looks like an overgrown kid. And he stands out in the gray space like a flashing neon light. Not only are you a bad liar, I muse, crossing to lean against the mirrored wall beside Hermione, you're ridiculous. I motion to his clothes. Who picked out your outfit? Whoever it was definitely wanted you to get caught. Was it you? Are you the architect of this fashion no-no? I press on in a condescending voice, enjoying the way his upturned pig nose turns red in response. If it was, you're clearly sending out an unconscious cry for help. "Fuck you," he grumbles again. "Like you're so smart. You didn't even know your sister was alive until a few days ago." I fight a smile. Really, he makes it too easy. "So, my sister sent you," I say, a suspicion he confirms by scowling harder and sinking even lower in his seat, until his entire neck disappears into the top of his jacket.
And let me guess, she was hoping to get me out of the way so she wouldn't have to kill me in the battle tonight. It was her last-ditch attempt to protect me. He rolls his eyes and mutters something beneath his breath. But why would you agree to such a thing, I ask, pacing closer to his chair. Did she offer you something you couldn't refuse? A bathtub filled with cheap vodka and girls in bikinis, perhaps? Or are you still secretly in love with me, the way you have been since 5th grade?
You should be grateful to me, bitch, Pax snarls. My dad didn't want you anymore. Not if you weren't going to make me king. But I said I'd come get you anyway, so you wouldn't die, for old time's sake, since we were kids together and shit. Hermione makes a doubtful sound behind me. And I eat prunes with my oatmeal because I like the taste, not because all this stress has me bound up tighter than a bongo drum. Pax shoots a blank look her way. What? She's having trouble staying regular, I translate. You really are as dumb as a box of rocks. His lip curls. Not too dumb to know kissing up to your sister is the only way to keep the parallel separate from human side. I arch a brow and shrug, pretending I know what he's talking about. Doubt that's true, but whatever you think, Pax. It's not what I think,
he says, falling into my not at all clever interrogation trap yet again.
Bane had it all set up. He was working with the Wraiths lost in the space between the worlds. He promised he'd free them if they helped him blow up all the portals between human side and the parallel, so they would collapse into each other or some shit. Kelly could still do the same thing if we don't talk her out of it. And I don't want to live in that world. That world would suck.
I'm inclined to agree with him, though I think it would suck to have human side full of parallel scum. There are some very nice people living in the parallel, but there are also a lot of assholes, bullies, and just plain criminal monsters. Even with their faults, I'll take a majority human population over a majority supernatural one any day. Maybe it's because it's so much easier for them to be killed, I wonder aloud, pacing around Pax's chair. And they don't tend to live as long? Pax explores another confused look, but Hermione is on my wavelength.
Why, they're less violent? Could be, she muses. Or maybe they're just further along in their evolution toward a civilized society than we are. Their world was pretty brutal in the Middle Ages. You two deserve to be Kelly's slaves, Pax mutters. Fucking human sympathizers, both of you.
What did she promise you? I ask. In exchange for kidnapping me and taking me back to Victor, you get...
I get you, Pax says with a snort. Who's dumb now?
I cross my arms over my chest. Pardon me. I didn't realize your love for me ran that deep.
The guy who's mated to the Queen's sister is going to get treated right, Pax says,
proving he does have at least a few brain cells.
And you're going to hate being married to me, he says, grinning. I'm going to make your life fucking miserable and show you who's boss. I haven't forgotten what you said.
About your tiny dick, I ask, playing it cool, not wanting Pax to know how much it hurts that Kelly promised me to a monster. Guess she's not interested in my happiness or well-being anymore, now that I'm no longer her prisoner or being forced to play by her rules. His grin widens.
No, about me shooting blanks. I'm not. I had my shit tested, bitch. My swimmers are fucked in the parallel, but they're fine human side. So I just get you pregnant here and take you back there.
I'm already pregnant, I murmur, something about his words pricking at my memory. A moment later, a horrible worry begins to rise inside me. I turn back to Hermione. Can I see you out in the hall?
Yeah, you better run, Pax jeers as we open the door, before I get both of you bitches knocked up.
Can I rip his dick off? Hermione asks beneath her breath as we step into the hall.
It'll take me 2 seconds. One hand. Give the go-ahead and it's done. We'll say he attacked us or something.
He doesn't matter, I say softly. But what he said, it makes me wonder. I pull in a breath, trying to corral my unruly thoughts. In my vision, I saw 2 different futures. One where Maxim defeats Kelly tonight and eventually becomes king of the United Pax. One where he doesn't. It takes more time to beat my sister, and Diana eventually becomes queen, but under pretty fraught circumstances. But I didn't see anything about the parallel. Nothing. And I didn't feel it either, didn't even sense it. Her pale brows pinched closer together.
I don't understand.
Usually in my visions, I have a sense of the parallel, even though I've never had a vision take place there yet. But today it was like, I bite my lip, willing my panicked brain to calm down and come up with a good analogy. It's like when you're on a boat. You can only see what's happening on the surface, but you can feel the waves rocking the ship and sense the creatures moving around beneath the water. Like that.
Okay,
Hermione says, but she still doesn't look completely satisfied by my explanation.
But in the vision you had today, there were no waves.
I shake my head. No, it was completely still. Flat. Like it was taking place on solid ground with no water under it at all. Like there was no water.
Like the parallel had been destroyed?
She asks, in a tone that says my worry is catching. Neither of us live there anymore, obviously, but we know people who do. Almost everyone living human-side has friends and family in the parallel, and the majority of the supernatural populations of the world live there. Its destruction would be genocide on a scale our kind has never experienced. My shoulders hunch closer to my ears. Maybe, or maybe just cut off in some way. Maybe the wraiths Bane was working with go ahead with their plan to blow things up and it goes awry somehow. My breath rushes out. Or maybe Kelly has something planned that we don't know about. Either way, Maxim should hear this before they land. Hermione's already backing toward the Enforcer bullpit at the front of the offices.
We'll call him now. They won't land for at least another hour. We have time.
But when we try to reach the lead helicopter, the call won't connect. We try the other helicopters with the same result. Then we try Maxim's cell and the cell of every person in the lead chopper with him and get more radio silence.
The cloaking spell must be interfering with the signal,
the man running the communications desk says, sweat breaking out along his receding hairline.
This is why we don't put together a mission without a dry run first.
He curses softly and runs a hand over his head.
We should be able to reach them as soon as they land, and the spell is banked, but that won't give them much notice. And that's assuming the other side doesn't have some kind of scrambling device, and that there's a steady cell signal in the deep woods.
Hermione nods calmly.
And we shouldn't count on either of those things. Call up to the roof, and have them get one of the smaller, faster choppers ready to fly. If we move quickly, I should be able to catch up to them before they reach the landing point.
The man says,
Yes, Commander.
But Hermione's already in motion, charging across the room toward the lobby. I hurry after her, jogging to keep up with her longer strides. I'm coming with you.
No, you're not, she says,
not slowing for a second, as she pushes through the doors and starts down the hall toward the elevators.
You're staying here and staying safe.
But what if I have another vision? I press, darting in front of her after she pushes the up button. Or something from my earlier vision takes on new meaning, the way it did in there with Pax. I won't be able to reach you once you're in the woods either.
Maxim doesn't want you there.
Hermione brushes past me as the doors open,
and he's right. Knowing someone you love is in danger doesn't make you a better fighter. It makes you distracted. And distraction easily equals death in situations like that.
I hop in after her. That's why we don't tell him I'm there. I ride in the helicopter with you, but I don't get out. I stay inside, hidden, and communicate with you via earcoms. She sighs, casting a tortured look my way. I'll be completely safe, I say. You can even have the pilot stay with me in the cabin, so we're ready to bolt the second you say it's too dangerous for me to stick around. I clasp my hands together. Please, Hermione. I don't want to put myself or the baby at risk either, but I have a unique gift that we should use to our advantage. You better believe the other side will be using all of their gifts to theirs. Her hands ball into fists, releasing with a spasm as the car arrives on the roof with a sharp ding.
Fine, she says, but when I tell you to go, you go. No arguments or hesitation. Agreed?
I nod eagerly and tail her out of the car. Agreed, you're the boss.
Right,
she grumbles, striding past the bathrooms and closed snack bar toward the rooftop park, gardens, playground, and the helicopter launching pad beyond.
You've proven how good you are at taking orders.
I scamper along beside her, lifting my palms toward the darkening sky. But maybe that's a good thing. I'll keep Maxim's bossy side in check.
Or give it a good workout at least,
She agrees, shooting me a sideways glance.
If he tries to demote me for this, I'm counting on you to change his mind.
I'll re-promote you myself, I promise. Her lips twitch.
You don't have that power. But thanks.
You're welcome. But seriously, don't worry. Maxim owes me for saving his life several times in the past few days. If needed, I will absolutely call in one of those vouchers to get you out of the doghouse. But hopefully everything will go smoothly, and he'll never know I was there. At least, not until the fighting is over. And he might die during the battle, and this will be a non-issue. Ignoring the voice in my head and the anxiety tightening my throat, I ask, "Don't suppose you have any enforcer uniforms in my size hanging around, do you? I can change on the way, but I should probably wear something that's easier to fight, run, and shift in, just in case."
I'll have them send one up while the helicopter's fueling,
she says, hopping on her comm to put in the request. She doesn't question me or insist I won't need to fight. She just gets the job done. I appreciate that about Hermione. She's practical, even when it's hard or scary, or both.
Chapter 17. Maxim. We're still several miles from our landing coordinates when we see it. Smoke on the horizon. A lot of smoke. That doesn't look good, the pilot, Vance, an old friend of mine, says through our headphones. He leans forward, squinting into the setting sun. Reasons they would set fire to their own camp? I shake my head and lean forward beside him. As a distraction, maybe, or bait. We show up to see what's on fire, and they're waiting to ambush us. Or it could just be bad luck for them, good luck for us, Vance counters. It's been a dry fall. Could just be a campfire that got out of control or something. I grunt, and Vance laughs. Yeah, he says. I don't think we're getting that lucky either. I'll have our lead deploy a drone, see if we can get some visuals through the smoke, and see what's happening on the ground. 10 minutes later, grainy footage of the burning forest flickers onto my tablet screen, cutting in and out as the signal struggles to filter through our shielding spell. But I don't want to disable the spell just yet. This many helicopters zooming toward middle-of-nowhere Pennsylvania would attract attention from the human authorities we can't afford right now. But so will this fire, sooner or later. Do you think they're trying to get humans involved? Vance asks, proving we're on the same page. This won't go unnoticed or unaddressed by their forest fire teams for long. I chew my bottom lip and narrow my eyes on the screen. Maybe, but if the firefighters send in a drone first, like we are, maybe not. It looks like the fire is mostly under control. Lots of smoldering brush and a couple structures still burning, but things don't seem to be spreading, and there aren't any trees on fire. Vance makes a thinking noise. So maybe it was a campfire accident, and they got it under control before it reached the forest? But there are hardly any people there, I say. Just older women shoveling dirt on the brush and some younger kids, not quite teenagers, tossing water on the cabins. Where are the rest of them? The army and Kelly and her people? And the prisoners, I think, praying that Diana wasn't locked away in one of those structures as it burned. If they've hurt her in any way, let alone killed my little sister, I'm going to have a hard time leaving a single one of them alive. It doesn't feel right, Vance says. No, it doesn't. I agree. We'll talk it over with the other unit leaders when we reach the ground and send more drones to check out the areas beyond the flames. Could be they set the fire to keep us busy while they made a run for it. Maybe they've decided they don't want to fight. But we can't afford to let them run, Vance says. Willow's vision said you have to stop her sister tonight, right? I nod. It did. I roll the problem over in my head as we reach our destination and the choppers touch down one by one in a valley between two mountains. What if Kelly has a pathfinder of her own, or one of the witches on her team is skilled at telling the future? If she knows that all she has to do to doom my cause is stay alive and uncaptured until morning, she may have decided running is her best bet. Willow's vision wasn't clear about whether I had to kill Kelly or simply take her into custody, but neither will be happening if I can't find the woman. Outside, the last flush of dusk casts the valley in a violet glow, and the soft burble of the river rushing over stones not far from our landing spot seems to promise a peaceful night. But that promise is betrayed by the smoke filling the air, making my men and women cough as they gather their things and flood out of the copters. But by the time our defense team has ringed the perimeter and our liaisons have left to meet the troops hiking in to join us from the next valley over, where our plane has already touched down on an old stretch of country road, the smoke is thinning a bit. My unit heads meet me a short distance from the riverbank, looking as concerned about our current situation as I feel. All 5 of them agree their instincts are screaming that this is a trap.
But what choice do we have?
Samantha asks after we've discussed the matter at length and reviewed the night vision footage from our other drones.
We're not getting any heat signatures from the woods around their camp. Nothing but animals, anyway. Natural animals. Not a few thousand shifted wolves ready to attack.
And if we don't move soon, we might lose our chance to capture the few people still at the camp, Cox agrees. Even if their leaders kept their escape plan a secret, there's a good chance at least one of the people still here knows where they went.
And those people might not be Kelly's, Samantha adds. They might have stayed behind because they're loyal to Bane and not on board with making Kelly queen now that he's gone. For all we know, there could be significant infighting in their ranks right now.
A lot of people won't want a woman in charge, at least not by herself, Liam pipes up before lifting a hand and adding, "No offense," clearly for Sam's benefit. Her lips twist.
None taken. I live in the same world you do, I get it.
The same world. The phrase sets off a chain reaction in my head. Portals to the parallel, I say, snapping my fingers. There aren't any on the map around here, but there's a chance they might have found one, right?
Absolutely,
Sam says, clearly catching my excitement.
Portals are everywhere. Old Native American records show a lot of them way out in the woods. They aren't on modern maps, but that doesn't mean they're not still there.
And if the portal's large enough, I say, or if they've found more than one, Cox adds. I point at his chest. That's where their ambush is coming from.
All right, then.
Sam exchanges glances with the other unit heads, who are all nodding along.
So, we just need to find out where they are. With the right tools, a small scouting team should be able to sort that out pretty quickly.
I'm about to agree and tell her to prep her top 10 people for the mission when a high, plaintive screech from overhead draws my gaze upward. I find the source of the sound almost instantly. The white owl stands out against the darkening sky, her silver-streaked feathers catching the light of the rising moon. Somehow I know the bird is female, and I know she's not just a bird. I sense it even before she shifts direction and dives straight down, coming in for a landing on the grass a few feet away. A fairly rough landing. She lands on one claw and trips, tumbling head over feet to land in a tangle of wings before flopping over onto her back and letting out a huff that's so human-sounding and so familiar that I don't hesitate to cross to her side.
Careful, Maxim,
Sam says behind me.
It could be a witch's familiar sent to activate a spell.
I will be, I murmur, as the bird hops onto its claws and looks up at me with wide, pleading eyes. But I think it's... I shake my head before adding in a voice so soft only the bird and I can hear it. My sister? The bird's eyes go even wider. It hops up and down excitedly before holding out a leg and shaking it. A closer look reveals a piece of paper wrapped around the bird's limb and tied with a piece of twine. I kneeled down, reaching out without worrying about the creature's sharp claws or sharper beak. I don't know how, but I know this bird is Diana, even before I unroll the note and read.
Maxim, it's Diana. I know this is crazy, but it really is me. I've been turned into an owl. It's some kind of curse, and there's probably a cure, but we don't have time to worry about that right now. We have much bigger problems. Very important things you need to know. Kelly's army is waiting to ambush you if you head into the camp, but my allies know where they're hiding. They're on their way here to help you. Just don't shoot the good guys when they come out of the woods, okay? They'll be coming from the north. They're on the move now and should be here within the hour. The leader's name is Axe, and he's about your height with dark brown hair and eyes. Also, most of his allies are birds and bears, but not like me. They're actual birds and bears. Also, FYI, Axe didn't turn me into an owl, but he can hear me speak telepathically. That's how I was able to write this note. As soon as he gets here, you and I can have a real conversation. Until then, if you have yes or no questions, I'll answer them like this. Raise my wings for yes, shake my head for no. Also, just in case you shoot me before I can deliver this note, it's okay. I forgive you. Also, I love you, and I'm sorry I ran away. I know you're not the Shadow King. Bane was, and I'm pretty sure he killed our mother. Seeing him again brought up a lot of old, buried memories for me, and Kelly said that Bane confessed that he'd murdered Mom to her a year ago. Kelly is full of shit, but I don't think she was lying about that. Everything I remembered. Well, it pretty much confirmed that Bane is responsible for Mom's death. But I also remembered that you were the one who rescued me that day. And every day since. But not by being my bossy big brother. You saved me with sleepovers and taking me to the playground and listening to my kid problems and letting me stay up late and watch movies with you and your friends. You saved me with love, Maxim. You have a great big heart under all the alpha stuff, and it's more powerful than you know. If you end up ruling our people, I hope you'll use that heart as often as possible. Trust me, it'll be your superpower. All my love. D.
By the end of the note, I'm fighting tears.
What does it say, Maxim?
Sam asks from behind me. I hold up a finger, needing a second to pull myself together before I talk to my team. I kneel down, my throat tight as I meet Diana's large yellow eyes. You're right. I'm sorry I forgot that for a while. Can you forgive me? I ask in a rough voice. She lifts her wings for yes. And can we start fresh? She lifts them again and gives an enthusiastic shake. And if I die tonight, will you take care of Willow and the baby for me? I ask, my throat squeezing even tighter. I know you'll do a great job with that, and a great job ruling our people. The next thing I know, I have a mouthful of feathers and claws scrabbling at my chest. Sam and the other unit leaders come to my defense, but by the time they reach my side, I'm cradling Diana in one arm, where she's curled into a ball with her claws tucked, looking embarrassed. It's okay, I tell the team. I think that was a hug. Diana hoots in affirmation, and Sam's eyes go wide.
Is that...
She trails off with a shake of her head.
That can't be. Can it?
I forgot that Sam used to babysit Diana way back in the day when we were both fresh out of high school. She must be able to sense my sister's spirit inside the owl, too. I nod and hand over the note. Yes, it is. It's Diana. And she says help is on the way. By the time the sound of another helicopter approaching fills the air, my team has been brought up to speed on the contents of the note, and a heated debate is underway. Sam, as usual, is playing devil's advocate, arguing that Diana might be being used by this Axe person, and it's all a trap. Cox is insisting we should at the very least see what this Axe person has to say, and Liam is arguing that we don't have time to waste and should make the first move before Kelly and her forces take the option out of our hands. The helicopter, however, stuns us all into silence. "Positions!" Cox shouts to our troops. "Anti-aircraft team assemble!" "Wait!" someone calls out from inside one of the parked choppers. "It's one of ours. We spotted it on the radar a few minutes ago and made contact. Hermione's on board and—" "And what?" I demand, stalking across the grass toward the chopper with Diana still in my arms, glaring at the young man at the computer panel. His name is David, I think, and I know he's new to the Force, but I should have been made aware of this the moment it showed up on the radar, soldier. "I know, sir," he says, gulping. "It just looked like you were in the middle of something, and we're at war. News of incoming aircraft trumps good manners, even if the aircraft is one of ours," I say, gentling my tone as Diana shoots me a look that seems to remind me to exercise my softer side. "Why is Hermione here? She was supposed to stay back at the tower." "The cloaking spell was interfering with our communication systems. She couldn't get through to anyone and has important information," he says, his thin throat working as he swallows and adds, "From the new Pathfinder. Your fiancé who is with her on the chopper, sir." A dark swarm of anger and fear begins to swirl inside me, but before it can churn into a storm, Diana taps a claw on my chest. I glare down at her and snap. She's pregnant. She should have listened to me and stayed safe. Diana tilts her head in a way that seems to say, "Well, then she must have had a good reason for coming. Why don't you hear her out first and have a bossy freak-out later?" I stalk away from the helicopter to set Diana down on the grass before I mutter, "Just remember, you're in charge of protecting this woman if I can't, and she won't make it easy for you. We'll see how you like it when it's your orders she's ignoring." I'm still angry, very angry, but when the chopper lands and Willow emerges, her hair swirling in the wind from the slowing blades, and runs toward me, I hold out my arms and pull her in for a fierce hug. "The worst," I grumble into her hair. "You're the worst." She pulls back to meet my gaze. "I had no other choice. You need me here so I can tell you what I see as soon as I see it." Excitement sparks in her eyes. "And you're going to be glad I came. There's a man coming with an army of animals. He's an ally and means well, but you have to send someone to meet him and tell him not to detonate his explosives until after he talks with us. If he does—" Her words are cut off by a boom so loud it shakes the ground and vibrates up my legs, rattling my bones. My ears begin to ring, but I can still hear the shocked sounds echoing through my troops and Willow uttering a string of curse words so foul I know we're in trouble, even before she says, "Too late for that, then, but if we move fast, we can hopefully keep this from getting any worse." She glances over my shoulder. "We should join your commanders and let everyone hear this at once. The portals are already collapsing," she says, her eyes beginning to glow, proving this isn't theoretical information. "We have 15-20 minutes tops before the enemy forces left on this side find Bane and set him free." My jaw drops. But before I can say anything, Willow grabs my sleeve and starts towards Sam and the others. "Yeah, he's alive," she says grimly. "Sort of. And if we don't stop him, he's about to destroy life as we know it."
Chapter 18. Willow. It only takes a few minutes to relay the information from my latest vision to Maxim and his commanders, but every moment drags on for a terror-filled eternity. A voice inside my head screams that I should run to the underground room as fast as I can and put a stop to this myself, instead of wasting time with explanations. The fate of every creature on this planet is hanging in the balance, and every second counts. But I was no match for Bane when he was human, let alone now. And the future will be saved by people working together, not the actions of any one woman, no matter how good her intentions. "What do you mean the portals are gone?" Sam asks, sounding properly horrified. "How can that be? Maybe the portals here were destroyed by explosives, but that shouldn't mean—" "It set off a chain reaction," I cut in. "Bane was working with wraiths trapped in between the two worlds. They mistakenly took that explosion we just heard as the signal from Bane to set off their own bombs. They think they're going to collapse the barrier between the worlds, freeing themselves in the process. But that isn't what happens. Instead, the two worlds are now completely separated, with no easy or safe way to travel between them. I pull in a breath and repeat what I've already said, hoping a second sharing will spur them to action. The good news is that my sister and 90% of her fighting force are now trapped in the parallel. They won't be causing us any trouble tonight, and the 100 or so people left on human side are no match for our forces. We'll overpower them easily, but only if we move now, before they find Bane in the underground room and free him from his chains. If he gets out, he's going to start infecting people, and this is going to spread insanely fast. In a month, we won't recognize reality anymore. We'll be living in a post-apocalyptic hellscape. I turn to Maxim and add, and your sister will end up ruling in that world, doing her best to keep those of us who haven't been infected alive. That's why I saw a dark shadow over her reign in my first vision. I thought it was maybe because of the personal grief I'd feel if you were gone, but it wasn't. Maxim, who's been unusually quiet, rests a hand on my back. You did the right thing. But now you have to go. I start to protest, but he shakes his head and insists, You already told me exactly where the room is located. I know how to kill a zombie, and I have more than enough people here to back me up. You've done all you can do. So now I need you to take Diana, get back in the helicopter, and go home to the tower. And if the worst happens, I need you two to take care of each other. The alpha part of me, the part that insists I should be in on the action and the decisions, wants to argue with him. But the rational part knows he's right, and that we don't have time to waste arguing. I nod. Okay, I'll go, but hurry, shift and run as fast as you can. And if he's loose, watch out for his hands. For some reason, he can't use his mouth, but he can scratch people with his hands. That's how it spreads. I gulp and amend. If it spreads. He gathers me up, squeezing me tight and whispering, I love you, always, no matter what comes next. Before releasing me and motioning to his soldiers. We move now. Sam, assign a team to transport prisoners. Cox, activate the bomb squad to disarm any explosives that might still be dangerous. Liam, activate the strike force and meet me by the tree line. We run in 60 seconds. I step back, watching everyone launch into swift, efficient motion. I'm so busy dodging soldiers running back and forth that I don't realize Maxim's trying to get my attention until he waves his arms from across the valley and shouts, Diana's the owl. She puts her wings up for yes and shakes her head for no. I frown and start to ask what the hell he's talking about when a stunning white owl hops out from behind a patch of tall, dry grass, waving her wings in the air. Somehow, I instantly understand that it's Diana. I feel her signature energy, and when her golden eyes meet mine, I swear I can almost hear her voice in my head, telling me she's going to take care of me until Maxim gets home, and that he will be coming home. Hoping she's right, I kneel down to her level as she executes an awkward walk-hop-tumble across the grass. I shake my head. I'm so glad to see you, but are you okay? How on earth did this happen? She rolls her eyes and lifts her wings in an exasperated gesture that might make me laugh at another time. It's just so Diana, despite the feathers and everything else. But nothing is funny right now. Come on, let's get going, I say, holding out my arm for her. We'll figure out a way for you to tell me everything on the way home. Diana hops onto my arm, her claws gripping it tight, as I lift her surprisingly solid new self into the air. She's heavy. I tell myself that's why I'm shaking, as I glance over to see Maxim and his team shift and run into the woods. But I'm a bad liar, especially to people I love. So when Hermione, who's been waiting for me by the chopper, asks, Are you all right? I don't bother putting on a brave face. I suck in a breath and shake my head. No, but hopefully I will be. He's going to get there in time. He has to.
You did everything you could. If our people come out on top, you're the reason why. Hermione reaches out, as if to squeeze my shoulder, but pauses as her gaze fixes on Diana. Her arm falls back to her side. So, this is Diana. Is that what Maxim said? Diana screeches and clicks her beak for several seconds, her head bobbing back and forth with sufficient attitude that no further explanation is required from me. Hermione nods. Okay, definitely Diana. She motions toward the chopper, where the pilot is strapping in. Don't worry, kid. Enchantments like this don't tend to last long. And if we end up needing a magical intervention, I know a few savvy witches who owe me a solid. You'll be back to normal in no time. The words make Diana look a little sad, I think. But it's hard to tell with her bird face. And I'm not sure I'm capable of reading anyone's mood clearly right now. I'm too terrified, too on edge, and so worried that as the chopper rises into the air and turns, heading back toward the city, I close my eyes and pray harder than I've ever prayed for anything. I beg the stars, the universe, the gods and goddesses of old and new to make Maxim swift and strong, to guide his hands and his people, and most importantly, to bring him back to me.
Chapter 19. Maxim. I run faster than I have in years, bounding over boulders and fallen tree limbs on the forest floor, flowing like dark water rushing down a riverbed. My blood pounds in my ears, and my breath comes faster, but I'm not winded. I'm strong again, nearly back to normal, and I have my best fighters with me and a huge support team waiting in the wings. I don't have to beat Bane alone, and as long as we get to him first, this mission should be relatively easy. Zombies are strong and insanely dangerous when on the loose, but they can't do shit while chained to a wall. It will be like shooting fish in a barrel. One big, evil fish. Still, when we reach the charred edges of the camp and slow our pace, skirting quietly around the settlement to the north, avoiding the worst of the smoke and the people sobbing and coughing as they dig at a pile of rubble not far from the central cabins, apprehension has my fur standing on end. I keep circling back to what Diana said in her note about Bane killing our mother. It should shock me, but it doesn't. What's shocking is that I didn't see what a monster my brother was back then. I knew he was selfish and arrogant and wanted the privilege of power without putting in the work, but I didn't see the evil at the heart of him. Maybe it hadn't fully taken hold yet. Or maybe I was just a naive teenager, too busy thinking he had shit all figured out to see what was right in front of his face. All I know for sure is that I won't mind watching him die a second time. I won't enjoy it. I'm not a monster, but I won't shed one fucking tear for the man who blew a hole through the middle of our family and then tried to do the same to the rest of the world. There's only one thing that could make this mission more satisfying. As if summoned by my thoughts, the fairy devil who tortured me runs across the glen by the line of blue toilets Willow described. A growl vibrates low in my throat, and my lips peel away from my teeth. I want to race straight for that sick fuck and rip him apart, but that's not my mission here tonight. I have one target, one goal above all others. But that doesn't mean I can't spare a few fighters to take care of Mr. Gray. I reach out telepathically to Sam. That fairy with the long gray hair, he's the one who tortured me. If he surrenders without a fight, capture him. If not, take him out. On it, Sam says. She gives the order for 3 of our toughest fighters to join her, and they break off from our pack, racing through the grass toward Gray with a speed that makes my mouth fill with salt. I want to spill his blood so much I swear I can taste it, thick and hot, flowing down my throat. Wanting to kill another creature this much, not just to end them, but to do it as viciously as possible, is nothing to be proud of. And I'm not. But I never said I was an angel. I may have a big heart, like my sister said, but I also have a dark, angry side that comes out to play when the people I love are threatened. As my team and I arrive at the place where I was held prisoner, and Evan shifts long enough to hold the heavy metal door open so that the rest of us can race down the stairs as wolves, my darkness rises. By the time I reach the bottom of the stairs and burst through the door into my personal hell, a deep, threatening growl is rolling from my throat like thunder, warning of the impending storm. The woman standing close to where Bane is chained to the wall hears it and spins to face the door, sending her long gray braids flying. Her eyes are gray too, but a paler gray than the fairies, and her face is so finely wrinkled she has to be at least 80, maybe older. Elsbeth. This must be her. She's exactly as Willow described. I shift, jabbing my arm forward as I transform so that a beat later I'm standing with a warning finger aimed at the woman's face. Don't take another step. This ends now. Bane roars in response, and his milky eyes fix on mine. He's deathly pale. Drool flows from the side of his sewn-shut mouth, and black veins stand out on his neck in a way they didn't before. But he's still my brother. There's still something of the old Bane trapped inside this dead body. I can see it in the way his gaze sparks with a mixture of excitement and hatred as it fixes on my throat. If he gains his freedom, I'm his first target. I'll be a zombie too, within a few moments of his escape. The virus works quickly and is irreversible by magical or scientific means. You don't come back from the dead. Death comes to haunt the living, wearing your old body. Step away from my brother and let us finish this, I continue, raising my voice to be heard over Bane's snarls and grunts. The woman's tear-filled eyes narrow.
It's too late. The ritual is complete. Kelly is bound to the sword and will rise to rule.
She's also trapped in the parallel, and the portals between our worlds will soon be impassable, I say, knowing I can trust Willow's gift. If Kelly rises to rule, she'll be doing it in another dimension. It's over, Elsbeth. Your side lost. Surrender and you'll be treated with fairness and respect. Her lips twitch into a trembling smile.
As if you understand the meaning of the words. Thornmen are all the same. You take and you control, and eventually you destroy. You'll ruin this world the same as your brother would have. You're no better than he is. Willow is a fool to give you her trust. You certainly haven't earned it.
But I will earn it, I say, taking a slow step closer, wanting to make sure the key dangling from a ribbon at her left wrist doesn't get any closer to my brother's chains. And I'll earn yours, too. I motion to the men and women behind me, some of them wolves, some now in their human form. These people don't follow me because I'm my father's son. They follow me because they trust me to put our pack and our people first and do my very best by them. I truly want them to flourish, and they know that. I'm not always a good man, Elsbeth. I won't pretend to be something I'm not. I take another slow step closer, encouraged by the uncertainty creeping in to tighten her features. But I am devoted to my people, and determined to be worthy of my wife. Bane was neither of those things. You know that. Another step, and now I'm nearly close enough to reach out and grab her arm. I'm not the same as my brother, and if I promise you mercy and fairness, that's what you'll receive. But only if you get out of the way and let us do what needs to be done. She shakes her head, clutching the key to her chest with both hands.
No. You can't kill him. Kelly needs him alive to grow strong. Just let me go. Let me take him to her in the parallel, and I swear you'll never see either of us again.
I told you there is no more parallel. At least, not as far as we're concerned. I say sternly, subtly motioning for Liam to circle around to Bane's other side and prepare to take his shot. Liam is one of our sharpshooters. During battle, they wear leather tethers around their necks, equipped with a holster for a small gun, enabling them to transport their weapon as they shift back and forth. I planned to decapitate Bane with one of Gray's larger torture devices, still proudly displayed on the far wall, but a few bullets through the brain will get the job done too. "Please," Elsbeth begs, taking a step back toward the still snarling Bane.
"He's harmless. He's been spelled so he can't spread the virus, see? He can't bite me, even if he wanted to."
She thrusts her hand toward Bane's mouth. He groans, a tortured sound that makes his cloudy eyes bulge in his face, and strains toward her flesh. But when he gets close enough to take a bite, his sewn mouth remains motionless as his drool flows to puddle at the ground by his bare feet.
"See?"
Elsbeth shoots a victorious glance my way. I'm about to tell her that it's not his mouth but his fingernails that we have to worry about when Bane's groan becomes a howl of rage and his straining muscles bulge beneath his skin. A second later, he rips the chain attached to his left manacle from the wall. Time slows to a crawl as I watch him reach for the old woman's arm. I try to grab her, to push her out of the way, but by the time I get close enough, it's too late. I shove Elsbeth to the right, but Bane has already clawed several holes in her thin skin. I see that she's bleeding, have a split second to debate my options, and then she's back on her feet, keening in agony as the virus rips through her cells like a fire through bone-dry forest. I lunge across the room, grabbing the machete from the wall. I'm moving fast, but as I spin, slicing the weapon through the air at what I think is the general height of the old woman's head, she's already nearly on top of me. The blade connects with her neck, meets resistance and slows, but then slices through to the other side. She collapses to the floor, her body twitching as I toss her head to the far side of the room. Zombies will keep biting for several seconds after decapitation, and I don't want her getting a mouthful of someone's leg.
"Were you bitten or scratched?"
Liam shouts from my left. I look up to see his weapon trained on my forehead and freeze, my heart pounding in my ears as I hold out my arms and look down, scanning the mercifully unmarked flesh. My breath rushes out. "No, I'm good. I'm fine. Let's finish this. Take him out before—" My words are muted by a blast of blue fairy fire from the door. I drop to my stomach just as the fire shoots over my head and look up in time to see it vaporize Liam. One moment he's there, the next he's a silhouette made of ash, and then he's gone. The remains of my friend and fellow soldier hit the ground, and I jump back to my feet. I aim my body like a missile at the door behind me, knowing I only have a few seconds to act before the fairy gathers enough magic to fire again. I ram the top of my head into Gray's stomach, only realizing it's him when we tumble back through the door into the hall, and I land on top of him, my fingers going around his throat. A second later, 2 of my wolves are beside me, ripping his hands off with their teeth. He lets out a single strangled scream and then loses consciousness. Not a surprise, really, considering so much of a Fae's life force lives in their hands. It's a brutal, primitive way of disabling a fairy and against the war accords, but I don't care. Gray doesn't deserve the protection of the law. He is a creature so heartless and depraved that he can break a man's bones without feeling, and he likely just killed some of my people. Sam and the others. They wouldn't have let Gray down here if they were okay. "You and you," I motioned to the 2 wolves with fairy blood still in their mouths. "Head topside and check on Sam and her team, and get medical here ASAP." I roll off Gray and come to my feet. "Cox, use the leather straps on the walls to stem the blood from the Fae's hands. Take him to the Glen and call for prisoner transport. There should be room for the chopper to land there." I turn back to the chamber, and my brother raging on the other side. His free arm swings in mad circles that send the chunk of rock he pulled from the wall crashing into the stone table, sending tiny shards of granite flying into the air. Drawing in a bracing breath, I fetch the machete from the floor, gripping the hilt tight. The rest of you, get ready to transport the bodies upstairs for burning. We don't want to leave any infected flesh behind for the animals to eat. And then I take 2 running steps and jump, the weapon clenched in both hands. I land atop the stone table in a crouch and swing my weapon at my brother's face. In the second before the blade connects, his eyes lock with mine. I see hatred there. Hatred and the blazing hot fire of impotent rage. And then his right eye isn't there anymore. My second strike connects with his neck, and 2 strong hacking blows later, his head drops heavily to the floor. The rest of him continues to convulse against the wall for several stomach-turning moments, and then it's over. It's really, finally over. "Get some fresh air, Alpha," Cox says, putting a gentle hand on my bare shoulder. "We've got this from here on out." I nod and swallow the bile rising in my throat. "I'll call in the second wave. Tell them to start rounding up anyone still left in the camp." I turn, making my way out of the room, past the blood on the ground where the fairy lost his hands, and up the stairs. Outside, the medic helicopter is already landing in the glen, and Sam and the rest of her team, alive, thank the stars, but badly wounded, are being loaded inside. The air still smells of smoke, but not nearly as thick as before. Not 30 minutes later, an update from the leader of the second wave confirms the fires are out, and the surviving enemy forces have been taken into custody. "There's still a lot of rubble covering the area where the portal exploded," Stephen explains, motioning toward the remains of a cave set into the mountain next to the camp. "But we can't hear any movement inside, and our instruments aren't picking up any heat signatures. If anyone was on this side of the portal when the bomb exploded, they're dead now." "And what about the man who allegedly set them off?" I ask. "The man my sister said was named Axe. Any sign of him?" "One of our scouts saw a man with a swarm of birds and several bears heading north over the mountains not long after the bombs exploded," he says. "She followed but lost them a few miles away. She thinks the man used a cloaking spell. He was a shifter, she said. Cat, most likely from the smell, but also seemed to have some magic of his own. Said he felled a dead tree with a twitch of his fingers to conceal his trail." My jaw tightens as I watch another batch of prisoners being loaded into our largest helicopter. We're taking them to our cargo plane in waves, the logistics of getting them all transported taking far longer than the battle. Thank the stars for that, too. "Send another scouting team north," I say. "Tell them not to engage, but to follow the man if they can find him and gather as much information as they can. He may have cursed my sister, or at least know how she ended up an owl and how to change her back. We need to keep Axe on our radar." Stephen nods and turns to relay my message to the scouts, but I stop him. "One more thing before you go," I say. "Have we had any word from New York? Can we confirm if the portals there are operational?" He nods. "We got confirmation just a few minutes ago from New York, Boston, and our allies on the West Coast. None of the portals are functional at this time, and no one's been able to make contact with people parallel side. We're still waiting for word from Europe and Asia, but as of now, it looks like this is systemic." "Thank you." I cross my arms over my chest. Stephen hurries off to relay my orders as the medic staff fires up lights to triage wounded prisoners before clearing them for transport. Night has truly fallen, but the full moon makes it fairly easy to see. I have no trouble finding my way across the glen and through the smoldering remains of the camp in the darkness. From there, the funeral pyre lights the way. I come to stand beside my team a few yards from the flames. The wind blows from behind us, sending the worst of the smoke and the smell of charred flesh drifting down into the valley below. It's only then, as I watch the last of my brother burn, that I feel safe borrowing a phone from one of my still-clothed soldiers and placing the call. Willow answers on the first ring.
Tell me this is you and that you're fine.
It's me, I say, the tension in my chest easing now that I've heard her voice. And I'm fine. Bane is dead. The risk of spreading the virus has been contained, and we're loading the prisoners now. I should be home before morning. She exhales a relieved breath.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. My fingers hurt from crossing them so hard.
Elsbeth is gone too, I say, wanting to get all the bad news out of the way before I get back to her, so we won't have anything ugly to talk about for a while. She tried to free Bane, to take him to Kelly, and was infected. Willow hums softly.
I'm actually sorry to hear that. She wasn't all bad, I don't think. Maybe not even half bad. Same with my sister.
She sighs.
Any word on Kelly?
Just that, according to Elsbeth, they completed the ritual. But Kelly was likely trapped in the parallel when the explosives destroyed the portal, so I shake my head. We may never know what happens next for her.
Oh, I have a feeling we will,
Willow says.
Someday. The portals may be gone, but we'll find a way to communicate with the parallel, sooner or later.
Is that a Pathfinder vision?
No, just a strong feeling,
she says.
And a hope. There are good people there. They deserve better than what they've been getting from their leaders. And probably better than what they'll get from Kelly if she takes power. Like I said, there's something wrong with the spell. It isn't going to work the way she and Elsbeth thought it would.
Maybe because they used a zombie as a point in the triad instead of a living man.
Maybe. Or maybe because Bane died for real not long after they completed the ritual.
She makes a soft, worried sound.
I don't know, but what little I saw of Kelly's future looked bleak. Even if she's a queen, she's going to be a very unhappy one.
You sound sad. I tilt my head back, watching the moon break free of the tree line and float higher in the star-scattered sky.
I am sad,
she says.
But I'm also so grateful. Come home to me, and let's sleep for a very, very long time, and then wake up and figure out what to do with Diana. She, strangely, doesn't seem too upset by being an owl, but I think the less time she spends in a body that's not her own, the better. Oh, and she was hoping...
Willow lowers her voice before she continues, making me think Diana might be nearby.
Have you come in contact with any cat shifters? A young man about 19 years old with bronze skin, dark hair and eyes, and an attitude to match Diana's in particular. Don't freak out about it, but he was her secret boyfriend. Hopefully still is, maybe, if he's alive. He's a good kid, Maxim, as far as I can tell. He just got caught up with the wrong people. But he cared about Diana so much, I could tell, and he didn't want to hurt anyone.
I roll my eyes, but I can't work up any anger about the news. Not when I'm pretty sure the poor kid is either dead or trapped in the parallel. No, I haven't seen many people that age at all. Everyone we've rounded up has been younger or older, the seniors and kids left behind while everyone else prepared to fight. There are a few younger women, but no young men, and no prisoners. The cells were empty when we arrived. Willow sighs.
That's not great news, but I won't tell her yet. Maybe he ran away or something. Or maybe one of the prisoners will be able to shed some light on what happened to him during their interrogation. Will you be sure to add that to the list of things to ask them? I know you're not a fan of wolves dating cats or cats in general, but...
I never said that. I'm planning on getting you a kitten for a wedding present, in fact. I cut in. assuming I can find one who will let me touch it without trying to scratch my eyes out.
Really?
Willow says, wonder and delight mixing in her tone. Really, I assure her. I just don't want it sleeping in our bed. I just want you in my bed. Every night, and as many long afternoons as we can beg, borrow, or steal.
Me too. I'll be waiting for you in bed when you get home. Wake me up if I fall asleep. I want to hug you as soon as possible.
Will do. I promise. 3 hours later, after we've logged the last prisoner into our database, assured our allies that the crisis has been averted, and I've grabbed a quick shower in the Enforcer men's locker room so I'll be clean when I go upstairs to my fiancée. I slip under the sheets beside my future mate and pull her close.
Oh, yes,
she murmurs, waking quickly and wrapping her arms tight around me.
You're here. You're finally here, and you're never leaving this bed again.
I might have to leave now and then just to get some fresh air.
You don't need fresh air,
she informs me, and then she rolls on top of me and proves she's right. I don't need fresh air or food or water or anything else. I only need this woman, her kiss, her love, and her perfect wild sweetness. For now and for always.
Epilogue 1. Willow. 3 months later. I said I wanted a big wedding. I did. I said those words aloud to Maxim Thorne, a man with a reputation for taking things to extremes. In my defense, however, I knew the extreme thing applied to protecting his family, working his ass off for his pack, and bossing me around in bed. I had no clue he was going to go this over the top with our wedding day. You've got to be kidding me. My voice echoes in my headset as I lean forward, pressing my face against the chopper's back window. My jaw drops as I blink, then blink again, keeping my lids closed for a long beat. But when I open them again, the royal blue tent, ringed with lanterns, is still set up on the snow-covered island in the middle of the peaceful lake. The large bonfire is still burning on the rise behind it, and at least 50 of our nearest and dearest are milling about, bundled in fluffy coats, or already furry and romping in the snow, while waiters in tuxedos move between them, delivering what looks like champagne and hot cocoa? I turn back to Maxim, who is looking justifiably smug and pleased with himself. A certain little wolf I know has pregnancy cravings for hot chocolate, he says. The kind with chili powder in it, specifically. I slap his tuxedo-clad arm. Shut up! And for dinner, our guests can choose between pork loin, filet mignon, or a sandwich composed almost entirely of cucumbers and pickled cabbage. The words bring tears to my eyes. I've been craving that exact sandwich all freaking day. Really? Oh my God, Maxim, that sounds so good. I can't even... My stomach rumbles, protesting its emptiness. But before the wedding, I was too nervous to eat, and after, too busy packing for what I thought was a quick honeymoon trip upstate. But this is so much better. This is my dream after-party, the one I insisted we shouldn't have, because I thought it would be wrong to celebrate when so many people have lost contact with loved ones in the parallel, with no idea when, or if, they'll ever speak to them again. Looking down at them now, however, it's clear this was the right choice. Everyone looks so happy and excited. Even Diana is swooping around in her owl form, playing with the kids in the snow. She's been so sad since losing Jacob. More so than about her curse, as far as I can tell. But at least for tonight, she seems to have remembered that there is beauty and joy in the world. I'm going to devour 3 of those sandwiches, you brilliant man, I say, squeezing Maxim's thigh, with hot chocolate. And I'll do my best to watch you do that, and not vomit.
He slides the hand around my shoulder, down to my butt, and tugs me closer. But we'll see. I'm a man, not a superhero. You're my hero. I tip my head back, bringing my lips closer to his. And I think you're pretty super. He kisses me, soft and sweet, and I murmur against his lips, "Thank you so much for this. I'm blown away." I told you that night at the motel that I was going to rent a private island for our wedding party. I hope by now you know that I keep my promises. I do, I assure him. But I was thinking camping, grilled hot dogs, and all the puppies rolling around in the snow. Not jaw-dropping swanky swank. Not that I'm complaining, I hurried to add. The puppies can still play in the snow, he says, glancing past me to the window as the chopper sinks down to land in a clearing near the tent. And the adults can have a gourmet meal, dancing, and heated yurts to sleep in after. But don't worry. Our yurt is on the opposite side of the island, so no one will hear you scream. A wicked smile curves my lips. I'd like to be able to promise that I won't scream, but you're very good at your work, Mr. Thorne. If the whole king of the shifters thing doesn't work out, you could make a killing in the red light district. His eyes dance. Ready to share me already? Never, I promise. I've licked you and called dibs. Now you're mine. Those are the rules. I like those rules, he says, and kisses me again. We're still making out when the helicopter doors open, and Hermione shouts, "Come on, you two. Enough of that. We're starving. Food first, face-sucking later." I pull away from Maxim with a laugh, leaving my headset on the seat as I accept the hand Hermione offers to help me out. As she does, I notice the raven-haired woman I've seen her with a lot lately standing not far away, and arch a pointed brow. Hermione grins and shrugs. I figured I should bring a date, since it's a wedding celebration and all. Good instincts, I say, leaning closer to add in a confidential voice. I've been watching you two. She seems very funny, very clever, and completely smitten. Hermione blushes. Actually blushes. Something I would have sworn I'd never see, and mumbles. Well, good. I'm pretty smitten myself. Yay, I say, squeezing her fingers as Maxim takes my other hand in his. What are we celebrating? He asks. Love, I say, swinging both their hands with a giddy sigh. Obviously. It is obvious. Maxim can't keep his hands off me during the meal, even though my kimchi sandwiches are as stinky and delicious as I hoped they'd be. And the toasts from our friends and family are so beautiful, they make me cry at least 3 times. As the band gets going after, and we all dance around the bonfire under the stars, I would swear that every light in the sky is celebrating with us. And then, one by one, families trail off to put their little ones to sleep. The single folks go down to sit by the water and hear the elders tell stories of water horses who live in lakes just like these. And couples of all ages sneak away to the woods. Or, in our case, to our private yurt on a cliff on the opposite side of the island with a stunning view of the snow-covered hills glistening in the light of the full moon. I sit beside Maxim on the bench outside the yurt for a long time, just holding his hand and watching the moon rise and feeling so grateful. It feels like my chest will burst. Oral for your thoughts? Maxim finally asks. My lips curve, but I keep my eyes on the sky, as if I don't realize I can have that for free anytime I want. Just one of the many keeper-worthy services I provide. Isn't that the truth? I lean my head on his shoulder. I was just thinking about how grateful I am for all of this. For you and our people, and the chance to bring our baby into a relatively peaceful world. I mean, I know uniting the packs is messy business, but you're all making such good progress. And now that the parallel packs aren't coming over to human side and making trouble all the time. I look up at him, my forehead furrowing. Is it awful that a part of me is grateful for that too, even though horrible things could be happening to innocent people there, for all we know? Maxim considers that for a moment, before he shakes his head. No. As soon as we're able to help the people there, we will. In the meantime, you shouldn't be miserable simply because misery exists. Misery will always exist. But I don't know. I don't think we're born to suffer. He pushes my hair from my forehead. Do you? Holding his gaze, I shake my head gently. No. I think we were born to love each other, in good times and bad, just like we promised in our vows. Tears fill my eyes again as I add, so why don't we go do some of that, Big Bad? I thought you'd never ask. He stands, scoops me up in his strong arms, and carries me over the threshold, or through the yurt tent flap, and lays me down on the big fluffy bed at the center. There, we prove our love for each other all night long. And in the morning, Maxim surprises me with a sleeve of the gross, perpetually stale-tasting crackers that are the only thing that can nuke my morning sickness on contact. That, as much as the incredible things he did to my body last night, make me know, deep down in my bones, that I am loved. And though in so many ways my life is just beginning, I know that there's nothing better than that. Not in this world or any other. Epilogue 2. Diana. 2 summers later. One of my favorite things about being a bird, aside from the flying, the food. Turns out I'm really into mice, which is a good thing considering the cat my brother and Willow adopted 2 Christmases ago is the biggest scaredy feline in the world. Sunshine is a sweetheart and super cute, with her fluffy orange coat and bright green eyes. But I swear she wets herself if a fly gets into the apartment, let alone a mouse. And hey, it's New York City. Sometimes we have mice. Especially on the roof where all the open trash cans are. Thank goodness. I swoop, diving from my perch atop the slide to destroy a rodent who's dared to creep from beneath the bin at the edge of the playground. I turn back to Willow as I shake it in my beak, keeping an eye on her as I gulp down my treat in one bite, honoring my promise to my brother not to drop my guard while he slips downstairs for a business call. These days, our enemies are few and far between. And Maxim is only days from being elected ruler of the allied packs of Humanside. But where the safety of his wife and child are concerned, he's still a fanatic. And really, who can blame him? Willow is the best, and my nephew is so stinking adorable I can hardly stand it. I just want to bite his chubby little cheeks off. Sometimes I actually want to do that, literally, but I don't, and I never would. I trust myself completely, but I can't deny the animal part of me is growing every day. I can sense that makes Willow sad sometimes, but I don't feel sad anymore. I don't feel many human emotions, in fact. Except love. Love remains. It not only remains, it flourishes. My love for my family and my people has grown stronger than I imagined possible. I'm just so proud of them and all the good work they're doing in the world. I'm such a sap. Willow and I had to work out love in owl sign language the very first week I was transformed. I land beside her on the park bench now and flash a love sign her way, hooting as she flashes it back. Love you too, cutie, she says, as James Alexander Thorne II, named for his granddad, gums on a teething biscuit in her lap. He's a year old today, and his gummy smile has been replaced by several cute little baby teeth. James is so precious. Even his teeth are adorable, and that's a fact. But maybe a little less mousing while I'm around, if you can help it. I almost threw up in my mouth. I hoot again and flash her the wimp sign. She laughs. Yes, I am a wimp with a weak stomach, so have mercy on me, will you? I narrow my eyes, suspicion blooming inside me. But before I can remember if we have a sign for pregnant, not just baby, Willow's mom emerges from the elevator and races down the pathway toward the playground, laugh crying in the way only she can. A baby, she shouts. Another baby! I knew it! I just knew it! Did Maxim tell you? Willow huffs and rolls her eyes. but I can tell she's not really mad. He promised we'd wait until James's birthday dinner tonight. I caught him buying you a present downstairs and put 2 and 2 together, her mother says, plopping down beside Willow on the bench and throwing her arms around both her daughter and grandson. I'm so excited! She beams past Willow to include me. Hey there, Diana. Did you know? I shake my head and make the yay sign. Wendy laughs. Yay for sure. All the yay. And it's going to be a girl this time, isn't it? I can just feel it. No, Willow says, startling as her eyes begin to glow, and she continues in a slightly dazed voice. Oh, wow. That hasn't happened in a while. But no, he's going to be another boy. Her eyes widen and jerk excitedly to mine. And Diana's going to be the first person to hold him, with her human arms. You're going to be human again, Dee, by the time baby 2 is born. I cock my head and then lift my wings into the air, hoping I'm doing a decent job of pretending to be excited about Willow's revelation. But the truth is, I'm not sure I want to be human again. Not without Jacob. I don't feel sad when I think about him anymore, but I sense I will if I slip back into my human skin. Jacob might be dead or simply trapped in the parallel, but from where I sit, it doesn't really matter. I can't make contact with him either way, can't confess my sins or beg for forgiveness or promise that I'll always love him. I can't know and might never know if he's alive, let alone anything else. Maybe he still misses me. Maybe he's moved on. Maybe he would understand what I did with Axe, the mysterious man who straight up disappeared that night in the forest, never to be seen again. Maybe not. Honestly, it all feels like a dream now. My human life was a dream. My owl life is what's real, and my owl is very happy when I sit down to my place at dinner later to find a lightly grilled rabbit prepared just for me. I would have preferred it raw, but this is still very nice, very thoughtful, and intensely delicious. I take my time ripping bites from my food with my beak, watching my family celebrate my nephew, and basking in their happy glow. Even 1.5 years after all the madness, I'm still so grateful for peace and happiness, and for these people who are my home. After the cake and presents, after James is tucked into his crib, and Willow's parents and my father head back to their own apartments, Sunshine the cat and I sit together on the couch, watching Willow and Maxim slow dance to an old record. Willow leans into his chest, his lips rest atop her head, and they move like they're 2 halves of a whole. So in sync, it's hard to imagine that they were ever apart, let alone at odds. They used to hate each other, I tell Sunshine again, because she's high-strung and has a hard time remembering stuff, aside from all the things that have scared her in the past day or 2. Don't believe you, she says, snuggling closer to my side. Mom and Dad are magic, and my very favorite humans. Mine too, I coo, the warble in my chest, making Sunshine start to purr the way it always does. But they still don't believe I talk to you. They say house cats don't talk. Her eyes slant shut. Well, no one's perfect. At least they're pretty close. Yeah, they are, I agree. Pretty damned close. I'm not sure when I fall asleep, but I wake up in my brother's arms as he tucks me into the nest I built for myself in my room. For a moment, I remember being a human child, and the memory is not too bad. Night trouble, he says, stroking a finger over my head. Sleep tight. I coo at him and close my eyes, deciding maybe it will be okay to be human again sometime soon. Maxim's head pets are good, but his hugs are the very best. And I suppose I have to finish growing up sooner or later. But not tonight. Tonight, what I have is enough. Far more than enough. This has been Wolfmate by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Copyright 2022, Bella Jacobs. Production copyright 2022, Bella Jacobs.